tribes are crowded elbow to elbow. One racially charged murder or even hit-and-run accident can set off a prickly panic, a flushed foreboding that the whole tinderbox could blow. The zebra murders, named after the Z police radio frequency that was assigned to the case, struck a drumbeat of terror, inexplicable and unrelenting, that threatened to drive the city mad. The bloodletting went on day after day, and each explosion of gunfire or grisly discovery of butchered remains took San Francisco closer to the brink of civic breakdown. San Francisco was already on the edge. In the early months of 1974, the city was reeling from two other unsolved crime sprees in addition to the zebra murders. While combing the city for zebra clues, the overburdened SFPD was also fanning out in search of Patty Hearst and the SLA, who were still hunkered down in their Spartan hideout on Golden Gate Avenue. And in January, the Zodiac serial killer, the publicity-mad psychopath who killed at least 7 people in the 60s and early 70s, suddenly resurfaced after a silence of nearly 3 years. Zodiac again began tormenting the city with cryptic letters that he sent to the San Francisco Chronicle. One of the killer's creepiest mailings was a 408 symbol cryptogram that, when decoded, sent shivers throughout the city. It was a misspelled, uppercase, unpunctuated howl from some rank cave deep in the human soul. I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all to kill. Something gives me the most thrilling experience. The best part of it is when I die, I will be reborn in paradise, and they I have killed will become my slaves. By 1974, the Zodiac Killer seemed more interested in staging macabre theater and toying with the police and press than in taking any more lives. In one handwritten postcard to the Chronicle, he engaged in some twisted humor with the newspaper's editors, complaining about the newspaper's poor taste in deciding to run ads for Badlands, Terrence Malick's controversial movie about a couple of sexy young serial killers. In light of recent events, Zodiac wrote, with tongue grotesquely in cheek, this kind of murder glorification can only be deplorable at best. Despite the Zodiac's media antics, it was the zebra murders that unnerved San Francisco deepest of all, particularly after it became clear to the public what the police already knew, that the savagery was racially motivated. The zebra code name might not have been intended to convey a racial meaning, but the city soon realized that the slaughter was a black-on-white thing. The killings were a direct assault on the city's sense of itself as an oasis of racial harmony and civility. In reality, that image was largely false, masking a city of raw racial divisions between whites and Chinese, whites and Latinos, and especially between whites and blacks. Prentice Earl Sanders, a black homicide cop who was forced to break down one color barrier after the next within the Irish-dominated SFPD, was keenly aware of the city's racial codes. The racism he experienced in San Francisco was not like what he encountered growing up in Jim Crow-era East Texas. But for all its softer edges, it was still deeply humiliating. There wasn't some scowling cracker on the other end of the whip, Sanders observed. In San Francisco, racism came at you with a smile, like they were doing you a favor when they told you that they didn't have any jobs open after you'd seen a half-dozen white guys fill out applications, or that you couldn't buy a house when they'd just sold one to a white guy who made less money. Rev. Amos Brown, who became a pillar of San Francisco's black community in the 1970s after moving from Mississippi to take over the Third Baptist Church in the heart of the Fillmore, was astonished by the stories he heard from older members of his congregation about the liberal Bay Area. He was told that even baseball star Willie Mays had trouble overcoming the race ban when he and his wife went looking for a house near posh St. Francis Wood in 1957, even though the Giants' move from New York after the '57 season had electrified San Francisco. It was a strange place back then, in the 50s and early 60s, said Rev. Brown. There were certain areas that were off-limits, certain restaurants where if you went to eat, after you finished, the waiters would break the dish in front of you. San Francisco was only really liberal when it came to sex. As far as race, it was a microcosm of the United States. The demolition of the Fillmore district was the greatest source of poison in the city's black-white relations. The uprooting of the neighborhood's population not only stirred a simmering rage among those black residents who clung on, but also wiped out much of the community's business bedrock and stable leadership. The subsequent vacuum, a social and economic void as desolate as the neighborhood's weed-choked vacant lots, would attract various types of mischief and madness for years to come. Among the perverse saviors who worked their way into the Fillmore's carved-out heart in the 1970s were the Black Muslims, Elijah Muhammad's occult, white-hating sect that spread its tentacles from its Chicago headquarters into prisons, ghettos, drug dens, and other pits of African-American misery. In one of the sorrier developments of the times, the Black Muslims took over the old Fillmore Auditorium at the corner of Geary and Fillmore, the scene of so much ecstatic black and white harmonic convergence, after it was abandoned by Bill Graham in 1971, and they turned the venerable building into a mosque known as Muhammad's Temple No. 26. It was this mosque that gave rise to the zebra murder cult that terrorized San Francisco from the fall of 1973 to the spring of 1974. The core group of killers came together at the Black Self-Help Moving and Storage Company, one of the enterprises that operated under the Nation of Islam's umbrella. Two of the zebra murderers were college dropouts from comfortable middle-class backgrounds, Larry Green and J.C. Simon. Two were prison-hardened ex-convicts recently released from San Quentin, Jesse Lee Cooks and Manuel Moore. The moving and storage company on Market Street was owned by Tom Manny, another son of relative privilege. A graduate of elite St. Ignatius High School, Manny starred on the football field at San Francisco State College and was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the team cut him before the start of the season and he drifted back to San Francisco. The ex-convicts and other black Muslim converts who found their way to Black Self-Help Moving found not only work and companionship under Manny's roof, but also new meaning in their lives and an explanation for life's bitter disappointments. The machinations of the white devil, the grafted snake, were behind all black men's sorrows and tribulations. A select group was invited to attend evening meetings in the second-floor loft of the moving company. They watched films about the white man's atrocities. They heard lectures about his perfidy. On special occasions, they were addressed by a distinguished official from Chicago, the Nation of Islam's new Mecca. The white man's depraved rule was coming to an end, he told the young believers. The white devil was beyond reform or salvation. He must be killed. All Muslims will murder the white devil because they know he is a snake, declared the Nation of Islam official. Each Muslim is required to kill 4 devils. The reward for slaying the requisite number of serpents would be admission into a rarefied nightly order of death angels and free transportation to New Mecca to see Brother Elijah Muhammad himself. Led by the minister from Chicago, the meetings climaxed in a chorus of martial chants. Kill the grafted snakes! Kill the blue-eyed devils! Pumped up by the bloodthirsty rhetoric, the zebra killers cruised San Francisco in search of white victims, riding in a black self-help moving van and a black Cadillac borrowed from Manny. The bloodshed began one balmy evening in October 1973 following a meeting in the loft, when Green, Cooks, and Anthony Harris, another ex-con recently released from San Quentin, began prowling the streets of the Excelsior, a drab neighborhood of stucco bungalows and lowered expectations. They were on the lookout for white children because killing women and kids was the quickest way to become a death angel. Cooks, who as a boy had tried to smother his dozing mother with a pillow, had particularly savage fantasies about white kids, telling his Muslim brothers that he wanted to pick them up by their feet and smash their brains out against a wall. On Francis Street, Cooks and Green pulled a gun on 2 young girls and a teenage boy and tried to hustle them into their van, but the kids broke away and saved their lives by dashing down the street. Not to be denied their first kill, the aspiring death angels fled and headed north on the freeway, exiting on gaudy Broadway in North Beach. It was here they found Quita Haig, a pixie-faced 28-year-old reporter for a business newspaper, and her 30-year-old husband, Richard, a mining engineer, as the newlyweds strolled down Telegraph Hill from their Chestnut Street apartment. The Haigs were forced at gunpoint into the back of the van, where their hands were bound behind their backs and they were pushed face down on the floor. As Green drove back onto the freeway, heading south, Cooks and Harris began to abuse Quita. When Richard objected, Cook smashed him repeatedly in the face with a straight lug wrench, shattering his jaw and knocking him out. Green pulled off the freeway at Pennsylvania Avenue and drove to a desolate warehouse area at the base of Potrero Hill. Here, hissing, "The white devil is mine," Green dragged Quita out of the van by her thick dark hair to a stretch of railroad tracks. Then, as she begged for her life, Green raised a 16-inch machete high over her head and swooshed the blade downward against her throat with all his might, nearly decapitating her. Afterward, the elated Green snapped Polaroid pictures of his mangled victim to make sure he got credit for his kill. Meanwhile, as the flashbulbs ignited the darkness, Cooks pulled the unconscious Richard out of the van and, after dumping him across the tracks from his wife's body, began hacking at his face with the same long blade that had taken her life. After finishing their butchery, the men jumped back in the van and drove off. Later that night, a married couple driving near the dark intersection of 25th and Minnesota Streets saw a figure come stumbling out of the gloom. At first, the couple thought it was a drunken tramp, but then they looked closer at the horrible specter. It was Richard Haig. The flesh on his face had been hacked into bloody strips, the wounds so deep that they exposed his skull. The couple drove Richard to a nearby police station where he frantically told the cops about his wife. Rushed to San Francisco General, Richard miraculously survived his ordeal, but as soon as the police found Quita's body, crumpled near the train tracks, they knew she had not. Earl Sanders, who later inspected Quita Haig's body at the morgue, thought he was prepared for anything after nearly 10 years on the force. But what he saw in the autopsy room took his breath away. The deep gashes in the woman's face, head, and upper body screamed out hate, Sanders later recalled. Whoever cut her didn't just cut through flesh, they cut through bone. They cut deep. Sanders thought it was like looking at a beautiful painting that had been slashed to shreds by a madman. 10 days later, Cooks, whose victim had not died, was eager to go out again with his devil-hating accomplices, but they told him it was too soon. The cops were on high alert after what they did to the Haigs. Cooks couldn't wait. The walls of his dingy little apartment off Market Street seemed to be closing in on him. That evening, he began walking the streets. The University of California Extension campus was only a block from where he lived. He was lurking in the shrubbery near the front gates of the campus when a 28-year-old student named Frances Rose rolled slowly up the driveway in her gold Ford Mustang, on her way to class. Cooks suddenly emerged from his lair, threw open the car's passenger door, and jumped inside. Rose had no time to even scream before he began firing point blank at her, hitting her 4 times in the face and chest. Jack Cleary and his partner Frank Falzon, who were patrolling nearby when the call came in, went racing to the campus. When the detectives got there, they saw the young woman hanging out the side of her car. She died in Cleary's arms. After getting a description of the shooter from a witness, the cops jumped back into their car and began prowling the neighborhood. On Steiner Street, they spotted a muscular black man with a shaved head. It was Cooks. Cleary jumped out and cornered him in a doorway. The shooter's right hand made a twitching movement for his belt. The cops drew their service revolvers. "Just freeze, mister." When they patted down Cooks, they found the automatic stuffed in his belt. After he was handcuffed and installed in the backseat of the patrol car, Cooks became surprisingly cooperative. "Before I could even read him his Miranda, he was confessing," Cleary said. He said, "Oh yeah, I shot her. He had committed a serious assault against a woman a few days before, and he didn't want to get caught for that because he was Muslim. Killing a white devil would look much better in the eyes of his Nation of Islam death cult." Cook's arrest was a swift piece of police work, but it didn't stop the zebra onslaught. A few weeks after the vicious murderer was taken off the streets, the Zebra Killer's ranks were reinforced by 2 new recruits, a handsome, ambitious, true believer from Houston named J.C. Simon, who had found sanctuary in the black Muslims from his failing marriage and career, and a big, genial, dull-witted ex-con named Manuel Moore, who had been taken under the Muslim wing at San Quentin. The killing resumed with a new fervor. The death angels floated through San Francisco, striking randomly by day and night, shooting down the young and old, women and men, all of them white, or at least white-looking. One rainy Sunday morning, Simon walked into a corner grocery store in the Civic Center area owned by a Jordanian Muslim with whom he had a friendly relationship. "Peace be with you," the two men would tell each other in Arabic when Simon went there to buy his daily apples. But this morning, Simon pulled out a .32 after exchanging greetings, took the man into the back of the store, and shot him in the head. The store owner was a fellow Muslim, but to Simon, his lighter skin color still made him a white devil. Some of the savagery that came out of the Black Self-Help Moving Company rivaled the Baroque barbarity of the Spanish Inquisition. One night, a young white man was kidnapped near Girardelli Square and taken back to the warehouse loft, where he was stripped naked, tied to a chair, and gagged with a dirty cloth. A line of devil slayers then took turns on him while he screamed into his gag. Using a hideous assortment of instruments, including knives, meat cleavers, and metal cutters, they clipped off parts of his body, starting with his fingers and toes until he was disassembled like a hog in a butcher's shop. Anthony Harris, who by then was feeling estranged from his blood-mad black Muslim brothers, was summoned to participate in the depraved ceremony, but he arrived after it was over. "You too late," said Larry Greena, a former Berkeley High School basketball star who once dreamed of playing in the NBA. A young man who had kissed his mother every day when he was growing up. All the fun done through. Green and the others ordered Harris to dispose of the body, or at least a large chunk of it, which was wrapped in canvas and plastic. Harris drove the grisly package out to Sutro Heights, where he lugged it to the edge of the cliff and heaved it into the sea. It washed up nearby on Ocean Beach on a foggy Christmas Eve morning, where it was discovered by a woman whose dog picked up the deep biological scent. Once again, Earl Sanders had the duty of inspecting the body. The odor hit him first, and then he saw the bundle. It reminded him of the frozen turkeys the department handed out each Christmas. "It was like a fever hit me. I felt dizzy, like there was no up or down, just gray everywhere I looked. Clouds, sea, fog, everything. And right in the middle was this thing that had once been a man. The body's head, hands, and feet had been chopped off, even its genitals. A deep hole had been gouged in the stomach, from which spilled ribbons of intestine as the plastic was peeled away. Sanders knew immediately that the same zealous rage that had taken the life of Quita Haig was responsible for the butchery before him. The police had no way of identifying the deconstructed human on the beach. They simply labeled him Unknown Body 169. Some cops called him the Christmas Turkey. The biggest night of mayhem in the Zebra Gore Fest took place after Muhammad Ali's dramatic comeback victory over Joe Frazier on January 28, 1974, in the second of their 3 legendary heavyweight bouts. After watching the bout on closed-circuit TV at the Winterland Ballroom, Simon and Moore, high on their black Muslim hero's triumph, pressed Harris into joining them on an extended killing spree. Gliding through the city in their black Cadillac of death with the big shark fins, the trio shot down a young woman on her way to a fabric store, a retiree whistling as he strolled home celebrating his 69th birthday, an 84-year-old homeless man rummaging through a trash bin, a middle-aged woman doing her weekly load of clothes in a laundromat, and finally, a 23-year-old mother carrying a box into her family's new apartment. She was the only one who survived, but she was paralyzed from the waist down. The eruptions of unspeakable violence made this most beloved of cities seem like hostile territory. Suddenly, Herb Cain's lovely jeweled city became strange and ominous, the way one's house feels after it's been broken into and ransacked. Whites saw blood in the eye of every able-bodied black male, and every black man saw fear and rage in white faces. Everyone scanned the streets as if on combat patrol, even when walking to the corner store. The city's very identity began to dissolve. That cruel night in January was the final tipping point for the nerve-racked city. Panic shot through its neighborhoods before the killing was even done, while police sirens were still wailing in the distance. A young gay couple was dining at a Potrero Hill restaurant that evening when their black waiter suddenly interrupted their meal with a distraught look on his face. "You have to go home," he said. "They're killing white people." The scream that San Francisco had been choking back for weeks finally burst from its throat. The next day's newspapers echoed with the horror. A night of killing in SF. Madmen slay 4 on city streets. SF killing spree, 5 shot on streets. Gun applications soared. Hotels were hit by a wave of room cancellations. For the first time in San Francisco's history, the police officially warned citizens not to venture outdoors after nightfall. The streets were soon deserted. The city's raucous nightlife grew ghostly. Even Kane couldn't muster his usual moxie. After reading about the latest wave of San Francisco killings yesterday morning, he wrote, "I walked out into the foggy street and looked both ways. Nobody was in sight. Was I the only person left alive in the city? The Last Time I Saw Paranoia is not my favorite song, but I felt a chill." Kane was not the only one on edge. Others who emerged from their homes darted their eyes nervously over their shoulders. The yellow chalk outlines on the sidewalks reminded them of the mayhem that had left its mark on nearly every district in the city. People got off the streets as quickly as they could. Shades were drawn. Kids were kept home from school. "We are very frightened," one woman told a reporter. "We do not know who they are or when they will come back." In their agony over what their city was becoming, 3 women wrote a letter to Jack Valenti, president of the Motion Picture Association of America, to complain about how Hollywood had turned San Francisco into a crime mecca, with blood-soaked movies like Clint Eastwood's Dirty Harry and Magnum Force, as well as The Laughing Policeman, whose deranged killer opens up with a machine gun on a crowded San Francisco bus. Meanwhile, Carl Malden and Michael Douglas were closing off city blocks so that they could be filmed shooting out with gunmen on TVs the streets of San Francisco. It was just all too much for some local residents. The gore was everywhere, on the screen as well as the streets. Even in the midst of the madness, some San Franciscans managed to display grace and civility. While Art Agnos was recuperating from his wounds, 14 black men of varying ages who were involved with the community health clinic campaign met to vent their anger about his shooting. They decided to take some positive action to reduce the racial tensions in their neighborhood. When Agnos returned to the block on Potrero Hill a month after he was shot to take part in another clinic meeting, he was startled to see 4 sturdily built black men waiting for him as he parked his car on the street. As they began to cross the street toward him, Agnos struggled to control a rising feeling of panic, telling himself that not every black man in the city was out to shoot him. One of the men walked directly up to Agnos and introduced himself. "Mr. Agnos," he said, "we're your escort." "My escort?" stammered Agnos. "That's right. We're going to walk around with you tonight. We want to show anybody who's looking that when you come into this neighborhood, you come as a friend, and that nobody better ever mess with you again. The hate has got to stop someplace. Maybe this will be the place." But elsewhere in the city, tensions were rising. Sanders and his partner Rotea Guilford could feel it when they showed up at the latest zebra murder scene, this one in the racially mixed Ingleside neighborhood, where a 23-year-old man had been shot down while helping a friend move a rug. As Sanders and Guilford worked with the Greek detectives to secure the crime scene and gather evidence, the African-American inspectors noticed that white and black neighbors were standing in separate groups, eyeing each other across an eerily quiet chasm. "I don't think either Gil or I slept that night," remembered Sanders. "We kept talking about it after we left the scene. If things were like that in Ingleside, what would happen if a crowd formed in the Fillmore or Hunters, and someone did make a move, white against black or black against white? The whole place could go up in smoke." The specter of a race war was already looming over the city. After the mayhem on Muhammad Ali's victory night, Herb Cain got a phone call in his office at the Chronicle while he was sorting through items for his next day's column. "5 white people are dead, right?" the caller asked. "I just want you to know that tonight some of us are going out and get 10 blacks in trade." "That's not very smart," replied Cain, trying to keep his voice calm. "Smart or not, we're going to do it. 2 for 1 is about right, don't you think?" The police were under withering pressure from Mayor Alioto, the press, and the public to crack the case. The SFPD Zebra Unit, which was eventually put under the command of Correas and Fatinos, worked around the clock. The Greeks staggered through the long days and nights, rarely seeing their families, fueled by cop house coffee and late-night diner food. They took the case personally. This was their city. They were San Franciscans born and bred. And they could see what the murder wave was doing to it. The cops flooded neighborhoods with patrol cars, they slipped money to informants, they tracked every lead. But nothing paid off. The police department was hobbled by its own racial troubles. The SFPD had few blacks in its ranks, so it had limited access to the black community. In 1973, black police officers, with Guilford and Sanders taking a leading role, filed a civil rights lawsuit in federal court against the SFPD to end age-old discriminatory practices in the department. The lawsuit triggered a savage backlash from the old boy network of Irish cops, one of whom shouted out as Guilford and Sanders passed by, "Somebody ought to take a contract out on those two troublemakers." Correas and Fatinos were seen by black officers as the most unbiased white detectives in homicide. "I'm not white," Fatinos used to laugh, "I'm Greek." But even the Greek partners felt frustrated as they tried to get inside information on the black community, particularly on the black Muslim temple at Fillmore and Geary that they suspected was the sanctuary for the zebra killers. Correas complained that the Nation of Islam, which had a few converts on the police force, at least one of whom seemed to take an inappropriate interest in the investigation, had more success infiltrating the SFPD than the other way around. The detective liked to drive by the Fillmore Mosque at night. It made him feel he was homing in on the killers. But he knew that was as close as he would get to the temple. The black Muslims were too careful about screening strangers to let a police informant get inside. Correas wanted to put Temple number 26 under full photographic surveillance, but city law prevented him from subjecting a house of worship to this type of police scrutiny. After the zebra executioners claimed their 18th victim in San Francisco, state investigators finally helped Correas circumvent the local law by putting the mosque under their own surveillance. By the time that the zebra victim count hit number 23 on April 16, 1974, City Hall was frantic. Alioto made clear that he would clean house if the police department didn't come up with something fast. But Correas and his team had no firm suspects or even strong leads. In desperation, he and Fatinos went to a police artist and had him draw a composite sketch of one zebra shooter, based on witness descriptions. The artist came up with a generic-looking portrait of an African-American man with a pencil mustache that vaguely resembled a significant percentage of the Bay Area's black male population. On April 17th, Alioto announced that police would resort to an extreme measure to stop the reign of terror, stopping anyone they saw who resembled the composite drawing. The mayor knew that this kind of dragnet, the country's first official racial profiling operation, might spark an uproar. "I want the people of San Francisco to understand that this is not a racial issue," he told a packed press conference, "but it is a blunt fact that the victims are white and our description says the suspect is black." The mayor used all his political influence, drawing on his admirable record of minority appointments, to line up support for the police sweep. Alioto was the first San Francisco mayor to open City Hall to minorities, naming African Americans to head the Police Commission, Public Utilities Commission, and BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit Board, as well as appointing a black deputy mayor. "So there wasn't any question about our credentials," he later remarked. But Police Chief Donald Scott lacked the mayor's deft touch. "We're not going to stop very young blacks or big fat blacks," he announced handholdedly. "We're not going to stop 7-foot blacks or 4-foot blacks." Even worse, police officials announced that they would be handing out a zebra card to those black men who were searched and cleared. A document, as Earl Sanders angrily declared, that brought to mind the passbooks that blacks were required to carry in apartheid South Africa. Sanders and Guilford were so outraged by the police measure that they stood up and walked out of the department meeting where it was explained. Despite Alioto's best efforts, the reaction from black community leaders was equally furious. Reverend Cecil Williams accused the city of imposing a police state on the black community, which he direly predicted could set off a racial war. Black Panther Bobby Seale charged that the SFPD would never target white people this way, stopping every white girl, for instance, who resembled Patty Hearst. But as Alioto pointed out later, San Francisco cops were doing precisely that. Even Sinquay, who was still in hiding in San Francisco at the time, waded into the zebra storm, denouncing the operation in a taped message as the white man's attempt to remove as many black males from the community as possible. The city seemed to crackle with madness. A combustible jumble of civil rights groups and militant left-wing sects convened on the steps of City Hall to protest the zebra operation, carrying signs that read, "Stop Alioto Stormtroopers," and "Smash Racism, the rich man's tool to divide and rule." As the crowd, estimated at over 1,000, worked itself up, Alioto and two aides suddenly emerged from the building and began walking down the steps to his limousine at the curb. It was a typical act of Alioto bravado. He refused to flinch when confronting a hostile force. As the mayor and his aides made their way through the crowd, demonstrators began jostling him and spitting on him. One began whacking him on the head with a picket sign before his aides could clear a path to his car. Then the crowd surrounded the limousine, pounding on it and rocking it back and forth until the mayor's driver could finally speed away. As the protests against Operation Zebra grew, helmeted Nazis and other white supremacy groups mounted counter-demonstrations outside City Hall, volunteering to help police round up black suspects, and exchanging loud insults with the other demonstrators. Meanwhile, the police dragnet seemed to be spiraling out of control. Within 3 days of its announcement, the Zebra operation had swept up more than 500 black men of all ages, shapes, and sizes, including doctors, lawyers, and other pillars of the community. On the fourth night, the city came perilously close to the long-feared inferno when an elderly black man was accosted on a street in the Fillmore by a plainclothes cop. Instead of stopping, the pedestrian, who in the city's fetid climate of fear thought that he was being attacked by a crazed racist, pulled out a pistol and began firing at the cop. The street was thick with undercover policemen who all pulled out their dirty, hairy .357 Magnums and unleashed a hail of fire, bringing down the old man, who, miraculously, lived despite being tattooed with 6 bullets. That same night, a brawl broke out south of Market between white cops and several blacks who refused to stop. Guilford and Sanders were able to cool the situation when they arrived on the scene, but then 2 more white cops came roaring up in their squad car and began lashing into the subdued blacks with their billy clubs. "Gil lost it," said Sanders. The black detective began to go at it with the white patrolman. Sanders threw himself between the fuming cops to stop the confrontation from turning even uglier. But Sanders knew how close that the highly pressurized San Francisco police force, with all its bubbling racial tensions, came to blowing up that night. Less than a week after Operation Zebra began, a federal judge pulled the plug on it, ruling that widespread profiling of African Americans was a violation of the Constitution's Fourth Amendment ban on unfair search and seizure. The ruling left the city in a strange state of suspended animation, shamed by what it had done to many of its citizens, but afraid that there now appeared to be no other options. Everyone seemed to be holding his breath, waiting for the next spasm of gunfire to crack the city's psyche. In the end, it was a kind of fluke that pulled San Francisco back from the fiery abyss. When the composite zebra drawing was splashed across the Bay Area's front pages and TV screens, many young black men undoubtedly saw their own faces in its generic features. Among these men was Anthony Harris, who by then was deeply alienated from his fellow Death Angels. At the time, Harris was lying low in Oakland with his wife and baby, trying to pull away from his Muslim brothers without rousing their murderous ire. It was a delicate dance, and Harris knew his days might be numbered. When he saw the police sketch, he thought that the noose was tightening around his neck. Harris decided his only option was to turn himself in to the San Francisco cops and seek immunity as the prosecution's star witness. As soon as Harris sat down in the Hall of Justice interrogation room on the evening of April 22nd and began telling the gory tale, Carice and Fotinos knew their long hunt was finally coming to an end. Harris provided the kind of details that only someone who had gone on the death rides could supply. But the detectives weren't done yet. They needed to keep Harris and his family safe from harm until they could negotiate a formal confession with him. Harris, his wife, and baby were checked into a Holiday Inn near the Hall of Justice. The next morning, a black Cadillac pulled up to the motel, and 5 well-groomed black men strode into the lobby asking for Anthony Harris. The black Muslims had found out Harris's whereabouts when his wife, lonely and distraught in police custody, phoned the wife of a minister at the Fillmore Mosque. Carice blocked the men's passage long enough to allow Fotinos, with gun drawn, to hustle Harris and his family down a fire stairwell. They escaped just as the Muslims came flying up the motel stairs. The Black Muslims didn't give up their search for Harris. They made the rounds of other San Francisco hotels and motels, politely asking desk clerks if a man fitting Harris's description had checked in. But the most brazen attempt to locate Harris came when a black officer approached Carisse in his office and asked about the witness's whereabouts on behalf of some friends of mine. "Are your friends Muslims?" Carisse asked the cop. "Yes, as a matter of fact," he replied, taken aback. Carisse bluntly informed the cop that he would report him to Chief Scott. Harris finally agreed to make a formal confession, but only if he could give it directly to Mayor Alioto. "He wants his promise of immunity to come straight from the horse's mouth," Harris's lawyer told Carisse. "He wants to meet with Mayor Alioto." The cops tracked down the mayor in Los Angeles, where he was campaigning for governor, and explained the urgency of the situation. Alioto flew home after midnight and rushed to his office at City Hall. It was here after 3 in the morning, in the morgue-like silence of the high-domed building, that Anthony Harris brought the angels of death crashing down. In the pre-dawn hours of May 1, 1974, an army of more than 100 law enforcement officers led by Carisse and Fotinos swept down on apartments on Fillmore Street and Grove Street, as well as the black self-help moving and storage company on Market, arresting 7 men named by Harris, including J.C. Simon, Manuel Moore, Larry Green, and Tom Manny. An 8th suspect, Jesse Lee Cooks, was already behind bars at Folsom. In the end, they went with a whimper. "Don't shoot, don't shoot," Simon pleaded, shivering with fear in his bed as Carisse and Fotinos burst through the door with their guns drawn. The Zebra arrests came at the final hour, as the poison was dangerously leaching. 2 nights before, an 18-year-old black student named Theodore Gooden was driving through the Broadway Tunnel in North Beach with his friend James Cook, an Army medic stationed at Letterman Hospital on the nearby Presidio base. Suddenly, a pickup raced up alongside Gooden's car. A long-haired white man leaned out the truck's passenger window, aimed a gun at Gooden and Cook, and fired 3 times before the truck roared away. Gooden was wounded in the hand. His friend crumpled onto the seat beside him, where he died. At a press conference following the arrests, Alioto fanned public fears when he announced that the 7 Zebra suspects were part of a nationwide black Muslim cult dedicated to the murder and mutilation of whites and dissident blacks, and insisted that unless law enforcement continued to crack down on the shadowy organization, there would be more bloodshed. Alioto said that the total Zebra victim count throughout the state might exceed 80, not the 23 officially listed in San Francisco, and suggested that the mysterious disappearance of numerous hitchhikers on California roads might be tied to the group that he identified as the Death Angels. The information about a wider Muslim conspiracy was fed to the mayor not only by Harris, but also by state investigators. There was a lurking suspicion in law enforcement circles that not all the Zebra conspirators had been rounded up. In the end, only Green, Simon, and Moore were positively identified by witnesses at the police lineup, and only they, in addition to the already incarcerated Cooks, stood trial for the Zebra mayhem. The other suspects, including former local gridiron hero Manny, went free. The SFPD continued to stake out the black self-help building. Many in the department believed that the 4 Zebra defendants must have had accomplices in the Muslim organization, since they had borrowed vehicles from Manny and carried out some of their goriest butchery in his moving company loft. Some frustrated cops even slashed tires on the company's trucks and torched one of the vehicles to provoke Manny and his employees into doing something rash. But the Zebra killings stopped after the arrests, and Earl Sanders was among those who came to believe that Harris had exaggerated the dimensions of the Zebra plot and even its official connection to the black Muslims. Still, it was the Nation of Islam that paid for the defense of all the Zebra suspects. As for Cooks, Harris's lawyer offered to give immunity in exchange for a complex testimony about his participation. Under prosecution's Let's plan, Harris had been following the minister's motives for almost 2 years. Harris waited for the best time to make immunity without angering himself. The minister's assessment had reportedly taken Alioto 4 months to finalize. Sanders was also involved in the negotiations, lobbying for immunity from one ally to the next. The Nation of Islam paid for Harris's defense, but only after they learned Harris' betrayal from them. Mosque officials cut him loose after he confessed to the murder of Francis Rosé, a violation of black Muslim code which forbade cooperating with white authorities. The other three defendants remained defiant throughout their trial, which took longer than a year, making it the longest courtroom drama in California at the time. Gus Carreras stationed himself at the prosecution table throughout the lengthy proceedings to make sure justice was done. Finally, on March 9, 1976, the jury found the defendants guilty of all counts. The death penalty had been suspended temporarily in California. All four zebra killers were sentenced to life in prison, where they remain today. After the zebra case was cracked, San Francisco enjoyed a respite from the carnage and terror that bedeviled the city in the early 70s. The city was buoyed by a new wave of progressive activism, young men and women of all races and sexual preferences who took their fever for change into the city's cultural and political mainstream instead of underground cells. One of the new leaders who rode this ebullient groundswell was named Art Agnos. In 1987, long after the horror of Zebra had faded, Agnos won an overwhelming victory in the San Francisco mayoral race, gathering 70% of the vote. In 1989, his leadership of the city would be severely tested when the Bay Area was slammed by the Loma Prieta earthquake, killing 63 people, setting the Marina district aflame, and leaving thousands homeless. Throughout the crisis, Mayor Agnos showed the same calm serenity and self-command he had displayed on that night when a stranger walked up to him and pumped 2 bullets into him at point-blank range. The Empress of Chinatown, like Willie Brown, her longtime political comrade, Rose Pack mastered San Francisco by walking it. Young Willie, a transplant from the sleepy East Texas Railroad junction of Mineola, strolled the streets of San Francisco all day long in the early 1950s after moving in with his flashy, high-rolling uncle, Itzy Collins, in the Fillmore. Uncle Itzy, who gave his nephew some pocket change every morning, advised him to talk to as many people as he could during his daily wanderings, a stiff challenge for a 17-year-old black kid from Texas, particularly in some less than hospitable neighborhoods. But it turned out to be good training for the man who became San Francisco's most successful African-American politician and the city's first black mayor. Rose Pack learned much about San Francisco politics from watching its master, Willie Brown, at work. Pack would turn herself into Chinatown's top power broker. In the process, she was able to protect her own community from suffering the same fate as the Fillmore district. Pack arrived in the city as a teenager in 1967 to study at the Catholic-run San Francisco College for Women. It was evening when she landed at the airport after a long flight from Hong Kong. She was alone and had no family or friends to greet her. But Pack was used to relying on herself. In 1951, when she was 3, her family fled China after the communist takeover, but only Rose, her younger sister, and her mother made it to Hong Kong. Her father, a wealthy businessman on the communists' blacklist, disappeared during their escape and was never seen again. At age 9, Pack was sent to a Portuguese Catholic boarding school for girls in Macau that was run by Italian nuns. There were only a few other Chinese students. She had to learn Portuguese as well as Italian and English. The nuns liked to make her stand in front of the class and read from Western classics, while the other girls roared with laughter at her accent. But Pack had a strong will. By the second year, she was running the school's boarding company. After Hong Kong's neon blaze and hustle and bustle, the streets of San Francisco seemed so quiet and dark to Pack. She was staying with a doctor in Pacific Heights, where she received room and board in return for being his wife's companion. When Pack looked out her window, she couldn't see one person on the street. But she was enchanted by the city's fairy tale beauty. The painted Lady Victorians looked like dollhouses to her. Chinatown had a special allure for Pack. It seemed like an old movie set, with its green pagoda buildings, strings of red lanterns, and ferocious lion statue guarding the entrance gate on Grant Avenue. But the neighborhood's quaint exterior masked a social tempest. Following the immigration reform law of 1965, which eased the long-time anti-Chinese quotas, a new wave of immigrants came flooding into San Francisco's Chinatown, West Coast capital of the Chinese diaspora. The neighborhood's dreary tenement buildings, welfare hotels, and public housing barracks were soon stuffed with families from Guangdong Province and other Asian regions that were the chief exporters of human capital to America. By the time Pack arrived in Gold Mountain in the late 60s, the disenchantment of Chinatown's youth was spilling into the streets. "Keep Grant Avenue narrow, dirty, and quaint for tourists," read a sign carried by a droll young protester at one Chinatown demonstration. "Preserve Chinatown's uniqueness, highest TB rates, most suicides, lowest wages," read another. The youthful rebellion in Chinatown mirrored the turmoil in the rest of the pulsating city. Like Willie Brown a decade earlier, Rose Pack trekked the hills and valleys of San Francisco, sampling all its strange and wondrous offerings. In college, she had to wear pumps and curtsy to the Reverend Mother. When she went downtown with her classmates, they had to wear white gloves. But in her free time, Pack was an intrepid explorer. In the height, she would follow hippies down the street and into their homes, as intrigued as a jungle anthropologist. They were warm and welcoming, but she was mortified by the jiggling braless girls, and she thought that the hippies' habit of sharing wet joints was grossly unsanitary. When she began to experiment with magical smoke, she used glass water pipes. In the Fillmore, Pack walked into churches and talked to worshipers. "I was interested in everything having to do with African Americans," she recalled. "I wanted to find out why they were rioting." One day, Pack, a lover of English poetry, particularly Keats and Shelley, saw a flyer announcing a women's poetry reading. She showed up at the address, which turned out to be a house in a mission. There were a dozen women gathered in the living room, in jeans and flannel shirts. The women told Pack they were there to make poetry that expressed their love. "If you're expressing love, why aren't there any men here?" Pack inquired innocently. "They looked at me like I was from Mars," she later recalled. "I had never heard the word gay before. Lesbianism? I had no clue." Rose was a crusader. She wanted to save the world. She was studying to be a journalist because she felt that would give her the best platform to speak to people. But she was a political operator at heart. Pack started out in city politics by volunteering for Dianne Feinstein's first campaign for the Board of Supervisors in 1969. Feinstein was an attractive young Pacific Heights housewife with strong political ambitions and, like Pack, the strict discipline of someone raised by nuns. In Feinstein's case, the sisters of the convent of the Sacred Heart House School. Pack, Feinstein, and the candidate's second husband, Dr. Bert Feinstein, a wealthy surgeon utterly devoted to his younger wife, drove all over town, climbing up ladders and nailing campaign posters to telephone poles. "Dianne never climbed up those ladders," remembered Pack. "She was the same person she is today, very proper, never swore. The madams taught us well. If she had gone to a cocktail party and a button had popped off her dress and it fell down to around her knees, she wouldn't have blinked an eye. She would simply reach down, pick it up, and pinned it perfectly in place." Pack took her growing political expertise back to Chinatown. She loved everything about the neighborhood: the strings of ducks in the store windows, the gambling joints in the back, the wheeling and dealing at the smoky Empress of China bar. It was a pushing, shoving throng of humanity, a steaming urban teapot filled with the type of people who had the moxie to uproot themselves and travel halfway around the globe so that their children could have better lives. Pack dedicated her life to giving the Chinese of San Francisco a voice in city affairs. As late as the 1970s, Chinatown was still an insular world. She knew that its immigrant population arrived with a heavy baggage of fears and inhibitions. "We come from countries where there are no free elections, so politics is a dirty word." It wasn't until 1977 that San Francisco elected an Asian American to the Board of Supervisors, and he could not manage to get re-elected. Rose Pack would become a one-woman Tammany Hall for her community, building political connections downtown, pulling strings, arranging favors, scratching for a place at San Francisco's table. She had the devotion of a nun. "It was a choice that I did not get married, that I did not have children," she said. "It would have taken time from the work I do." By rousing Chinatown, the sleeping dragon, Pack tapped into a new vein of human energy that helped revitalize the entire city. The Chinese, confined for years in a forbidden city surrounded by downtown skyscrapers, Nob Hill hotels, and North Beach Italian hostility, began to break out and redefine San Francisco. Pack was joined by a rising generation of young activists. Ed Lee, a Rhodes Scholarship finalist and UC Berkeley Law School graduate, could have joined his classmates who went to work for elite corporate law firms. Most of the Chinese kids he knew in professional schools were practical. They went for the money. But Lee was too angry and rebellious to go down that path. Growing up in Seattle, one of 6 kids in a household that spoke Toisanese and Cantonese, he always resented the way that his father was treated. Lee's father worked as a cook in a restaurant, and toiling alongside him as a dishwasher, he saw his dad get yelled at and insulted day after day. They treated him like a coolie. The older man had to take the abuse. The family came first. But the stress took its toll, and he died too young of a heart attack. Lee, who was 15 at the time, told himself that when he got into a position to do something about it, he would make sure that the Chinese didn't get pushed around like his father. While still in law school in the mid-1970s, Ed Lee went to work for the Asian Law Caucus and began to organize tenants in Pingyuan, a forbidding-looking public housing fortress that towered over Chinatown. The San Francisco Housing Authority officials who ran Pingyuan, which means tranquil garden, treated the immigrant families stuffed into its boxy rooms like caged chickens. It was just clucking to them when the tenants complained that they had gone without heat or hot water for months, that the elevators didn't run, the lights were out in the hallways, and their families were preyed upon by thugs and thieves. Lee and the other law crusaders told the tenants that they had the right to withhold rental payments until the building was brought up to code. But a rent strike at Pingyuan would never succeed, the activists were warned. Chinese immigrants were too quiet and submissive to put up a fight. Then, late one night in 1978, Julia Wong, a 17-year-old girl who worked as a seamstress in a Chinatown sweatshop, came home to Pingyuan after her long shift. As usual, the elevator was out, and Wong began climbing the dark stairwell to her apartment. On the 5th floor, somebody attacked Wong and then threw her screaming off the balcony onto the pavement below. Miraculously, she survived. But her attacker was persistent. He dragged her back upstairs and again hurled her to the ground, this time killing her. Julia Wong's hideous murder galvanized the Tranquil Garden's long-abused tenants. They told Ed Lee and his legal warriors that they were ready to fight back. Pingyuan's outraged residents unfurled a banner over an upper-floor balcony announcing a rent strike. Housing authority bureaucrats were stunned. Chinese residents were the most dependable renters in the city's public housing system. They always paid on time. When they started withholding their monthly payments, the housing authority immediately felt the financial pinch. After 6 months, housing officials caved, agreeing to make a long list of improvements at Pingyuan. The successful Chinatown rent strike was the beginning of Ed Lee's career. "You can go to law school to make money, or you can go to help the community," Lee said. "I fought landlord-tenant battles where I would face off against people I went to law school with. They were working for corporations trying to evict people, and I was trying to stop them. Landlords, many of whom were absentee and many were Chinese, hated my guts. They saw me coming and said, 'There's that communist Ed Lee.'" The housing battles of the 1970s were the crucible for an entire generation of new activists in San Francisco. The city was a finite peninsula of competing dreams and ambitions. Was it to become a Manhattan of the West, whose office towers and high-rise apartment buildings overshadowed everything else, or remain an affordable, human-scale city of light nestled into the hills and hollows? The land use war sparked a full-blown identity crisis for San Francisco, forcing the city to grapple with a range of social, economic, and aesthetic dilemmas. Tensions exploded in 1977 during a dramatic showdown over the International Hotel, a decrepit brick building squeezed between Chinatown and the financial district that was home to nearly 200 elderly Filipino and Chinese tenants. The residential hotel at the corner of Kearny and Jackson Streets became a symbol of resistance for a new generation of Asian activists, community organizers, and student radicals, including Ed Lee, when it was bought by developer Walter Shorenstein, who planned to raze it and build a parking lot. After Shorenstein was stymied by lawsuits and public opposition, he dumped the property, selling it to a mysterious Bangkok tycoon known as the Godfather. The tycoon's company announced plans to build a commercial tower on the iHotel site and finally succeeded in ramming an eviction order through the courts. Late one summer night, as the rest of the city slept, an army of helmeted riot cops, some on horseback, began marching on the iHotel. Some 3,000 protesters formed a human barricade around the building and sang "We Shall Overcome" as they were eerily lit up by the midnight sun of countless TV lights. "It was like the Roman legions coming after the Christians," one young Asian protester said later. "I could almost hear drumbeats. Their batons looked like swords drawn." The riot cops bulldozed their way through the crowd, scaled the hotel's fire escapes, and began smashing through the windows with sledgehammers. Once inside, they dragged the terrified old tenants out of their rooms and began trashing the building, breaking toilets into pieces and knocking down walls to make sure that the I Hotel would never again be inhabited. The demolition of the I Hotel was the last stand of old Manila town, once home to thousands of Filipino farm workers, pantry workers, houseboys, and sailors. Like the hotel's elderly tenants, most of whom never married because of anti-miscegenation laws and restrictive immigration policies. But the hotel residents' plucky fight and their rough treatment at the hands of police galvanized neighborhood activists throughout the city. Determined to clamp limits on the runaway corporate real estate machine that was plowing through the city during the Alioto era, fueled by powerful downtown business interests and labor unions, organizers put anti-high-rise initiatives on city ballots and campaigned for sympathetic local candidates. Nowhere was this battle more urgent than in Chinatown, where some 30,000 people, mostly Asian immigrants, were crammed into 24 square blocks, all in the growing shadow of a steadily encroaching financial district. Gordon Chin was one of the young Chinatown crusaders lit up by the I Hotel fireworks. Chinatown was his native ground, the richly storied turf that he would dedicate his life to protecting and revitalizing. Chin was born in Chinese Hospital in the heart of Chinatown. His parents waited tables by day, but at night they went out gambling, a Chinatown passion. When his mother was young, she and her friends would dress up and go out dancing at Forbidden City, the nightclub that featured leggy Chinese showgirls and singers who belted out Broadway show tunes. The club, which opened in 1938, also advertised its exotic Oriental dancers, nude performers who hid their female charms with nothing more than balloons and fans. Forbidden City attracted celebrities like Bob Hope, Duke Ellington, and Gene Kelly, the latter of whom cruised through the club searching for entertainers to cast in Flower Drum Song, the Rodgers and Hammerstein musical he was directing on Broadway. Behind the red door at 363 Sutter was a world that remained, well into the 1940s, truly forbidden, where white men and Asian women danced together on the ballroom floor, and sometimes, in defiance of race-mixing prohibitions, fell in love. Chin came of age in a different San Francisco, haunting the city's jazz and soul music clubs where he heard Miles Davis and Smokey Robinson perform. In his day, cool Chinese kids took their lead from black musicians and militants. At Merritt College in Oakland and later at San Francisco State College in the late 60s, Chin got caught up in the Black Power confrontations, listening to Huey Newton and Bobby Seale speak on campus and taking inspiration from their defiant swagger. But Chin and his friends were not into burning down the system, they wanted to pry it open. He interned in the San Francisco office of Congressman Phil Burton, the city's powerful Washington operator, watching rising young stars like Nancy Pelosi and Willie Brown glide past. Willie had charisma and style, Chin recalled. Everyone wanted to be like him. He was cool. If Miles Davis had gone into politics, he would have been Willie Brown. When the city was convulsed by the SLA and Zebra, Chin and his fellow activists just kept their heads down. We knew all that stuff was just a passing circus, he reflected. We were committed activists who were in it for the long haul. We weren't out to overthrow the American government or even City Hall, but we did want to force fundamental change in the system. The long march of San Francisco crusaders such as Rose Pak, Ed Lee, and Gordon Chin eventually paid off. Years later, they could look back and marvel at what they had accomplished. There, one evening in February 2011, ensconced at a window table at North Beach Restaurant, were the two political veterans whom the San Francisco Chronicle anointed as the city's reigning power couple, Willie Brown and Rose Pak. At ages 76 and 62 respectively, they might have simply been reminiscing about old times over their Italian dinners. Instead, they were feting San Francisco's new mayor, none other than Ed Lee, the man they craftily maneuvered into office after it was vacated a year early by Gavin Newsom, who won California's lieutenant governorship in 2010. Lee, the former public housing agitator, was now in charge of the city bureaucrats with whom he once clashed. Lee made history in November 2011 when he secured the office in the municipal election, becoming the first Asian American to be elected mayor in San Francisco. Meanwhile, Gordon Chin was finishing a long and successful career as the founding executive director of the Chinatown Community Development Center, a nonprofit organization that has built more than 2,000 affordable housing units in the neighborhood and rehabilitated many more. As he looked back over his accomplishments, Chin was proudest of the 16-floor residential hotel he built on the corner of Kearny and Jackson. The building's views of the Bay Bridge and downtown skyline were the kinds usually enjoyed by owners of luxury condos and lofts, but these hotel rooms were reserved for seniors on fixed incomes. Chin's organization built the hotel on a vacant lot, a hole in the ground that had remained an ugly scar in San Francisco for more than 2 decades. When the building opened in 2005, it was given the name of the old brick structure that once stood there, the International Hotel. But all this was decades in the future. Before San Francisco could congratulate itself on its inclusive civic climate, the city had to withstand other shockwaves. The biggest tremor shook San Francisco even more powerfully than the city's bulging Asian immigrant population. It was triggered by a cultural invasion as momentous as the hippie migration of the 60s. Ever since its earliest Barbary Coast days, San Francisco had, with varying degrees of hospitality, made room for its dandy men and masculine ladies. But the gay carnival that rolled into town in the 1970s was like nothing the city had ever seen, or any other city for that matter. Like the hippies, gays arrived in San Francisco from all corners of the country and planet, on the run from brutality, boredom, and the daily tyranny of clenched minds. Once they arrived, they had no intention of leaving. They promptly began giving San Francisco a makeover in their own image. It was the closest thing to a hometown they had ever experienced. The resulting identity war embroiled the city for years to come. There would be blood, rioting, and plague before San Francisco was finally liberated. San Francisco's satiricon. Joe Alioto was a complex man. A lover of poetry and the arts, he could rise to defend the authority-bedeviled Allen Ginsberg, as he did at the Spoleto Arts Festival in July 1967, when Italian police arrested the poet after local authorities read "Who Be Kind To," his paean to the orgy of our flesh. The Carabinieri questioned Ginsberg, never one to make a secret of his homoerotic appetites, about the exact nature of some of his orgiastic verse. Perhaps the following words got lost in translation. The explicit nature of the verse was discussed. Alioto, who was on the festival's board, introduced himself to the police as Ginsberg's one-a-year liar, certainly the lowest rate ever charged by the millionaire attorney, and quickly managed to spring the poet. As a poetry enthusiast, Alioto could champion the bard who wrote sexually explicit lines, but as mayor of San Francisco, Joe Alioto was no friend of gay individuals. In his official role, he was true to his traditional Italian upbringing when it came to policing the city's sexual frontiers. Playing to his Catholic base, Alioto oversaw one of the most severe crackdowns on gays in San Francisco history. Driven from bars by unrelenting police raids, gays were forced into city parks, but the cops pursued them there as well. By 1971, San Francisco police were busting an average of nearly 3,000 gay men a year on public sex charges. The same year, by contrast, New York City police made only about 60 such arrests. The SFPD was not as perversely clever as it was in the 1930s. When staking out one notorious Market Street theater, some undercover cops used a deceptive tactic before allowing gay cruisers to engage in intimate acts. The unsuspecting cruisers, their lips aflame with telltale red, would then be arrested as they exited through the lobby.
But police entrapment was still in widespread use under Alioto, and San Francisco courts could not be counted on for leniency. In 1971 alone, over 100 local men were sentenced to a stunning 15 years to life for the crime of engaging in certain intimate acts. "To tell you the truth, I don't think my father knew many gay men," said Alioto's daughter, Angela. "I think he was sheltered at the time. I was raised in a house where the word sex was never mentioned." Joe Alioto's police sweeps would be the last hurrah in San Francisco City Hall's century-old hot and cold war on homosexual freedom. By his second term, Alioto faced a mutiny in his own government when the Board of Supervisors voted in 1972 to prohibit city contractors from discriminating against homosexuals, a legal landmark in the long battle for gay rights. "Does this mean that contractors have to hire men who wear dresses?" asked a genuinely perplexed supervisor Dianne Feinstein when lesbian activist Del Martin first suggested the law. But within 5 years, Feinstein, responding to the city's shifting mores, was hosting a lesbian wedding in the backyard of her Pacific Heights mansion. As San Francisco's political climate became more welcoming, more and more gays flocked to the city. By 1976, the police chief estimated that more than 140,000 gays were living in San Francisco, more than 1 in 5 citizens, and nearly 100 homosexual settlers were arriving each week, figures widely considered to be conservative. Vince Calcagno was one of the young gay men who arrived in San Francisco that year. He had grown up in blue-collar Akron, Ohio, in an Italian Catholic family, and after graduating from college had found a John Waters-like bohemian niche for himself in Cleveland. Calcagno lived with his boyfriend Fred in a house owned by Paige Palmer, a local TV fitness queen with million-dollar gams who would demonstrate scissor kicks and jumping jacks in black fishnet stockings and pumps. Colorful personalities flowed through the house, including the young musicians who would later become the new wave group Devo. But by 1976, Calcagno felt that he had done Ohio, and he and Fred headed west. They arrived in February, rising up from underground on a BART escalator that deposited them at the downtown corner of Market and Montgomery. The temperature hovered around 70, and they were bathed in a soft winter light. Strolling down Market to the cable car turnaround at Powell Street, Calcagno spotted a phone booth and called his mother in Akron. "Mom, you lied," he told her. "The grass is greener." She burst into tears. "It sounds like you're never coming home." He never did. That first evening, Calcagno and Fred checked into a small hotel off Polk Street, picked up a gay tourist guide, and went looking for the Castro district. Riding on a bus near the corner of Market and Debus Streets, they knew that Oz was near when a stark naked man scampered merrily across the street, and the entire bus erupted into cheers. On Castro Street, the couple were surrounded by more gay men than they had ever seen in one place. Calcagno had a feminine halo of hair and big disco shades. But these men had a macho swagger, dressed in tight Pendleton wool plaid shirts and ass-hugging jeans or army fatigues and leather bomber jackets. "I just didn't know if I could do this," remembered Calcagno. "I grabbed onto Fred and thought, I'm probably going to lose my boyfriend here. The whole thing seems scary to me." He paused. "I got over that quick." San Francisco in the mid-1970s was a never-ending party for gay men. Calcagno went to work in a Castro store that made T-shirts and processed film, including gay customers' private pictures. He and his co-workers pored over the photos when they came back from the developer, wide-eyed at the infinite ways that men could find to connect intimately. One of the most popular T-shirts on sale in Castro shops showed Judy Garland from The Wizard of Oz and read, "Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore." It was a feeling that Calcagno had nearly every day. On their first Halloween in San Francisco, he and Fred put on sailor suits and dance shoes and tapped their way up and down Castro Street like Frank Sinatra and Gene Kelly in Anchors Aweigh. Halloween, the one night that San Francisco cops traditionally ceded to gays, allowing even the most dazzling creatures to flutter around town, was a high holiday in the Castro and up and down Polk Street. Their first Gay Freedom Day parade was even more unforgettable. Crisscrossing the city on foot and bus, they felt like they were part of a vibrant, uninhibited celebration. "There were people engaging in intimate acts on the Mooney trolleys," said Calcagno. "There were people engaging in intimate acts in broad daylight in the park," said Calcagno. "There were bands and music all over. It was 96 degrees and everyone was stripped down and sweaty." Gays were changing the face of San Francisco in countless ways. They bought ramshackle Victorians in the Castro from Irish-American families fleeing the homosexual invasion and turned them into postcard gems. They edged into drug and crime-infested neighborhoods in the Mission and the Debus Triangle and spruced them up too, opening cafes and flower shops and clothing stores. The food revolution that is still sweeping the nation, based on locally grown organic ingredients, seasonal cycles, and the age-old wisdom of the Mediterranean, was largely the creation of female and gay foodies in the Bay Area during the 1970s. Like Alice Waters and her dashing gay chef Jeremiah Tower, founders of Chez Panisse in Berkeley, this new culinary wave simply expected a more sensual experience than the local dining world provided. When I began cooking at Chez Panisse in the early 70s, recalled Tower, I'd go to the meat markets in Oakland and see all these boxes of frozen meat marked Ernie's and the names of other top San Francisco restaurants. It's hard to imagine, but you couldn't find fresh herbs, very few fresh vegetables. In California, I had to go to an Italian deli to buy good olive oil. It was the only place in the Bay Area that carried it. After we got things going, people began showing up at the back door of the restaurant with fresh mushrooms they had gathered, and it was here we go. In San Francisco, the first gay-owned restaurants in the 1970s were known for their floor shows more than their food. Hamburger Mary's, at the corner of Folsom and 12th Streets in the heart of the Leather District, was opened by a man nicknamed Trixie and his hippie friends. It was a truck-stop diner with a lively atmosphere, catering to the gays and gay-friendly who worked up powerful appetites on the dance floors and in the private areas of nearby clubs, like the Stud, Phoebe's, and the Eagle Tavern. The carb-heavy menu was known for its greasy burgers and pillowy omelets, but Trixie's hippie roots could be found in the mound of green sprouts atop his salads. The service, provided by distracted, bare-chested men, was chaotic, and the decor was loopy, with a giant ruby slipper doubling as a planter, rubber-nippled baby bottles serving as creamers, and anything-goes unisex bathrooms. But Hamburger Mary's was the perfect blend of 1960s and 1970s San Francisco, an only-in-SF mix of 9-grain wholesomeness and disco-mania. It was the Zuni Café that took San Francisco cuisine to a new level. The restaurant was opened in 1979 by Billy West, a boyishly charming sprite who learned about the joys of food while traveling the world as a Navy wife with his sailor boyfriend. Inspired by the Southwest themes popular at the time, West took over a Market Street storefront next to a cactus store, hand-plastered the walls to give it an adobe look, and began serving dishes inspired by cookbook author Diana Kennedy's Mexican sojourns.
Later, with the help of former Chez Panisse chef Judy Rogers, West began working French and Italian influences into the menu, all the while developing bonds with local farmers and ranchers and introducing diners to the new splendors of California cuisine. Succulent Tamales Bay oysters, grass-fed beef from the Neiman Shell Ranch in Bolinas, cheeses from organic Point Reyes dairy farms, arugula and escarole from Green Gulch Gardens that were sprinkled by the wet sea breezes off Muir Beach. These were the ingredients of the San Francisco food revolution that would challenge the rest of the country to eat local, fresh, and organic. Zuni quickly became the most popular watering hole for the new San Francisco, drawing a democratic clientele that included rakish gay men, Pacific Heights socialites, City Hall politicos, and struggling writers and artists with their last freelance checks in their pockets. It was Jeremiah Tower's favorite late-night escape, inspiring him to open his own legendary San Francisco restaurant, Stars, in 1984. "I once figured I spent over $300,000 eating and drinking in Zuni's," Tower said. "I'd nip over there, and if they didn't have a table, I'd just stand at the bar and have a glass of champagne and a sopressata sandwich. It had the best bar in town." The restaurant drew the town's luminaries and those just passing through. Robin Williams, Julia Child, Mick Jagger, Hunter Thompson, Philip Roth, Ted Kennedy. No one bothered them while they were eating. There were no celebrity photos on the walls. That was for the Fisherman's Wharf joints that served shrimp scampi. Not long after Zuni opened, Billy West, aware of his limitations as a manager, brought in Vince Calcagno to help him run the place. Billy was very smart, very cute, very fun, but like a lot of creative people, his head was in the clouds, said Calcagno. He was a hippie, but he ended up with a Maserati. He liked nice things. Calcagno, who had worked in a bank back in Ohio, proved to be a well-organized and disciplined manager. His skills were sorely tested in Zuni's early years, when he found waiters shooting up drugs and engaging in intimate acts in the bathroom. In those days, even managers always had a glass of wine going. You were never stopped from drinking. So it was hard to tell the waiters they couldn't get high. It felt hypocritical. There was a lust for life that spilled out everywhere in the city. Everyone was intimately involved with everyone, and everyone knew and no one cared, said Calcagno. All the boundaries were being broken. It seemed there was no end to it.
The gay carnival eroticized all San Francisco. Bars like the Stud began as dark, rough trade dens of iniquity, but somehow morphed into polymorphously perverse playgrounds for men and women of all sexual tribes. Gays went carousing at the Stud with their favorite close female companions who drew straight men into their flirtatious webs. A Freddie Mercury type shaking his body on the dance floor would suddenly be touched inappropriately from behind and couldn't be sure if it was the man or woman dancing next to him. Most bathhouses in the city were strictly gay cruising zones, but a few, like the co-ed Grand Central and Sutro baths, began catering to men and women who fantasized about public or anonymous intimacy. Gay men started the party in San Francisco in the 1970s, but everyone was soon invited. Inspired by the gay and feminist bravado of the period, a beloved party girl named Margot St. James brought commercial sex work out of the closet in San Francisco, founding a sex workers' liberation group in 1973 called Coyote, Call Off Your Old Tired Ethics. St. James had arrived in town in 1959, a wide-eyed farm girl from Bellingham, Washington, and soon became part of the North Beach beat scene. The parties in her upstairs apartment at the corner of Grant Avenue and Green Street, which she shared with a couple of commercial sex workers, drew the likes of Lenny Bruce and Ken Kesey, as well as bartenders, 49ers football players, and off-duty cops. The colorful parade of men was drawn by the charming young women and by the 14-foot marijuana plant that St. James kept in a backyard shed. Party girls like Margot St. James, with big hearts and outsized personalities, are clasped to San Francisco's bosom. Herb Caen thought San Francisco's Holly Goldlight made a merry sight, zooming around town in her sporty Triumph TR3 convertible, wearing an overturned salad bowl on her head for a helmet, and she popped up often in his column. St. James delighted lovers by styling her intimate area hair into a heart shape, years before actress Valerie Perrine, who played Honey Bruce in the 1974 movie Lenny, made headlines with her own intimate valentine. St. James knew everyone in town. While moonlighting as a secretary at a bail bondsman's office to pay off her own bond on a commercial sex work bust, St. James ate lunch across the street at the Hall of Justice. Her lunch companion was often a rising young attorney named Willie Brown. Willie took a lot of sex worker cases back then. We used to eat together in the cafeteria because he's black and I'm a commercial sex worker, and nobody would sit with us, so we sat together. One evening, at a party in her home in Woodsy Marin County, where she had moved in the early 70s, St. James accosted guest Richard Hungisto, the iconoclastic San Francisco sheriff. Hungisto, who was known as Big H by St. James's sex worker friends, was a favorite of every liberal group in San Francisco. St. James thought it was time for sex workers, still preyed upon by SFPD vice squad zealots and often abused by pimps, to stand up for their rights. She asked Sheriff Hungisto what it would take for a union of sex workers to win the respect of the feminist and gay rights groups that supported him. Hungisto told her that a sex worker with courage, a working woman from the hidden victim class, needed to speak out. That was the only way the issue would be heard. After mustering her courage, St. James decided that she would be the one. As the founder of Coyote, St. James fought for the rights of all those she described as sex workers, including sex workers, adult film actors, strippers, and massage parlor employees. She argued that women who sold their labor in the adult entertainment industry should be granted the same rights as those who worked as secretaries or nurses. Coyote offered legal advice and referrals to sex workers and lobbied City Hall to decriminalize commercial sex work. But St. James realized that the quickest way to San Francisco's heart was to create a spectacle. Coyote began promoting an annual Halloween sex workers' ball, a body gathering of men and women in debauched masquerade that grew more flagrant and more popular each year. By 1978, the erotic extravaganza was drawing more than 18,000 to the cavernous Cow Palace, home to epic roller derby duels and rodeos, and site of the 1964 presidential nomination of Republican Barry Goldwater. The night began with a roaring parade of tap dancers, cheerleaders, and a squadron of Harley-straddling women on bikes. Then the curtain parted, and out came the sex worker queen herself, Margot St. James, riding on an elephant and dressed like the scourge of the San Francisco adult entertainment industry, Supervisor Dianne Feinstein. Around midnight, George Carlin made a brief appearance on stage, but the comic quickly realized that the real entertainment was happening among the carousing masses down on the floor. After shouting a string of FCC-banned words into the microphone, he quickly made an exit. While Margot St. James was trying to revolutionize commercial sex work, two aspiring San Francisco adult film moguls, brothers Jim and Artie Mitchell, were striving to take adult movies out of the seedy, sticky floor early adult film era and inject them with a giddy, groovy sensibility that appealed to a new generation of men and women.
The Mitchell brothers, born and raised in the Okie culture of the Sacramento Delta, escaped the drudgery of the local paper and chemical mills the same way that their card-sharp father had, by learning to hustle. They proved to be shrewd carny barkers, opening an adult theater in the early 70s in an old Pontiac showroom on the edge of the Tenderloin and screening their own film productions. Mitchell Brothers movies developed a reputation for their slicker production values and their quirky, self-mocking attitude, giving them a cool buzz among the counterculture crowd. They hired hippies and college girls instead of sex workers to star in their films, and the women actually seemed to be enjoying themselves, not just laboring over their partner's visible arousal. In 1972, the brothers released their underground masterpiece, Behind the Green Door, which, along with Deep Throat, took adult films into the American mainstream. Green Door is a hazy, druggy erotic fantasy, the extended, intense dream of an innocent young woman named Gloria who gives herself over to her deepest desires. Blindfolded and carried off to a secret world, Gloria is first caressed by a troupe of robed women, then encountered intimately by a beautiful black figure, and finally engaged with by a group of horned satyrs in trapeze swings. As Gloria experienced intense pleasure, she is publicly displayed before an unconventional melange of masked sybarites who, driven mad by the uninhibited spectacle, engaged in various intimate interactions, fulfilling their desires. The film, suffused with the wild erotic imagination of 1970s San Francisco, set a variety of adult film precedents that later became standard adult film elements, such as interracial and bisexual intimate interactions. The Mitchell brothers scored a casting coup by convincing a 19-year-old blonde, all-American-looking actress model named Marilyn Briggs to take the part of Gloria. Briggs, the daughter of a Madison Avenue advertising executive, had never acted in an adult film before. But after shrewdly negotiating a percentage of the profits, she agreed to star in the film under the name Marilyn Chambers. In a huge stroke of luck for the filmmakers, the manufacturers of Ivory Snow detergent released a newly designed box of soap flakes just as Behind the Green Door premiered. Pictured on the box was a sweet-faced Marilyn Briggs, who had done the photo shoot months before her reincarnation as an adult film star, cuddling a cherubic baby. The story of the pure-as-ivory snow adult film queen exploded around the world, helping Behind the Green Door set adult film box office records. The movie, which cost $60,000 to make, eventually earned $50 million, an estimate that is probably low because of all the bootleg copies that circulated. The Mitchell success as mainstream adult filmmakers and their bold way of flaunting it, such as staging a Hollywood-style premiere of Behind the Green Door at their O'Farrell Theater, inevitably aroused the ire of prudish city officials like Feinstein and the Irish Catholics who ran the police department. It didn't help win friends downtown when the brothers released Reckless Claudia, which featured a scene in which the passionate heroine shared an intimate moment with a priest in a confessional, reaching a peak of sensation. The police routinely raided the O'Farrell Theater, busting one or both brothers. During one raid, a vice cop ordered the lights turned up in the theater and proceeded to scold the unfortunate patrons like a red-faced Irish priest. "You gentlemen should be ashamed, ashamed," he fumed as he stalked up and down the center aisle. "It's a beautiful day outside, and you pasty-faced perverts are in here engaging in inappropriate behavior. Don't you care about your health?" But unlike old-school adult content peddlers, who deflected police aggression by crawling off to the city's shadows and greasing the right palms at the Hall of Justice, the Mitchell brothers fought back. With the help of their attorney, Michael Kennedy, another brawling San Francisco barrister in the Holland and Mold, the brothers played hardball, filing injunctions and lawsuits and demonstrating once again that the best defense is a good offense. They also courted local reporters, politicians, and hipsters like Robert Crumb and Hunter Thompson.
The upstairs room at the O'Farrell, with its massive pool table, dancers, and congenial flow of drugs and booze, became a popular boys' club for an emerging crop of San Francisco players. The most potent factor in the Mitchell brothers' defense, however, was the changing nature of the local adult film market. Contrary to the fulminating cop, not all of the theater's customers were pasty-faced perverts. Many were couples on adventurous dates, in search of some extra precoital stimulation. When police officials threatened to yank the Mitchell's theater permit, a healthy cross-section of the local bourgeois showed up at the public hearing to protest, including an architect who urged the police commission to grant the permit because San Franciscans needed a nice, clean place to enjoy their adult movies. There was a new San Francisco being born, like a chrysalis in the crumbling shell of the old city. And no one captured the feeling of this butterfly world better than a young gay writer named Armistead Maupin. Like many of San Francisco's homosexual refugees, Maupin had a deeply ironic American backstory. Raised in a wealthy, conservative family in Raleigh, North Carolina that was one step removed from the Confederacy, he interned at the radio station owned by the rising tribune of white Southern reaction, Jesse Helms. The future senator was a hero figure to the young Maupin. Later, Maupin joined the Navy, serving a tour of duty in Vietnam as an aide to legendary Admiral Elmo Zumwalt. His duties consisted primarily of escorting senators and congressmen on 30-minute PR tours of the war. Maupin, desperate for a combat action ribbon to impress his flag-waving father, was glad when his base finally came under a rocket attack, which immediately qualified him for the commendation. After leaving the Navy, Maupin was recruited by the Nixon White House to return to Vietnam and build houses for disabled Vietnamese sailors, a publicity stunt meant to counter the political threat posed by a young naval lieutenant from Massachusetts named John Kerry and the unpatriotic Vietnam veterans against the war. Maupin, looking like a photogenic young Republican with his helmet of longish blonde hair and wearing a dark blazer and tie, was ushered into the White House to shake hands with the president. Nixon was trying desperately to seem like a real guy in front of us GIs, recalled Maupin, and he did so by saying, "Aren't those Vietnamese girls cute with their little pouty eyes and hair flowing behind them like butterfly wings?" It was creepy on a level that I cannot convey to you, and he's trying this out on a closet homosexual. In 1971, when he moved to San Francisco as a 27-year-old Associated Press reporter, Maupin was still a Southern Republican and gentleman racist. He expected to be shunned by the city's liberal social world. At a party in Seacliff, the city's wind-blown balcony, in a mansion later owned by Robin Williams, Maupin was introduced as a Navy veteran just back from Vietnam. There were no anti-war lectures. Instead, a man looked at Maupin, wrapped his arms around him, and said, "I'm so glad you're alive. Welcome home." The man was certifiably straight, said Maupin, and I came from a place where straight men didn't hug each other. They never spit on me here. It took 3 more years of living in San Francisco's warm embrace before Maupin finally mustered the courage to come out. After downing 3 Mai Tais, he decided to announce his sexuality to a friend named Jan Fox, showing up at her apartment as she was bathing her babies. When Maupin told her that he had something urgent to tell her, the worried Fox immediately came out of the bathroom. I made this big weeping confession, and Jan knelt in front of me, took my hand, and said, "Big, really deal." That was a big discovery for me. I had landed in a place where the heterosexuals were more comfortable with homosexuality than I was. Bottled up his entire life, Maupin suddenly was free to express himself. Encouraged by the Chronicle's crusty but literary Charles McCabe during one of the columnist's ritualistic rounds of heavy drinking at the Washington Square Bar Grill, Maupin quit AP and began freelancing, eventually creating a new column about Bay Area manners and mores for the weekly Pacific Sun. McCabe became a fan. At a party, McCabe confronted Chronicle owner Charles Theriot, telling him that most of his columnists were headed for the retirement pastures at Laguna Honda. The Chronicle desperately needed new talent, growled McCabe, like this kid Armistead Maupin. McCabe was homophobic, but if he liked you individually, he'd overlook that you were gay, like a parent would, Maupin said. The San Francisco Chronicle launched Armistead Maupin's Tales of the City on May 24, 1976.
The daily serial gave birth to a cast of make-believe characters who summarized 70s San Francisco, including Marianne Singleton, a 25-year-old transplant from Cleveland, and her gay sidekick, Michael Tolliver, Maupin's alter ego. After moving into a Russian Hill apartment building at mythical 28 Barbary Lane, Singleton falls into a magical world where single gals don't just drink tab and heat up Stuffers TV dinners at night. They explore the city with their gay pals, going to jockey shorts dance contests at the End Up and sunning themselves at Devil's Slide, the clothing-optional gay beach south of the city. Maupin San Francisco was part Balzac's Paris, part Lewis Carroll's Wonderland, and part Federico Fellini's Satyricon. Society dames slummed it with Chinese delivery boys and Samoan mechanics while their husbands spent time in the bathhouses. Party girls swallowed lewds and snorted happy dust and praised Jesus with the drag queens at the Reverend Willie Sesam's Holy Rock-and-Rolling Glib Church, read Cecil Williams' Glide Church. Meanwhile, up above in the sky over Telegraph Hill, a raucous squadron of electric green wild parrots went jetting through the wisps of fog on their way to the eucalyptus trees that shaded Julius Castle, the fairy tale-looking restaurant that clung to one side of the hill. The part about the feral parrots was real. Maupin lovingly colored his series with real-life local flora and fauna, like Edsel Ford Fong, the abusive warlord-turned-waiter who presided over Samoas in Chinatown, or the boys in their tight Pendletons circling the floor in predatory delight on gay night at the roller skate rink as the organ merrily played, "I Enjoy Being a Girl." For all the kinky and fantastical twists and turns in Tales of the City, Maupin San Francisco was essentially a warm-hearted hometown where people like Marianne and Michael could get over their Christmas-time blues when everyone else was huddled with their families by donning their gay apparel and creating their own families. That's how Maupin saw the city. It had a small-town vibe with cosmopolitan attitudes. He couldn't imagine any other city in the world coaxing the newspaper serial out of him day after day. San Francisco was a waking dream, thought Maupin, a place that was as much about people's self-invention as it was about the misty, movie-set scenery. It did not take long for Tales of the City to become a San Francisco institution, as avidly read at the exclusive Bohemian Club on Nob Hill as it was in Café Flora in the gay Dubas Triangle. San Francisco Magazine declared that the city was embracing Maupin's serial with a passion hitherto reserved for the coquettes. Nurses at a private San Francisco healthcare agency became such big fans, reading each episode out loud over their brown bag lunches, that they named their modest medical library after Maupin. But the serial almost did not survive its rocky takeoff. Chronicle publisher Charles Theriot went bug-eyed when he began reading Tales, with its Samoan-loving socialites and its drag queen nuns zipping through town on speed skates. "People don't act like this," thundered Theriot, who apparently led a sheltered life for a lifelong San Franciscan. Gordon Pates, the paper's punctilious, mild-mannered managing editor, grew concerned about the proliferation of gay characters in the serial. He instituted a new rule, telling Maupin that homosexuals must never number more than 1/3 of the cast in Tales of the City. Pates kept a chart labeled heterosexual or homosexual in his office, adding each new character that Maupin introduced. "I spent 2 weeks trying to find a way to queer this, so to speak," Maupin recalled. "I wrote an episode in which Franny Halcyon, the Hillsborough matron, has an affair with her Great Dane. This was done very tastefully and subtly, of course. I suppose an affair would be an inaccurate way to put it. She had passed out drunk in the rose garden and woke up to find the dog nearby, but didn't want to complain because she knew the dog didn't mean it. After I wrote this episode, I came into Gordon's office and told him the dog had to go in the heterosexual column. That was the end of Patty's quota system. With his impeccable Southern manners, twinkly-eyed charm, and cavalry officer good looks, Maupin routinely outmaneuvered his Chronicle editors, who, in the post-Scott Newhall era, were not known for their dazzle. Constantly fretting that Tales of the City would offend subscribers in the sleepy Sunset District, the paper's overseers were poised to pull the plug on the serial. But its fan base was too very big and loyal. "They stuck with me," Maupin said, "because the readers stuck with me." Armistead Maupin not only chronicled the new San Francisco, but also helped dream it to life. Fans of the serial started feeling like they were living out their own true-life Tales of the City. Vince Calcagna, like Marianne Singleton, recently arrived from Cleveland, was far from alone when he had his Marianne moments as he navigated his way through his new city. The serial became a daily touchstone for the new San Francisco. As a neighbor told Marianne in one episode, "Nobody's from here. Everybody in San Francisco was making it up as he or she went along." And reading Tales of the City each morning told the city's newcomers they were no stranger than the next person, and San Francisco accepted them, even loved them, for who they were. By the time Tales of the City debuted, everything seemed in flux in San Francisco, including the political establishment. Looking back long afterward at his tumultuous 8 years in office, Joe Alioto said that his main task had been to manage the revolution that went roaring through the city. He was like the captain of a storm-tossed ship, presiding over a dining table whose glassware, wine carafes, and cutlery were constantly on the brink of being dashed to the floor. If Alioto tried to keep a rein on the turbulence, his successor rode the revolution into office, and he, George Moscone, would become a victim of its violent backlash. Civic War. George Moscone, running hard to succeed Joe Alioto in San Francisco's 1975 mayoral race, swept into the hippie commune on Ashbury Street with a couple of young aides hustling beside him. Sue Byerman, the godmother of Haight-Ashbury neighborhood activism, had set up the meeting for the mayoral candidate. Byerman became a big fan of Moscone in 1964 after he cast the deciding vote on the Board of Supervisors against a freeway extension that would have bulldozed the Golden Gate Panhandle.
An old-fashioned populist from a long line of Nebraska radicals and anti-slavery Republicans, Bierman midwived a new generation of San Francisco crusaders with her battles against downtown fat cats and developers' wrecking balls. Among her young protégés was Calvin Welch, one of the hate community agitators whom Bierman had persuaded to meet with Moscone. But despite Bierman's embrace of Moscone, Welch and his fellow commune members were skeptical of the mayoral candidate. Moscone was, after all, a career politician, a breed that hate activists had come to disdain. Welch and his housemates decided that in order to win their support, Moscone would have to pass the ultimate Haight-Ashbury test. Moscone and his hippie hosts were seated around a massive communal table. As they began to discuss neighborhood issues, one of Welch's comrades fired up a pillow-sized reefer. "We were going to pass it around the table and see if that person takes a hit or not," recalled Welch. As the smoldering joint came around to George Miller, Moscone's young aide and a future California congressman, the protective Miller tried to pass it over his boss to an aide on the other side of Moscone. "Wait a minute," the candidate exclaimed, deftly intercepting the contraband. Moscone grabs the joint and takes a huge, really hit, Welch laughed. The whole room burst into applause. The candidate passed the test. The hate was in his column. George Moscone ran as the candidate of change in 1975. If Alioto was the embodiment of establishment power, Moscone presented himself as the people's champion. It's time to take the decisions out of the secret rooms in the Fairmont, out of the secret rooms in Hillsborough and the secret rooms in Marin County, and give them back to the people of San Francisco, he roared at one tumultuous campaign rally. In some ways, Moscone and the outgoing mayor were strikingly similar. Both San Francisco natives were products of Italian families and Catholic schools. Both men were avid readers of literature and philosophy and could quote the Gospels and papal encyclicals in debates, although Moscone leaned more towards Saul Bellow and Bernard Malamud than to Dante. Both had a taste for good wine and food and an eye for women. But Moscone was more a man of the streets than Alioto. He was raised by a single mother in the Cow Hollow Polk Gulch area, a colorfully scruffy neighborhood he later described as Runyon-esque. His father was a movie star handsome drunk who careened from job to job as a garbage man, milk delivery man, and San Quentin prison guard. When George was 9, Lee Moscone defied her Catholic upbringing and kicked out her roguish husband for good, going to work as a secretary at a car dealership and machine shop, and finally at the Department of Motor Vehicles to support the two of them. Lee Moscone's travails as a working mother made her son a lifelong battler for the underdog. When I hear people today talking about single parents, women's rights, and tenants' rights, my mother did it all, he said years later. I mean, she got chased out of one apartment house after another because she had a son. They always do it subtly by raising the rent. She worked all day and then on weekends as a clerk in a liquor store so I could have a good education. She just made every sacrifice in the world for me. Young George learned about San Francisco by playing basketball in the city's parks. His talent on the court allowed him to cross turf lines and play with Irish, Black, Chinese, and Latino kids. He was a high school basketball star at St. Ignatius, making the all-city team. Moscone worked his way through high school and college, taking jobs as a sports director at the parks. He helped pay his tuition at UC Hastings College of the Law in San Francisco by working as a school janitor alongside his friend and fellow law student Willie Brown, who dubbed the two of them the Broom Brothers. While in law school, Moscone began dating Eugenia Bondanza, the sister of an elementary school classmate. Gina was small and delicately built, with big eyes that dominated her fine-boned features. Like Moscone, she was raised by a single mother, after her father died of cancer when she was 11. While she was growing up, Gina planned on becoming a nun. But as soon as she started dating George, they both knew that they would marry. Later, after 2 decades of marriage, Gina Moscone was asked if she had any regrets. Just one, she said. She wished that George had never gone into politics. A private woman, she resented the constant public demands on her husband, but she knew it was his calling. Moscone was handsome and charming. Smoothly comfortable in his own skin, he had a gift for putting people at ease. He was the most charismatic guy I've ever met, said Welch. Guys loved him. Women loved him. I got to know people who went to school with him at SI when he was all city. I remember this one guy telling me 14-year-old boys dreamed of intimacy, but George experienced it, and we all knew it. He was our god. John Burton, his best friend since high school, opened the door to politics for Moscone when he introduced him to his older brother Phil, the city's congressional power broker. Moscone became a rising star in the Burton machine, along with Willie Brown. The machine was powered by Phil's bare-knuckled ambition. But it was more about scoring victories for Burton's liberal constituencies, labor, minorities, gays, and environmentalists, than it was about delivering patronage and graft. The Burton machine was based on ideology and public service, said Art Agnos, who belonged to the rival Leo McCarthy machine but still admired the Burton operation's significant accomplishments. It was all about making a difference in people's lives. Moscone soon made it clear that his political career was rooted in deeply held progressive values. In 1965, not long after winning his first election to the Board of Supervisors, he announced that he was going to Mississippi with a task force of lawyers to help blacks register to vote, a mission that took physical courage in those days of bloody civil rights struggle. "If you've got to die, it's better than dying on a freeway," Moscone declared. The following year, he was elected to the California State Senate, where his Democratic colleagues made the popular legislator their majority leader. Moscone proved himself a master vote-getter, shepherd of progressive legislation, and worthy opponent of Governor Reagan, a man he loathed. While serving in Sacramento, Moscone helped create California's school lunch program. Later, with the help of Willie Brown, then the powerful Democratic whip in the state assembly, he pushed through bills that decriminalized the possession of modest amounts of marijuana and, to the everlasting gratitude of San Francisco's gay population, intimacy between consenting adults. Unafraid of taking controversial stands, Moscone fought to overturn the state death penalty. "I'd rather lose the very election than twist my views to fit popular opinion," he once said. In the spring of 1967, Moscone invited Don Perry, a teenager interested in the workings of government, to watch him in action on the Senate floor in Sacramento. The Senate was hotly debating a bill to legalize abortion in California, and Perry, a fellow Catholic, was shocked to see Moscone stand up and argue for its passage. Later, Moscone came over to the teenager and said quietly, "You and I know it's wrong, but that doesn't mean we can tell other people what to do." When Moscone announced his campaign for mayor in December 1974, he made clear that his goal was to redistribute power in the city, from downtown suites to the neighborhoods, where families were struggling to hang on against developers and real estate speculators. He also vowed to expand the democratization process that Aliotta had begun at City Hall, bringing gays, women, and more minorities into the halls of power once firmly controlled by the city's old Irish-Italian network. Moscone's populist race was helped greatly by a new city law that clamped tight limits on mayoral campaign spending. In the previous mayoral race, Aliotta had spent more than $600,000 to get re-elected. But now, each candidate was limited to $128,000, a level playing field that made it possible for Moscone to run without big corporate money and to cap individual donations at $100. The Examiner declared Moscone the poorest candidate in the crowded field, reporting that his only assets were his family home and a modest piece of rental property in suburban Antioch valued at $10,000. But in the People's election of 1975, that was no drawback. Dianne Feinstein, running in the center as a good government candidate, was originally considered Moscone's toughest opponent because of her high political profile and the strong support she attracted from downtown business interests. But the new campaign law rendered her wealthy backers' deep pockets irrelevant. Instead, Supervisor John Barbagallotta, a West Portal realtor and gadfly critic of government spending, emerged on the right as Moscone's top adversary, knocking Feinstein out of the race in the November election and forcing a December runoff with his fellow Italian. Barbagallotta was the voice of Old San Francisco, a conservative Catholic who was baffled and enraged by the new social currents flowing through his city. The father of 8 was so devout he remarked that if the Pope asked me to push a peanut with my nose down the middle of the street, I'd do it. He entered city politics in the 1960s to fight the spread of moral contamination in his city, and as supervisor he succeeded in banning bottomless dancing in North Beach clubs and in covering Carol Dawdis blinking neon nipples on the marquee of the legendary strippers Condor Club. In the 1970s, Barbagallotta took aim at the rising gay peril. The Gay Freedom Day parade, spilling out of the Castro and down Market Street in all its shameless exhibitionism, filled him with revulsion on behalf of his city. And when the Board of Supervisors proposed that city contractors open their hiring to gay job seekers, Barbagallotta fumed that City Hall had no right to force companies to hire perverts. Alarmed by the prospect of 4 more years of anti-homosexual fervor at City Hall, gay activists rallied around Moscone, the man who had legalized certain private adult acts in California. Harvey Milk, a rising political star in the Castro, urged gay voters to block Barbagallotta. "I think he wants to be a priest and not a mayor," said Milk. The Moscone campaign was buoyed by strong support from gay, labor, and civil rights groups, as well as neighborhood organizations fighting the Manhattanization of San Francisco's skyline. But Moscone underestimated the lingering power of Barbagallotta's traditional San Francisco. The surprisingly tight runoff campaign divided the city down the middle, with the older, white districts west of Twin Peaks, along with the upscale Marina and Pacific Heights, firmly aligned with Barbagallotta, and the poorer, non-white, and newcomer neighborhoods such as Bayview Hunters Point, the Fillmore, the Castro, and Haight-Ashbury heavily supporting Moscone. The race was as much a culture war as it was a class war. Barbagallotta's campaign was fueled by a different kind of populist rage. It was a revolt of San Francisco's middle-class homeowners and taxpayers, the city's financial bedrock. These families felt ripped off by the city's powerful unions and the labor-friendly Burton machine, and John Barbagallotta was the voice of their resentment. San Francisco needed a businessman mayor to make sure that people get their money's worth, he told voters, and a good half of the electorate agreed. With his blunt, no-nonsense manner and his lean, sharp-featured, bespectacled good looks, Barbagallotta resembled a trustworthy family accountant, the kind of man who could balance the city's checkbook. Election night on December 11th was an excruciating ordeal for George Moscone, who was stunned that a conservative realtor had taken him to the brink of defeat. It rattled his sense of San Francisco, a city whose heart he thought he knew intimately. As the evening dragged on, Moscone's early lead eroded steadily until the candidates were neck and neck. Phil Burton, the master vote counter, was monitoring the election results for Moscone in a boiler room at City Hall, and the updates he phoned in were filled with grim portents. As the candidate and his circle of family, friends, and campaign aides huddled in his 7th-floor suite at the unglamorous San Franciscan Hotel on Market Street, he chain-smoked Viceroys, drank cognac, and stared at the TV while his mother rubbed the back of his neck. Moscone was finally declared the victor late that night, squeaking by Barbagallotta with a wafer-thin margin of 4,443 votes. His hotel suite erupted with cheers. "It's just like Kennedy," one aide enthused, summoning up JFK's buy-a-nose finish over Nixon in the 1960 presidential election. By then, the mayor-elect was wrung out.
Minutes later, Moscone stood at the ballroom podium in front of his raucous supporters, his shirt drenched with sweat, wiping tears from his eyes. Cori Bush, Moscone's young press aide, had been at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles the night in June 1968 when Bobby Kennedy celebrated his final victory in his race for president. After Bobby was assassinated that night, Bush thought he would never work on another campaign. But Moscone breathed new life into the dispirited young politico. He represented everything that was good about politics, said Bush. Now, surveying the smoky, crowded ballroom at the San Francisco, Bush marveled at the wide variety of urban energy packed into the room. Some reporter later said it was the greatest cross-section of San Franciscans ever assembled under one roof in the history of the city, he reminisced. I was 26 years old, and I couldn't believe that we were actually going to be able to shape a major American city and make the changes we wanted to make. Willie Brown had been in the political trenches much longer than Bush, but he too had a bedazzled, pinch-me look on his face that night. "Can you imagine George Moscone in City Hall?" he kept saying out loud. "It's a whole new world." At the victory podium, Moscone made a point of calling out to his gay supporters, who had delivered a critical block of voters in the close election. San Francisco, he proclaimed to loud cheers, is liberated territory, a haven that allows with pleasure gay people walking the streets of the city with freedom from harassment. But Moscone's state-of-the-art field operation could not have succeeded without two organizations that were beginning to make a major impact on San Francisco. The two institutions that were most helpful in getting George elected were the Delancey Street Foundation and the People's Temple, said Richard Sklar, who became the city's infrastructure's indispensable fix-it man under Moscone. They each put hundreds of bodies on the streets during the campaign. Both organizations served society's rejects, and both were run by charismatic misfits. Delancey Street, a self-help community of addicts and ex-convicts, was founded by John Maher, a Bronx grade school dropout and ex-junkie with a Tammany Hall gift for street politics. The People's Temple, a renegade church that ministered to a flock of mostly black lost souls, was run by a more mysterious man, the Reverend Jim Jones. John Maher and George Moscone had a genuine affection for each other, based on their shared values and spirited love of politics. In the end, Maher and his partner Mimi Silbert helped resurrect thousands of lives and enrich the city's soul.
The only person Maher irreparably harmed was himself when he fell back into addiction and could not pull himself back to shore. Moscone's relationship with Jim Jones was a much different story. What began as a political marriage of convenience ended in unspeakable horror. Even in the midst of all the jubilation that election night in December, a sad note played somewhere in Moscone's heart. A physically affectionate father, Moscone clasped the face of his 14-year-old son Christopher in his hands and made the boy look directly at him, the way he always did when he had something important to say to his kids. "Promise me one thing," Moscone said, peering into Christopher's eyes. "I'm thinking, anything, just let me go," remembered Christopher Moscone years later. "Promise me you'll never go into politics," Moscone told his son on the night of his greatest political triumph. It wasn't until he was older that Christopher fully understood. Because for people like his father, politics demands everything. Because you're all in. And it eventually killed him. Herb Caen called Moscone's populist victory a bloodless civil war. Dick Nolan, the Examiner's political columnist, wrote that a bell tolls for Tories, declaring the election a turning point between the old ins and the newly awakened neighborhood outs. Moscone, caught up in the excitement of the moment, announced that he had a sweeping ambition for San Francisco, to make it a beacon of tolerance and enlightenment to the world. "I will only be satisfied," he said, "if in 4, hopefully 8 years, I can not only change the face of San Francisco, but change the soul of San Francisco, and, with its extraordinary international authority, a catalyst for conversion for the rest of the country, if not the world." At his inauguration in the City Hall Rotunda, a ceremony stripped of the pomp and circumstance of Aliato's ascension, Moscone dedicated his administration to serving the public instead of private interests. "My door will be open, and, more importantly, I will be inside," he said, a line that electrified the audience but was greeted grim-faced by the outgoing mayor, who was known for his backdoor deals and his jaunts around the state and country in search of higher office. As if to underline the upstairs-downstairs transition, Aliato stripped the mayor's office of the Louis XIV treaty table and high-backed chair, the gold candelabrums, and other decorative finery that he had installed, leaving Moscone to scavenge for old furniture from the City Hall basement. A new era of small is beautiful government was dawning in California, with conservative tax revolts like Proposition 13 placing strict curbs on government spending and a rising generation of Democratic leaders led by recently elected Governor Jerry Brown trying to balance social needs with fiscal realities. Moscone immediately signaled that his administration, like Brown's, would be lean and mean. At 46, the tanned, trim 6'1" mayor projected an energetic image. He dispensed with Aliato's official limousine and chauffeur and zipped around town in his aging maroon Alfa Romeo, waving to startled citizens at stoplights. Sometimes he imposed on staff members, many of them young and long-haired, to drive him to civic events in their even more battered cars. The young aides prized their time with their affable, quick-witted boss. But sometimes they prayed that it wasn't him calling when their home phones rang on Sundays. It was not unusual for me to get a call from George on Sunday to play some basketball on the courts at 19th and Vicente, Bush recalled. Even if I didn't want to, hey, he was the boss. He'd show up down there in a t-shirt and shorts, and we'd start playing a pickup game with some guys. He was a competitive guy, so he's backing into guys and playing hard. He was in his 40s, definitely the oldest guy there, but that didn't stop him. One day this young guy looks at him and says, "Man, you play some rough ball. And hey, you look a lot like our mayor." George says, "I am." Moscone always carried around a little bit of that street thing, said Bush, even as mayor. Aides had to stop him from getting into fistfights in restaurants when drunken customers' taunting grew too personal. Before his election, Moscone got into a brawl at a party when someone called Willie Brown a nigger. On another occasion, Moscone and his police bodyguard Jim Molinari were having drinks late one night in a North Beach restaurant when two yahoos from Los Angeles began heckling the mayor, berating him for coddling gays and accusing him of being gay himself. The mayor jumped up and, moving toward the two men, prepared to explain San Francisco values to them. "Sit down, Mayor," Molinari barked, with visions of ugly headlines looming before him. The cop calmed the situation by telling the two men, "Keep your mouths shut or you're going to jail." Moscone recognized that he was operating in a new era of Spartan political life, but he lacked Jerry Brown's monastic temperament. A San Francisco sensualist, he gloried in the bounties of his city, roaming the town nearly every night, seldom with his wife, who hid at home from the clatter of social functions, and often in the company of Willie Brown, who played Sammy Davis Jr. to his Frank Sinatra in their version of the Rat Pack. Moscone loved jazz, he loved scotch, he loved North Beach restaurants. There was no more satisfying meal in life, he said, than Dungeness crab with a mayonnaise mustard dip, a plate of fettuccine, and a good bottle of chilled wine. He couldn't quit his cigarettes, and he couldn't give up the black women. And although he never managed to save any money from his public salaries, he always found a way to dress elegantly, drinking scotch in the dressing rooms at Wilkes-Bashford while the exclusive clothier displayed his hand-sewn Italian wares. Every day of his mayorship, George told me, "Man, you gotta be mayor. This is like being king." And we really had a ball, recalled Willie Brown, who was a rising power in Sacramento during Moscone's City Hall tenure, but still found time to enjoy the San Francisco nightlife with his friend. He loved everything about this city. He was indigenous. He was the city. While Moscone immediately took to the job he called the greatest in the world, running the city he loved, his administration was embattled from the very start. John Barbagelida proved a bitter loser, charging voter fraud after his narrow defeat and sending 150 of his supporters marching into the voter registrar's office to inspect ballots. Barbagelida demanded a recount, and a stormy air hung over the city as the tedious process unfolded. The recount awarded Barbagelida only 73 more votes, not enough to bring him victory. But even after Moscone was sworn in as mayor, his resentful opponent refused to give up. Barbagelida thought that Moscone was delivering San Francisco to a horde of barbarians, outsiders who did not share the city's traditional values. And his feverish suspicions focused on the heavily poor and black congregation of People's Temple, which was shifting its base from rural Redwood Valley to San Francisco at the time of the election.
Barbagalita was convinced that the sketchy church had stolen the election for Moscone by bussing in non-residents and driving them from precinct to vote. As People's Temple cast a long shadow over San Francisco, it became clear that Barbagalita had good reason to be suspicious. The administration found itself ensnared in a culture war that pitted it against not only relentless political foes like Barbagalita, but also the old boy power structure of the San Francisco Police Department. The SFPD grudge against Moscone was personal. "George and I grew up with a lot of guys who became cops," recalled John Burton, and later on they'd say, "Gosh, like, you two guys are nigger lovers," or "You two guys are fags." They were kind of old-fashioned.
The force was full of cops who thought Moscone was a traitor, that he'd sold out their city to the freaks and fairies who were driving out families like their own. San Francisco's new mayor made it as clear as a blazing siren light that he was going to shake up the police department when he hired Charles Gaine as his police chief. The soft-spoken Texan, who called himself a sociological cop, was known as one of the most liberal law enforcement officials in the country. As chief of Oakland's historically redneck police force, he eased the city's explosive racial tensions by reaching out to the black community. Later, he served as a deputy to innovative, gay-friendly San Francisco Sheriff Richard Hongisto, who was more interested in rehabilitating his prisoners than breaking them. Gaine wasted no time in challenging the SFPD's Rosary and Billy Club culture. He outraged veteran cops by taking down the big American flag in the chief's office, explaining that it was an overly zealous display of patriotism, and replacing the flag with a potted plant. He banned drinking on the job, a long-time tradition on the force that reinforced its brawling Irish image. He announced his support for District Attorney Joseph Freitas Jr.'s hands-off policy on streetwalkers, effectively decriminalizing prostitution in the city, a policy that had been lobbied for by the chief's ally Margot St. James. Gaine also encouraged gay cops on the force to come out, insisting that such honesty will help everyone. And he ordered the SFPD's black and white patrol cars to be repainted powder blue, a move that he thought would soften the department's authoritarian image. The police force reeled under Gaine's social experimentation. Cops muttered that their new leader was a flaming queen. They called him Gloria Gaine behind his back. They took their complaints to the Examiner, long known as the cops' newspaper. "It's disgusting," one anonymous officer told the paper. "First, Gaine called us alcoholics, and now he's calling us fruits," said another. Gaine refused to ease up, even after senior police officials began resigning in protest. "I don't look for controversy," he said, "but change has to come." As word spread that San Francisco was a wide-open town, hookers began flooding downtown streets. Hoteliers and convention bureau officials lobbied for a police crackdown, an ironic turn of events, since it was a wide-open secret that San Francisco's tourism business was boosted greatly by the local sex trade. But the new wave of prostitutes was apparently not up to the local convention industry's standards. "If she is black, or if she is garishly dressed, she is more likely to be stopped than if she is elegantly dressed," explained a local prostitute rights activist who worked with Margot St. James. Moscone finally caved to the downtown business pressure and ordered Gaine to reverse his tolerant policy on prostitution. But for the most part, the mayor stood squarely by his beleaguered police chief. This became particularly difficult in the fall of 1977, when Gaine became embroiled in another only-in-San Francisco tempest. On the evening of October 28, Chief Gaine, caught up in the festive spirit of the themed ball, showed up at the lively event, which drew 10,000 people that year to the Civic Auditorium. To compound his sin, Gaine, who had the long, somber face and plastered-down hair of a country undertaker, was photographed at the ball by the Examiner, wedged between a madly grinning St. James and a woman identified only as Wonder Woman, who displayed a prop instead of a laser gun on her belt. As the police commission later determined, Chief Gaine had admirably maintained officer-like conduct throughout the evening. But this was of little consolation to the Barbagalita crowd, which saw it as one more sign that its city was descending into moral decay. Quentin Kopp, a curmudgeonly lawyer following in Barbagalita's footsteps on the Board of Supervisors, demanded that Moscone fire Gaine. "The police chief's appearance at the themed ball," Supervisor Kopp huffed, "was too much even for a tolerant city like San Francisco.
What a spectacle for the children of San Francisco, their police chief reveling with self-professed participants and their associates. But Moscone shrugged off the sound in fury. Gaines' track record as a crime fighter is a far better barometer of the chief's performance, he said, than a photograph at a social event. Moscone further antagonized the police force by pushing hard for an out-of-court settlement of the long, bitter civil rights lawsuit against the department. And in February 1978, the mayor again riled SFPD by ordering a halt to its racial profiling practices. Stopping and frisking people because they are black in a white neighborhood is simply not going to be tolerated, he announced, calling such police state tactics unconstitutional. Moscone's order followed an ugly incident in the Richmond district when police pulled over a successful realtor named Paul Singh after apparently deciding that a Chinese American had no right to drive a Mercedes sports coupe. Singh was frisked twice with a gun pointed to his head before the cops finally let him go. The snarling about Moscone grew louder in police stations. Cops passed around eyebrow-raising stories about him. Not only was the mayor soft on crime, they said, but he himself was an outlaw. They talked about weed, cocaine, and certain individuals. The stories went back a long time, and they had popped up during the campaign. On the eve of his inauguration, Moscone had sat down with a Chronicle reporter, telling him that he was finally ready to talk about my personal weaknesses. But all he was willing to reveal was that he had sampled pot before introducing the state bill to decriminalize it, because I wanted to be an authority to some extent. An explanation undoubtedly greeted with hilarity by anyone who knew Moscone's deep knowledge of cannabis. As mayor, he pledged scotch and soda would be good enough for me. Moscone swerved sharply in the interview to avoid any discussion of his extramarital life. But the Chronicle helpfully reminded readers in a sidebar about an unhappy incident in Moscone's past when he collided with another car in the parking lot outside a Chinese restaurant in San Francisco called Frank Fat's. Police reported that Moscone smelled like a bar and was accompanied by a young black woman whom the politician had kindly agreed to drive home. The restaurateurs and bartenders who presided over the city's nightlife knew that Moscone kept the party going as mayor, often sharing the fun with Willie Brown. The two of them were seen with a black woman late at night at some restaurant in North Beach, said Ed Moose, the legendary proprietor of the Washington Square Bar and Grill, the most popular watering hole in the city for the political and literary crowds. That whole gang of people, when they got together, they felt pretty hip. John Burton was part of that gang too. They were all using marijuana and cocaine. Herb Cain snickered that Moscone meant big fly in Italian, making it all a matter of scandalous fun rather than career-ending tragedy. Moscone knew his city well enough to tell one press conference that rumors about his personal life won't rattle San Francisco's teacups. As he reminded the Chronicle reporter, all of us were all so terribly human. He was not the only good Catholic in town with a Madonna at home and other relationships. In the end, most San Franciscans with an opinion on the subject thought that the mayor's personal life was between him and his family. George and Gina had worked out some kind of church and state separation. The family was holy ground, and Moscone was utterly devoted to his 4 children, showing up for their games and performances, spoiling his 2 daughters and straightening out his 2 sons.
The 2 boys, Christopher and Jonathan, never forgot the morning ritual when their father came into their room before school and brushed their unruly hair, breathing hard through his nose as he flattened the every which way sprouts. Once Archbishop Joe McGuckin was called in to help the Moscone marriage through an especially stressful period. But the couple managed the rough strife of marriage largely on their own, behind closed doors. What George did outside the home was his business, but Gina was adamant that it never interfere with the family. Saying that everything about him is public is something I can't buy, she said in one of her rare interviews, not when the family is involved. Moscone came to feel he was invisible in his late-night activities through the city, and he largely was. Exposing and shaming was just not part of San Francisco's culture, even as city politics grew more bitterly partisan. But there was one group that kept a close eye on the mayor, the city's cops, centurions of the embattled moral order. They watched the mayor at play, and they filed it all away for the right time. Moscone's antics made some of them sick, like Vice Cop Joe Ryan. "He's so high and mighty," sneered Ryan, "and he's pulling these capers and getting away with it." Some cops had urged Barbagellotta to use Moscone's personal indiscretions against him during the campaign, but he refused out of concern for Moscone's family. Barbagellotta grew to despise Moscone, but the men's families went way back together. Barbagellotta's brother attended St. Ignatius with Moscone. One of Moscone's daughters dated one of Barbagellotta's sons. Barbagellotta was old school, and he believed you don't do certain things to another man's family, no matter how passionate the feud. "My dad knew everything about George Moscone, his private activities, the drugs," said son Paul Barbagellotta, who today runs the family realty business. "And he was told to bring it out, but he didn't. He was just being a stand-up guy for Gina's sake." In his mind, George was dirty, but he would never say that in public. While he steered clear of Moscone's personal life, John Barbagellotta remained a constant political thorn in the mayor's side, using his platform on the Board of Supervisors to bottle up Moscone's initiatives and frustrate his efforts to guide the city in a new direction. Moscone was worn down by the raw grind of city politics, which struck him as much pettier than the legislative give and take in Sacramento. He had guys like Kopp and Barbagellotta who every morning couldn't wait to figure out how to set the next bonfire, said Bush. "They harassed us on everything we did." In the spring of 1977, Barbagellotta's protracted guerrilla war on the Moscone administration escalated into a bold frontal assault. Moscone's implacable foe succeeded in putting an initiative on the local ballot that would force the mayor, the DA, and the sheriff, San Francisco's liberal triumvirate, to run for office all over again in November, 2 years before their terms expired. It was a deft saber thrust on the part of Barbagellotta, who had never accepted his defeat. The campaign to fight Barbagellotta's Proposition B, however, had an electrifying effect on the listless Moscone administration. The humiliating prospect of a recall brought the mayor to life. "Nobody cut short my term," an infuriated Moscone told his staff, finally showing the sharp-elbowed drive he'd learned on the city's basketball courts. Moscone's activist base rallied to his side, and he stockpiled a 150,000 campaign war chest with the help of Democratic millionaires like developer Walter Shorenstein and Levi Strauss Co. board chairman Walter Haas Jr. The solicitation of downtown support was a surprising move for the populist Moscone. But when downtown power brokers tried to extract a quid pro quo for their financial support, Moscone refused them. One day during the Proposition B campaign, Moscone was summoned to lunch in the Bank of America's downtown Black Tower to meet with Chief Executive A.W. Tom Clausen. Moscone brought along his young, bearded, long-haired aide Josh Gatlin, who was outfitted in a rumpled sport coat and clashing tie that could only have dismayed the stylish mayor. The two were ushered into the private dining room on the top floor of the bank's headquarters, where, over drinks, Clausen and his men quickly got to the point. They knew that Moscone was on the ropes. If the bankers came to his rescue, could they count on him to block rent control in the city? It was a battle that the San Francisco business community had made a top priority. "I could never promise you that," said Moscone, who never forgot how his mother had been treated by landlords. "There are a lot of people who have to be heard from. They're the people who rent homes and work in this city." It was the kind of stand that made young aides like Gatlin fall all over again for their boss. On August 2, 1977, Moscone rolled to a crushing victory, beating Proposition B by a 2-to-1 margin. It was a huge turning point in his mayoral reign. He finally cast off the shadow that had been hanging over his administration ever since his squeaky victory over Barbagellotta in 1975. "I think George took that close election in '75 personally," said John Burton. "It came as a real shock to him." But now he had swamped his nemesis. Moscone celebrated that night by taking his family out to dine on roast duck at elegant fleur-de-lis, the first time he had eaten with them since the frantic recall battle started 3 months earlier. The 1977 election was a major turning point for San Francisco in another key way. Voters approved a new way of electing supervisors, by district instead of citywide. District elections for supervisors, long a dream of neighborhood activists, brought in a new, more grassroots board in November, since candidates did not have to raise as much money as they did when they had to campaign throughout the city. The most dynamic player on the new board was the Castro District's new representative, Harvey Milk. Milk, a glad-handing New York Jewish force of nature, had turned his funky Castro Street camera store into the boiling eye of the city's gay hurricane. Until the 1977 election, Milk had lost so many campaigns for office that he joked he was the gay Harold Stassen, the sad sack Republican who couldn't stop himself from running for president every 4 years. But district elections, which allowed Milk to wave his rainbow flag high, finally opened the door for him to City Hall. He won office by beating a rival gay candidate, an establishment-backed goody-goody named Rick Stokes, and none other than Terry K. O'Halloran. Hallinan, whose father, Vince, had instilled in his son's enlightened views about homosexuality, found himself utterly charmed by his ebullient opponent. Harvey wasn't easy to run against because there wasn't much we didn't agree on, recalled Hallinan. As the campaign went on, we ended up becoming friends. Michael Stepanyanin, who served as Hallinan's campaign manager, also wound up falling for Milk. Early in the campaign, Terry and I decided we'd better check out this guy Harvey, recalled Stepanyanin. So we go to this event where he and Stokes are giving speeches. Stokes is gay, but a very straight guy. He gets up and says, "I'm very concerned about Harvey Milk. One time I was outside his camera shop and a man and woman walked by with their child and Harvey used a profane word." Then Stokes says, "I don't want to be referred to as the gay candidate for supervisor. I want to be known as the candidate who happens to be gay." Polite clapping ensues. Then Harvey gets up. "Really, gosh, I'm gay." The place went wild with screaming. I looked over at Terry and said, "How the hell are we gonna beat this guy?" I loved Harvey from the start, just loved him. Moscone, who had his political ups and downs with Milk in the past, also ended up embracing the new supervisor. The mayor and Milk, who saw his gay rights crusade as part of a much broader progressive agenda, formed a powerful duo. With Milk shaking up the board of supervisors and taking on Moscone enemies like Quentin Kopp, the mayor seemed newly energized. In April 1978, Moscone signed a landmark gay rights law that had been pushed through the board by Milk. The two beaming men were pictured in the next day's newspapers shaking hands at the signing ceremony. As Moscone settled into his new groove as mayor, he began winning over some staunch critics. Examiner columnist Kevin Starr sat down with Moscone at a restaurant for a 3-hour interview and made the extraordinary gesture of apologizing to the mayor for being too hard on him. Moscone, in an expansive mood after a round of vodka on the rocks and Chardonnay with dinner, gave his most heartfelt defense of the changes he was bringing to City Hall. "Believe me, I'm no leftish ideologue," he told Starr. "Like you, I was raised in the Catholic school system in this city. From both the gospel and papal encyclicals on social and economic justice, weren't we both taught that people who were bitterly anti-black or anti-Chicano or anti-poor were jerks, just plain jerks? I never could stand racism or indifference to poverty. That doesn't make me a lefty ideologue, it makes me an ordinary American. When I first tried to break into politics in this city," he continued, "it was the dispossessed who welcomed me. They were getting short shrift from a lot of the fat cats in office. I'm not going to abandon the poor now that it has suddenly become fashionable to sound hard-line and ultra-realistic about social goals. That would make a farce of my previous beliefs. Sure, I brought new sorts of people into city government, blacks, Asians, Chicanos, gays. But look around you. I brought them into government because they constitute a significant portion of the people who are now here, committed to making San Francisco a decent, viable place. What would you have a mayor to do? Suppress the new San Francisco to satisfy the old?" It was a remarkable expression of Moscone's core values, and it could have served as an eloquent basis for his re-election campaign. As Moscone neared the last year of his term, it seemed like the political momentum had shifted his way. But the forces unleashed by the Moscone and Milk Revolution were waiting to devour them. Inside man, David Rubin Ashort, scrappy investigator with the kind of commanding beak that looked like he enjoyed sticking it in people's business, leaned back in his chair in the district attorney's office, nursing a cup of jailhouse java. Rubin listened with growing intensity as a middle-aged couple named Al and Jeannie Mills unraveled a jaw-dropping story about their lives in Jim Jones's peculiar church. The Millses were the kind of homespun, American Gothic-looking people you wouldn't glance at twice on the streets. But if 10% of what they were saying was true, Rubin figured, this case was going to rock the city, and the tremors would radiate far and wide. Rubin had been recruited by Joe Freitas after he took over the DA's office in the 1975 Liberal electoral sweep. Like Moscone, Freitas was a Kennedy-esque Catholic politician with wavy-haired, Mediterranean good looks. Raised in a Portuguese family in the Central Valley, Freitas had served in all the stations of the Liberal Cross, including the National Urban League and Common Cause, before running for San Francisco DA at the age of 36. Brimming with youthful self-confidence and political ambition, the new district attorney created a special prosecutions unit, filling it with young red hots, as Rubin described himself and his gung-ho colleagues. Freitas promised his mod squad a free hand in going after city corruption. He told us there were no holds barred. Dirty cops, dirty politicians, payoffs, recalled Rubin. Joe said, "I don't care who it is, you go after them." Freitas recruited crusading lawyers and investigators from all over the country for his new unit. Rubin and his crew came in with guns blazing, targeting the deep corruption in the San Francisco police force, including payoffs to cops by the skin trade moguls in North Beach. But Rubin soon found that the San Francisco justice establishment was more impregnable than he had imagined. Coming from Chicago, where he had broken in as an investigator for the state attorney's office, pursuing corruption in Mayor Richard Daley's permanent regime, Rubin thought he had seen it all. But the San Francisco cop culture proved an even tougher nut to crack. "I thought that coming from Chicago, I knew old boys networks," he said, "but this was really something out here. It's a true old boys network. All the cops and prosecutors know each other. They're all friends and family. They all went to the same parochial schools. And here we all come into the DA's office. We were all in our 20s, and we're all uncompromising. I mean, I took on the Daily machine. We didn't care. We were going to investigate everybody." Well, it turns out that you don't do that in San Francisco, not unless you have the inside support. And I'm Jewish, from Chicago, so I was more outside than you can ever imagine. By the time that Al and Jeannie Mills walked into his small office at the Hall of Justice in early 1977, Rubin and his team were beginning to feel demoralized. They had won some minor victories in their campaign against police corruption, but they were feeling increasingly isolated, not just within the Hall of Justice, where police inspectors feared and hated them, but within the DA's office itself, which was bitterly divided over Freitas's progressive reign. But the People's Temple investigation could make up for all the frustrations, Rubin realized. It was the kind of case that could make an investigator's career. The Millses, who defected from the People's Temple in 1976, told Rubin and his team that Jim Jones was a violent, drug-crazed despot. They accused him of ordering the murders of disaffected members and subjecting others to savage beatings, including their 16-year-old daughter, who was whipped so severely, according to Al, her posterior was severely injured. The couple, who had changed their names from Elmer and Deanna Myrtle to evade temple enforcers, told the investigators that Jones forced members to turn over their property and possessions to the church and confiscated their welfare and social security checks. They said Jones had also built his organization into a potent political machine, manipulating elections and politicians and working his way into the inner circles of power in San Francisco. Rubin and his colleagues immediately recognized how explosive the Millses' charges were. At the time, Jim Jones was an acknowledged civic leader, recalled Rubin. I mean, he was the second coming in this city, bringing together black and white, rich and poor. He had presidents and governors and congressmen kissing his ring. And Joe Freitas was one of those people. Rubin and the chief of the Special Prosecutions Unit, a former U.S. prosecutor named Bob Graham, girded their loins and walked into their boss's office to present the accusations against the People's Temple. As Rubin and Graham itemized the charges to Freitas and his number 2 man, Danny Weinstein, the room grew tense. "We lay it all out, and you could have heard a pin drop," Rubin said. And then Joe looks at us and says, "What? Are you guys nuts?" Freitas heatedly pointed out to his special prosecutions team that people walked into the DA's office all the time with wild charges and personal grudges. "You guys can't just buy this stuff," Freitas admonished them. Rubin and Graham were incensed. The hard-charging, windmill-tilting DA who had hired them and told them they had carte blanche was now suggesting that they back off what could be the hottest case they'd ever worked. They immediately knew what was going down. They'd read the newspapers and knew all about the furious allegations from the Barbagelata camp that Jim Jones and his zombie flock had stolen the election for Moscone and had worked hard for Freitas, too. We were pissed, Rubin recalled later. It was too dynamic for us not to dig into. All the names mentioned, Willie Brown, Dianne Feinstein, George Moscone, the whole gang was in there, I'm sure. And, of course, it was obvious to us, we're not idiots, Joe was in the middle of the thing. He knew that if we started doing this thing, his career might be affected. Freitas was too politically savvy to simply shut down the People's Temple investigation. He knew that his angry investigators' suspicions could wind up in the press. So he gave his special team just enough leash to quietly look into the Millses' accusations. And to make sure that Rubin and Graham did not dig too deeply, Freitas appointed a young deputy named Tim Stone as his liaison on the case. Rubin did not know much about Stone. The deputy DA, who wore horn-rimmed glasses and three-piece suits, was a straight-laced loner. He was a nerdy kind of guy, Rubin recalled. Very bright, well-spoken. We thought he was one of us, a reformer. But we joked about it because he seemed too idealistic. He really wasn't friendly with anybody, just did his own thing. As Rubin and his team dug deeper into the Millses' hair-raising stories about the People's Temple, the allegations were checking out. Interviewing other defectors and anxious relatives of Temple members, the investigators soon learned how fearful these people were of reprisals from Jones's security guards, all of whom, Rubin discovered, had long rap sheets. Rubin promised his witnesses that he would protect their anonymity. But when he and his colleagues casually referred to their partner on the case, Deputy District Attorney Tim Stone, the witnesses looked stunned. "Tim Stone?" said one defector to Rubin with panic in his eyes. "He's Jim Jones's top legal advisor." A chill ran up Rubin's spine when he heard this. Afterward, he and Bob Graham stumbled in a daze over to a cop bar across the street from the Hall of Justice to compare notes. What was going on? The question hung over them like a noose as they hunched over their drinks. So now we're figuring, is Stone a plant? Does Freitas know who he is? Or did this guy just weasel his way in? Does this all go back to Jones? Even before this, we didn't know who to trust in the office. But now we're really paranoid because we don't know who's calling the shots. The two investigators marched into Freitas' office to confront their boss. "We blew up," recalled Rubin. "We said, what's going on here? Are we being made patsies in this whole thing?" Freitas acted surprised. He said, "Are you guys sure?" and this and that, like he didn't know anything about Stone. But the investigators realized that Stone was far too cozy with their boss for him not to have known. Joe Freitas would later tell the press he had no idea that Tim Stone was Jones' right-hand man when he hired him, that he had simply plucked his resume out of the slush pile. But in truth, the People's Temple, which had contributed money and campaigned for Freitas, engineered Stone's insertion into the DA's office as a political reward for its efforts. And in a brazen move to cover up the voter fraud committed by the Temple during the 1975 election, Freitas put the Temple's lawyer in charge of the investigation. In doing so, he ensured that San Francisco would never find out who'd really won the mayoral election. Stone brought in People's Temple clerical volunteers to help with his politically sensitive probe. The Foxes had free run of the henhouse, and they left only feathers. 3 years later, after the name Jim Jones had gone down in infamy, state and federal investigators finally began looking into the shady election. When they asked for all the rosters showing who voted, the city's deputy registrar of voters went searching for the records in 3 locked vaults where they were kept. All the records were missing. After they found out about Stone, Rubin and Graham began taking their files home at night, no longer sure that they could protect the confidentiality of their People's Temple witnesses, some of whom feared for their lives. The investigators' suspicions were well-founded. Stone, it turned out, was literally a sleeper in the DA's office. He often spent the night there, though he had a residence on Page Street, giving him free access to the office's most sensitive documents for almost a year. Stone and his wife, Grace, whom he had brought into the temple, enjoyed a free romp through the place after hours, one source reported. Freitas later shrugged off his deputy's after-hours routine. He was a hard worker, the DA explained, and after toiling late into the night, he often needed to avail himself of his office couch. Freitas accommodated Stone in other ways as well. When citizen complaints about temple criminality came into the office, Freitas made sure that Jones' lieutenant was brought into the loop. Hannibal Williams, a charismatic Fillmore leader who fought a brave but losing battle against the raising of his neighborhood, was one of the few black pastors who dared to criticize Jones' operation. When Williams was threatened by People's Temple thugs, he went to the DA, only to be turned over to Tim Stone. If Tim Stone confounded his colleagues in the DA's office, he was also a mystery to some members of Jones's inner circle. A deeply religious Republican attorney with political ambitions when he discovered People's Temple, Stone soon became a true believer and a man so trusted by Jones that the temple leader delegated much of the organization's legal and financial affairs to him and his wife. Despite Stone's Middle American upbringing and early anti-communism, he declared himself a disciple of Jones's oddball socialism. "Tim Stone was so close to my dad. I think he was Dad's real true friend," said Jim Jones Jr., the cult leader's adopted son. Nonetheless, Jones, easily threatened by accomplished men like the Stanford-educated lawyer, put Stone through the same bizarre loyalty tests and sexual humiliations to which he subjected other temple members. Jones toyed perversely with the Stones' marriage, wheedling Tim into having affairs with other women in the church and then planting doubts in Grace about her husband's loyalty and sexual orientation. Jones, whose sexual appetites were imperial, establishing rapacious dominion over men and women alike, was of the eccentric opinion that he was the only true heterosexual male in the temple. All the other men around him secretly harbored lusts for their fellow man, Jones insisted, and he was in the habit of offering to relieve various fellows of their illicit desires by engaging in intimate acts. Jones once finagled Stone into going out shopping for a bra and panties, and then used the female frillies to convince Grace that her husband was a closet drag queen. The preacher also tried to get Tim to confess in front of a church assembly that he was gay, but the button-down lawyer refused. Other times, Stone seemed recklessly willing to prostrate himself before his master's will. In February 1972, after Grace gave birth to a baby boy named John Stone, Tim agreed to sign a document stating, "I entreated my beloved pastor, James W. Jones, to sire a child by my wife. I was unable after extensive attempts to sire one myself. My reason for requesting James W. Jones to do this is that I wanted my child to be fathered, if not by me, by the most compassionate, honest, and courageous human being the world contains." This wanton act of self-abasement would come back to haunt the Stones. Despite the many mortifications of serving Jim Jones, Tim Stone remained zealously steadfast. One member of the temple's inner circle was amazed to see the lawyer go along with some of Jones's most violent fantasies without objection.
Jim started turning crazier by the day in San Francisco, said the temple insider. I knew he was going over the edge when he ordered a woman named Maria Katsas to start taking flying lessons. He wanted her to learn how to fly so they could fill a plane with temple members and then crash it in an act of revolutionary suicide, as he called it. Maria went to flight school, but she hated it. Stone knew about Maria's flight training. He was in the room when it was discussed. It was talked about a number of times. On another occasion, Stone told a temple insider to get a gun in case Jones was harmed by outside enemies and the organization needed to strike back. The lawyer also talked about putting plutonium in the Washington, D.C. water supply. One of Stone's ideas, according to the insider, apparently surprised even Jones. He ordered a couple of us to set up a bomb factory in San Francisco. I went to Jim and told him. He said he knew nothing about it, and he told me not to do anything. The insider came to believe that Stone was an agent provocateur. Later, after Jones began shifting his operation to Guyana, other members of the temple's leadership circle, including Jones himself, also concluded that Stone was a government agent. While rummaging through Stone's briefcase in Guyana, Jones's lieutenants found a newspaper clipping about his arrest in East Berlin when he was an overseas college student, as well as a diary from this period full of strong anti-communist sentiments. They also discovered a second passport.
In the febrile and suspicious atmosphere of the People's Temple, this seemed to prove that Stone had some sort of intelligence background. While Stone was working in the San Francisco District Attorney's office, however, he did nothing to inflame Jones' paranoia. As far as Dave Rubin could tell, he was a Temple loyalist, Jim Jones's man inside the Hall of Justice. "I didn't talk to Stone after we found out about him," said Rubin. "I probably wanted to shoot him. We may have even tailed him at some point." Stone always denied he was aware of the People's Temple voter fraud and its cover-up, despite the key positions he held within the church and the San Francisco DA's office. "Jim Jones kept a lot of things from me," he later told the New York Times. Years after the People's Temple saga, Stone went full circle, returning to the North California coast region where he had joined Jones's church and resuming his career as a respected prosecutor and Republican Party politician in Humboldt and Mendocino counties. Stone declined to comment for this book on his years with Jones. Jim Jones proved a master at politically wiring San Francisco in the mid-70s. Planting Stone in the DA's office was just one of his successful maneuvers. Considering the criminal underside of his operation, it was also one of the most useful. Sun reporter-publisher Dr. Carlton Goodlett, one of the pillars of the black community to be seduced by Jones, marveled at his allies' manipulation of the civic power structure. "You always got a man pretty close to a law enforcement agency in a town, don't you?" Goodlett once observed. "You're very perceptive," chuckled Jones. Later, after Jonestown became an international symbol of mass lunacy, it was widely assumed to be one more outgrowth of San Francisco. But, in fact, Jim Jones was a God-fearing product of the American heartland. Slouching toward San Francisco. Jim Jones was raised by a mother whose dreams were too big for the Indiana farm town where they lived. "Don't be nothin' like your dad," Lynetta Jones drummed into her boy, while Big Jim rocked forlornly in his armchair, his lungs so badly scarred by mustard gas in the First World War that he couldn't wheeze his way through a full day's work. The boy developed a messianic complex at an early age, killing a cat so he could try raising it from the dead. One day he marched into the drowsy, God-fearing town wearing a makeshift white robe to confront the sinners in the pool hall, including his own sad, hard-drinking father. "You're all going to hell," the boy preacher proclaimed sternly. Jones became a rising young Pentecostal preacher in Indianapolis, building a mixed-race congregation, a daring move in 1950s Middle America, and starting a rainbow family of his own with his wife Marceline. Soon after Marceline gave birth to their first son, Stephen, the couple adopted a girl from a Korean orphanage and an African-American infant whom Jim anointed with his own name, only the beginning of what would become a multiracial brood. A cloud of menace hung over Jones's racially advanced church. The preacher and his wife received late-night crank phone calls, and a dead cat was thrown at their house. Someone painted a swastika on the church door, and Jones once found glass in his Sunday potluck dinner. But some members of the church wondered if the hostile acts were staged by Jones himself. In July 1965, Jones convinced 140 members of his congregation to abandon their lives in Indiana and move westward with him to the California Promised Land, a valley in Mendocino County where Jones said they would be safe from redneck tormentors and from the nuclear doomsday that he predicted would reduce most of America to poisonous smoke and ash. It was the first exodus engineered by Jones, who was always trying to outrun his own demons. His followers headed west in a dusty caravan of pickup trucks, vans, and cars. As the People's Temple established itself in Redwood Valley, recruiting new members, many of them black and poor from the Bay Area, Los Angeles, and other cities, Jones set about infiltrating the local power structure. Though Jones told his flock that the one true God was socialism, the church worked hard to win over the Republican establishment that controlled Ukiah, the county seat. The People's Temple bought tickets to local Republican fundraisers, bombarded GOP politicians with flattering letters, and contributed to their campaigns. Jones announced that he was a registered Republican and was supporting Nixon for president in 1968, and even befriended the head of the local John Birch Society. Meanwhile, the church infiltrated members into the sheriff's department and the county social services department.
And Tim Stowen went to work in the Mendocino County District Attorney's Office as the county counsel. The same political strategy that would work so effectively in liberal San Francisco was first tested in conservative Ukiah. It did not take long for Jones, always looking for the big stage that his mother envisioned for him, to outgrow the Redwood Valley. He began extending feelers into San Francisco, leading weekly services at a junior high school auditorium in the Fillmore as early as 1970. Long before George Moscone came into their sights, temple officials wooed Mayor Alioto, buying 100 tickets to a breakfast fundraiser for Alioto in 1973 and sending him a box of homemade candy in 1975. That year, the People's Temple moved its headquarters to San Francisco, taking over an old Jewish synagogue next to the Black Muslim Mosque on Geary Boulevard, once occupied by the Fillmore Auditorium. It was an eerie synchronicity. The building, once a haven for the zebra butchers, sitting side by side with the temple that would become infamous as the headquarters of the deadliest cult in U.S. history. Using the same bag of tricks he used on politicians, including donations, bouquets of flattery, and his considerable personal charm, Jim Jones won over key black church leaders in the Bay Area, including activist pastor Cecil Williams of Glide Memorial in the Tenderloin and J. Alfred Smith of the Allen Temple Baptist Church in Oakland. With Jones's impassioned pulpit performances and his organization's social outreach programs, including a free medical clinic and food and clothing donations, the People's Temple soon established firm roots in the devastated Fillmore neighborhood.
Traditional black churches, whose pastors preached the sweet by and by, in Rev Smith's words, and limited their social services to Christmas basket giveaways, found it hard to compete with Jones's theatrical evangelism. The white preacher began luring away hundreds of black worshipers, massive sheep stealing that rival black ministers grumbled about but did little to counteract. Jones moved into the Fillmore at its most vulnerable moment. Urban renewal czar Justin Herman had literally destroyed the neighborhood, observed neighborhood activist Hannibal Williams. People were desperate for solutions, something to follow. Jim Jones was another solution. He had a charismatic personality that won the hearts and souls of people. And people followed him to hell. That's where Jim Jones went. That's where he took the people who followed him. In the beginning, Jones was greeted as a godsend in the black community, remarked Rev Smith. Here was a white pastor who had the gift of communicating with black people. He didn't communicate in the sterile way of the seminary. No, if you listen to Jones' sermons, you can hear him following the rhythms and cadences to match the beating of the human heart. And his flock, ignored and scorned by society, was electrified by Jones' vision of a new Eden. Everybody was exalted in his services, even the lowliest recovering drunks and addicts. He made us feel special, like something bigger than ourselves, said one temple member. Total equality, no rich or poor, no races, said another. We were alive in those services, testified one more. They had life, soul power. Jones, an oddball and renegade his entire life, someone who never felt at home in his own skin, had found his identity by taking on a black persona. He saw himself following in the footsteps of Malcolm and Martin, leading his people out of bondage and into the promised land. In reality, Jones maintained a racial hierarchy within the organization. While church membership was primarily black, the 37-member Planning Commission, as Jones called his leadership council, was dominated by white women, at least 6 of whom were deeply devoted to him and firmly under his sway. When people talk about my father manipulating black people, that's true, said Jim Jones Jr., the preacher's black adopted son. It was politically advantageous for him to give me his name. There was something exhibitionistic about the way that Jones and his wife treated their black son. I was the chosen one, he said. I was more loved in my family than the other kids, even their biological son Stephen. I remember Mom wiping charcoal off a dirty pot one day and rubbing it all over her face to show that we were all black. Jones soon learned that his control over a well-organized, mixed-race army of some 8,000 dedicated followers gave him major stature with San Francisco's liberal elite. Redevelopment had bulldozed the Fillmore's political power into the ground. But now this strange white man with the hipster shades, Indian black hair, and cadences of a black Bible thumper seemed to be erecting a new political power line into the rubble-strewn, crime-ridden no-man's land.
Jones could be counted on to deliver busloads of obedient, well-dressed disciples to demonstrations, campaign rallies, and political precincts. The city's liberal Burton machine quickly identified the People's Temple juggernaut as a potentially game-changing ally in its long battle to take over City Hall. It was Willie Brown who first recognized that Jones's organization could play a pivotal role in his friend George Moscone's run for mayor. A meeting was set up between Jones and Moscone in the office of Don Bradley, the candidate's veteran campaign manager. Bradley was initially cautious. "I was a little leery we were getting into something like the Moonies," he later recalled. But after he looked into the Temple's campaign history in Mendocino and saw how effective it was in delivering victories there, Bradley enthusiastically embraced Jones's volunteer army. Nearly 200 Temple members showed up at Moscone headquarters, fanning out to campaign in some of the city's toughest neighborhoods and helping the candidate finish first in the November election. In the December runoff between Moscone and Barbagelata, People's Temple went even further to secure victory for its candidate. On the eve of the election, Jones filled buses with Temple members in Redwood Valley and Los Angeles and shuttled them to San Francisco. Security at polling places was lax on Election Day, and many non-residents were able to cast their ballots for Moscone, some more than once. "You could have run around to 1,200 precincts and voted 1,200 times," said a bitter Barbagelata later, after losing by a whisper of a margin. But he was not the only one who claimed that the People's Temple stole the election for George Moscone. Temple leaders also claimed credit. "We loaded up all 13 of our buses, with maybe 70 people on each bus, and we had those buses rolling non-stop up and down the coast into San Francisco the day before the election," recalled Jim Jones Jr. "We had people going from precinct to vote. So, could we have been the force that tipped the election to Moscone? Absolutely, slam dunk. He only won by 4,000 votes. I'm sorry, but I've got to give my father credit for that. I think he did the right thing. George Moscone was a good person. He wanted what was best for San Francisco." Jim Jones made sure that George Moscone never forgot his political debt to People's Temple. The man who began his term in City Hall with a ringing promise to make San Francisco a beacon of enlightenment would start off his administration with a wretched burden on his back. The mayor could never rid himself of the stench of contagion that Jones brought with him, and as time went by, the power-hungry preacher only sunk his fangs in deeper. The pastor was a wickedly smart reader of a politician's character, and he knew that the way to enchant Moscone with various forms of influence, including personal connections and resources. When it came to bribing politicians, the Temple leader had ample supplies of both. Jones bragged of providing Moscone with access to certain members of his congregation. Jim Jones Jr. remembered the mayor as a party guy. He'd always be there at Temple parties with a cocktail in his hand and doing some inappropriate touching. Temple insiders talked about how Mayor Moscone was one of the politicians under the control of Father. They gossiped about the night that the mayor had fallen into Jones' hands. Moscone was known to be a boozer. He liked to drink at parties, recalled Temple member Hugh Fortson, now a pastor in Southern California. "One night there was some sort of Temple event that the mayor attended. The next morning I heard that Jones phoned Moscone and told him it was a pleasure to see him the night before and to see him having such a good time. But I want to let you know that we have information about your activities last night," Jones told him. "Now don't worry, Mayor, we'll take care of you, because we know that you'll take care of us." Jones might have made up the stories of blackmail. He was known to concoct outlandish tales. "Jim was always bragging that he had compromising information about politicians," remarked Terry Buford, an on-again, off-again mistress of Jones who belonged to the Temple's inner circle. "But you never knew if what he said was true. He once told me that Willie Brown had a strong interest in him. He just made stuff up." Whether or not Moscone was compromised by Jones, he was certainly politically ensnared. The mayor initially resisted the Temple's efforts to insert its members throughout city government. And when Jones himself pushed for a high-level appointment, Moscone at first tried to appease him with a harmless post on the Human Rights Commission.
But the Temple leader insisted on a position that had more clout, and the mayor decided he was in no position to alienate Jones. In October 1976, Moscone announced that he was naming Jones to the San Francisco Housing Authority, which oversees the operation of the city's public housing. The agency, the largest landlord in the city, was a notorious maze of corruption, and it provided Jones's organization with ample opportunity for shady self-dealing. A few months later, Moscone pulled strings to promote Jones, making him chairman. Jones swept into the normally tedious meetings of the Housing Commission like a banana republic despot, surrounded by an entourage of aides and grim-faced security guards. Looking stern and inscrutable behind his aviator sunglasses, Jones ran the meetings with scripted precision while sipping a frothy white drink brought to him by a hovering retainer. The audience, packed with elderly Black Temple worshippers, erupted into wild cheers at his most routine pronouncements. Temple enforcers roamed through the meetings, keeping a watchful vigil, and even blocking people from entering the bathroom while Jones was inside. Jones used his position to take possession of public housing units and install Temple members in them, and he put other followers on the housing authority payroll. The preacher was building his own power base within city government. He was using his power to recruit members and to put the hammer on people, said Dave Rubin. He had a lot of authority. Jim Jones helped George Moscone run this city, said Jim Jones Jr., a chillingly matter-of-fact assessment of the Temple leaders' creeping encroachment in San Francisco. Political leaders, aware of Jones's ability to deliver or manufacture votes, lined up to pay tribute to the preacher. He worked his way into the good graces of officials high and low, most of them Democrats, since that was the party in power in California and San Francisco in the mid-1970s. But Jones was also happy to exchange mutually complementary correspondence with the offices of Ronald Reagan and statesman Henry Kissinger. During the 1976 presidential campaign, Jones wangled a private meeting with Jimmy Carter's wife, Rosalind, at the elegant Stanford Court Hotel on Nob Hill, arriving with a security contingent that was larger than her Secret Service squad. Later, Jones accompanied Moscone and a group of Democratic dignitaries who climbed aboard vice presidential candidate Walter Mondale's private jet when it touched down at San Francisco International Airport. Governor Jerry Brown sang the preacher's praises. Congressman John Burton lobbied the governor to appoint Jones to the high-profile Board of Regents, which oversaw California's sprawling public university system. Supervisor Dianne Feinstein accepted an invitation to lunch with Jones and to tour People's Temple. But no political figures were more gushing in their praise of Jones than Harvey Milk and Willie Brown. Milk, a perennial candidate for office until he finally won a supervisor's seat in 1977, aggressively sought Jones' political blessing. "Our paths have crossed," Milk wrote Jones during an earlier campaign for supervisor, in a letter filled with the kind of awed reverence that the cult leader demanded from his followers. "They will stay crossed. It is a fight that I will walk with you into. The first time I heard you, you made a statement. Take one of us, and you must take all of us. Please add my name." Not content to hear dignitaries whisper flatteries into his ear, Jones staged a testimonial banquet in his own honor and demanded that politicians in his debt offer him public tribute. On the evening of September 25, 1966, the Temple on Geary Boulevard was converted into a formal dining hall with linen tablecloths and floral arrangements. At the head table sat Mayor Moscone, District Attorney Freitas, and Assemblyman Willie Brown, who acted as the evening's exuberant master of ceremonies. As he introduced the man of the hour to the overflow audience, Brown reached new heights of shameless, excessive flattery. "Let me present to you," Brown roared, "a combination of Martin King, Angela Davis, Albert Einstein, Chairman Mao." By the time Jones rose to tumultuous applause, he seemed likely to walk on water. Privately, San Francisco political leaders expressed doubts about Jones and his strange church. One day, a friend of Milk's named Torrey Hartman dropped off some boxes of campaign brochures at People's Temple so that Jones' army could distribute them. Hartman was immediately creeped out by the uptight, high-security atmosphere inside the temple, where sentries stood at attention outside each room, like the palace guards in the Wicked Witch's castle. "This is a church?" Hartman said to herself. Later, after she sped back to the Castro and told Milk about her bizarre experience, the naturally cheery politician turned deadly serious. "Make sure you're always nice to the People's Temple," he told her. "They're weird and they're dangerous, and you never want to be on their bad side." Cleve Jones, a young milk aide, accompanied him to People's Temple for a couple of Sunday services. "Harvey told me, be careful, they tape everything." Everyone knew Jim Jones was creepy, everyone knew he was a megalomaniac, but everybody also saw this church full of black and white people, black people from the Fillmore who had been subjected to apartheid-like policies and seemed to finally be getting some respect. Members of Moscone's staff were also beginning to hear troubling reports about People's Temple. One day, mayoral aide Dick Sklar suggested to his family maid, an African-American woman who had followed the Sklars to San Francisco from Ohio, that she attend a Sunday service at People's Temple. "I didn't know anything about it," Sklar said, "but she was a church-going woman, and I thought she might like it." Afterwards, she came back and said it was the scariest place she'd ever been. They searched her, asked her questions. I had no idea. Moscone himself could not ignore how peculiar his political ally was. "I was at every meeting that Jim Jones ever attended with the mayor," said Corey Bush. "I can tell you that after every one of those meetings, the reaction was, 'This is one weird bird.' He always wore the dark glasses. You couldn't predict Jonestown, but he was definitely weird." In retrospect, maybe we should have seen that, but we didn't. As City Hall looked the other way, Jones quietly consolidated his power in San Francisco, extending his influence in political, religious, and media circles. The temple worked its mojo on dozens of community organizations, from small groups like the Telegraph Hill Neighborhood Association to higher-profile ones like the American Civil Liberties Union, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and the United Farm Workers. Jones won their gratitude by donating money and flooding their rallies and events with vocal supporters. By early 1977, it seemed that Jim Jones had conquered San Francisco. He had the mayor in his pocket and commanded the fawning loyalty of power brokers such as Willie Brown and rising stars like Harvey Milk. Using San Francisco as its power base, the People's Temple was ready to expand its operations in Los Angeles, Seattle, and other cities where it had already sunk roots. There was only one politician who seemed willing to confront the powerful cult, cantankerous John Barbagella, the fading voice of San Francisco conservatism. Prophet of doom, John Barbagella, who'd never stopped fuming about his shady mayoral defeat, kept banging the drum about Jim Jones's political machine and its insidious influence in City Hall. During the Proposition B recall campaign, the supervisor charged loudly that San Francisco was being taken over by extremists and kooks, and the People's Temple was the most dangerous element of this new coalition. Moscone angrily rejected Barbagella's accusation. "There's no radical plot in San Francisco," the mayor declared.
"There's no one I've appointed to any city position whom I regard as radical or extremist." Meanwhile, Joe Freitas bluntly dismissed Barbagallotta's voter fraud charges. In March 1977, the DA wrote Barbagalotta, assuring him that his deputy Tim Stoen had investigated the fraud allegations and had determined that there was not sufficient evidence to pursue the case. An outraged Barbagalotta, now finally aware of Stoen's blatant conflict of interest, circled Tim Stoen's name in red on the Freitas letter and scrawled, "President People's Temple." By then, Stoen had disappeared from the DA's office and had flown to Guyana, where Jones was already preparing his next refuge in a remote jungle. But Barbagalotta kept after the People's Temple, which he suspected of getting its hands on foster children and kids deemed incorrigible by courts, and spiriting them off to Guyana, along with the public funds attached to the children. The anxieties of People's Temple relatives were beginning to rise as members began vanishing from San Francisco and Oakland. The conservative supervisor was the only city official who seemed to be making inquiries about the fate of children in Jones' control. San Francisco's welfare chief reacted huffily that Barbagalotta would even propose such an investigation. It took courage to confront Jones's maniacal organization. Barbagalotta was barraged with scornful letters from a phalanx of well-positioned People's Temple supporters, such as the Reverend Norman E. Leach, executive director of the San Francisco Council of Churches, who condemned the supervisor's talk of a radical takeover of the city as merely sour grapes. Leach then went on to offer pious counsel to Barbagalotta. "Have you ever discussed with the Reverend Jim Jones your views as to his belonging to some sort of coalition which is eroding the balance of power in San Francisco and attempting to control everything? I know Jim and know him to be an independent person, a man of strong values and convictions, and a man not beholden to any organization or group or individual. Build your own coalition if you wish, but don't find secret coalitions in existence which are not there. Jones was sending his #1 political enemy a message. If Barbagallotta sat down and came to terms with him, maybe he too could reap the benefits enjoyed by San Francisco's political winners. Rev Leach had been arrested in 1974 and convicted of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, 12 or younger, in Napa, California. But if temple officials knew about the Presbyterian minister's legal record, they apparently did not use it to manipulate him. They were simply very good at co-opting people, Leach said later. Other letters that Barbagallotta received from temple members felt more ominous. We got letters from Jones's followers saying, "We hear you've been saying these things about Father, and we want you to stop saying these things about Father." And then there were subtle threats, recalled Barbagallotta's son Paul. The People's Temple letters came during a very disturbing period for the Barbagallotta family, which had been subjected to a terror campaign for months, beginning during the 1975 mayoral race. To serve in San Francisco politics during the 1970s was to sign up for war duty. Many local officials, especially high-profile ones such as Mayor Alioto and Supervisor Feinstein, were subjected to death threats and bombing attempts. But Barbagallotta, the city's leading conservative, was a particular obsession of the radical underground. The Barbagallotta home in quiet, leafy St. Francis Wood was the target of more than one bombing attempt. Strangers showed up at St. Brendan's, the family's church, saying they'd been asked to drive the Barbagallotta kids home. Bricks, beer cans, and other projectiles were thrown through Barbagallotta's real estate office and campaign headquarters, and cars belonging to campaign volunteers were firebombed and vandalized. The New World Liberation Front, San Francisco's leading mad bombers, were Barbagallotta's principal tormentors. One day in January 1976, the underground group delivered a box of See's candy, the supervisor's favorite, to the family residence. His kids were eager to open it, but Barbagallotta's wife told them they had to wait until their father came home. At one point, 2 of his daughters playfully tossed around the unopened package. Early that evening, a frantic Supervisor Quentin Kopp, who had received a similar package and figured out it was wired to explode, called the Barbagallotta home, warning the family in time. The NWLF bombed dozens of targets in the Bay Area, including corporate buildings, Pacific Gas and Electric Company power stations, and even luxury cars and homes owned by rich businessmen. The public face for the NWLF was a tall, lean, mustachioed man in his early 30s who called himself Jacques Rogier, real name Jack Rogers. Rogier, operating out of an Oak Street flat, churned out threatening communiques on his Poor People's Press. When Rogier, the son of a Minnesota Twins baseball scout who'd once played professionally, was finally arrested, the group launched a campaign to release him, accusing Barbagallotta of squelching his freedom of speech. Leaflets depicting Barbagallotta as a bloody-fanged rat were brazenly stuck to the marble walls inside City Hall. Early one evening in March 1977, the Mad Bombers took more direct action against Barbagallotta, tossing an explosive at the family home. The device fell short, exploding in the yard next door, minutes after the neighbor's young boy had stopped playing there. Barbagallotta never liked to show that he was rattled by the radical elements trying to drive him and his family from his hometown, but this time he let his temper fly. "These people have twisted and depraved minds," he exploded in the Examiner. "Had their little game been played 15 minutes earlier, they would have blown that little boy away. Here's a message for them. If that ever happens, then a few of them are going to be blown apart by people who refuse to be intimidated." A heavy smoker who had suffered a heart attack in 1970, Barbagallotta showed signs of the strain, collapsing one day on his way to Mass at St. Brendan's. But the crusty conservative refused to give in. Barbagallotta, not trusting the SFPD, which he felt had fallen apart under liberal Chief Gain, armed himself and his oldest son and installed floodlights in his backyard. On some occasions, the family would be wakened by phone calls from the police in the middle of the night, warning them to leave the house immediately. Barbagallotta quickly packed his family into their station wagon, and they sped away, driving to a walnut grove near Stockton, where Mrs. Barbagallotta's relatives lived. In the middle of the terror campaign against the Barbagallotas, Jim Jones suddenly appeared at the supervisor's City Hall office to offer him People's Temple security guards as protection. It was a surreal moment. Barbagallotta considered Jones's organization an even bigger threat to San Francisco than Jacques Rogier's offerers. He declined Jones' offer. The temple enforcers were just as likely to shoot him, thought Barbagallotta, as protect him. John Barbagallotta was finally driven out of politics, not by terrorists or mad cultists, but by the voters of San Francisco, who rejected his warnings of a radical takeover and defeated his attempted recall of the city's liberal leaders by a lopsided margin. "This is the last hurrah for conservatives in San Francisco," he bitterly told an Examiner reporter on the night that Proposition B went down to defeat. "I've done everything I can to expose the deceit, deception, and dishonesty in city government. Maybe the people will wake up someday, but I'm going back to my family and business." As he announced his retirement from politics, Barbagallotta issued a dire prophetic warning to his fellow San Franciscans. "In the next few months, the people are going to go through an emotional experience when they find out who's running the city."
John Barbagallotta did not understand the heart of San Francisco the way George Moscone did. He was so flustered by homosexuals that he choked on the word gay, and the city's cultural revolution just seemed coarse and offensive to the old-fashioned Italian Catholic who had a hard time discussing certain topics. San Francisco's powerful unions, he believed, were not a vehicle for middle-class prosperity and social decency as most of the city regarded them. In Barbagallotta's mind, they were leeches on the public treasury. And the city government was not a guardian of the poor, the non-white, and the dispossessed. It was the bully that had taken his family home under the brute authority of eminent domain when he was a boy growing up on verdant Lombard Street, because the cottage stood in the way of the expanded new thoroughfare to the Golden Gate Bridge. To Barbagallotta, government would always be the enemy of decent homeowners and taxpayers. But Barbagallotta was not simply a curmudgeonly skinflint. He was the kind of man who would take homeless people off the street and put them to work painting a back room at his real estate office. Some colleagues suspected that was the sole purpose of the room. Later, he would bring the hard-luck fellows home for a hearty Italian dinner, just as good families took care of hobos during the Depression. I would say, "Mom, who is that guy?" And she would say, "One of your father's friends," remembered Paul Barbagallotta. "My father was tough, inflexible, and a strict person. But the other side of him was quite compassionate. As long as you were not lazy, he could like you. He truly cared about this city and its residents from all walks of life." Barbagallotta never stopped caring about San Francisco. And if he didn't understand how the city was changing, the way that Moscone and Milk did, he was more aware than his rivals were of the sinister elements in their new coalition. Barbagallotta was the only one to confront the serpents in the garden. And it galled him that others didn't take the threat as seriously as he did. As he faded from the political stage, the crusty Cassandra lit a fire under the local newspapers, which had shown little interest in the slithery maneuvers of Jim Jones as he wrapped his coils around the city. "I think the media has to get serious and find what's going on in this city," Barbagallotta growled as he made his exit. The Chronicle blithely dismissed Barbagallotta's fulminations. "This newspaper is accused by Barbagallotta of having complacently ignored his warnings of evil doings in San Francisco politics," the newspaper editorialized in August 1977. In truth, his theory of some gigantic conspiracy against the public interest and weal in City Hall is a theory we don't understand and have never found any evidence for. The more conservative Examiner fretted that Barbagallotta might be onto something, but simply hoped for the best. "It's true Barbagallotta's imagination is overactive," the newspaper opined, but he was right when he said the city must not be turned over to leftists and kooks. Let's hope his prophecies of doom are off the mark. The men who ran San Francisco's influential dailies would soon learn that Barbagallotta's prophecies were hideously accurate. But by then, it was too late. The city's watchdogs did nothing to alert the public to Jim Jones' growing menace. The cult leader won the local media silence with the same artful combination of seduction and intimidation that he had used on San Francisco's political caste. Later, after the horror of Jonestown was reverberating around the world, a reporter for a neighborhood newspaper found Barbagallotta at home on a rainy afternoon, where they talked over a lunch of chicken sandwiches and beer. The retired politician was recovering from a recent stroke and from the calamities of his service in San Francisco public life. He still seemed stunned by it all, the evil machinations of People's Temple, the complicity of City Hall, the stubborn refusal of the press to investigate the growing train wreck that was San Francisco. He was not a naive person. He had seen some dark and vicious things in his life of nearly 6 decades. But that was nothing, he said, compared to San Francisco politics. Exodus. Jim Jones' most ardent supporter in San Francisco press circles was Steve Gavin, the Chronicle city editor. A Baltimore native, he joined the Chronicle in 1969.
Life in San Francisco agreed with Gavin, a gay man in his 30s who loved theater, baseball, and a well-mixed Manhattan. The socially aware newspaperman was delighted when he discovered People's Temple and its racially mixed, politically energized congregation. His increasingly warm relationship with Jones made Gavin feel connected to the kind of constituency that newspapers usually overlooked, the black, poor, and religious. Jones and his slick media strategist, a handsome, former local TV newsman named Michael Procass, made sure that Gavin felt the Temple's love. Jones took Gavin under his wing and made a big fuss over him, said Chronicle reporter Marshall Kilduff. It was very flattering, and I think there was a degree of social usefulness in the relationship. Jones handed him a chunk of the city that wasn't a big Chronicle franchise. Gavin liked that. Gavin began exchanging heartfelt letters with Jones in 1976. In July, the city editor wrote to the preacher thanking him for serving him lunch and taking him on a tour of the temple. "I enjoyed our discussion," Gavin wrote. "As I told you, I look for small victories. You have accomplished major ones. I know the feeling of getting discouraged. There is so much to do. It helps, periodically, I think, to count our blessings and to look back to see how far we've come. To this outsider's eye, you have done a tremendous job. Thank you for what you are contributing to my city." A few days later, Gavin sent the cult leader a wildly charming homily from Irish writer Brendan Behan. Jones, communicating through Procass, responded that he was delighted by the quote and urged the newspaper editor to call on him for assistance if he ever needed it. That fall, Gavin did call on Jones for help, asking him to support 4 Fresno Bee reporters who had been jailed for refusing to reveal the names of confidential sources. Jones dispatched busloads of Temple members to Fresno to demonstrate on their behalf. Around the same time, the Temple deluged the Chronicle city editor, who was suffering from a persistent cold, with a pile of get-well letters. Gavin, touched by the congregation's generosity, responded with another fervent letter, telling Jones that he wished the press could be as compassionate as the Temple was toward the multiplicity of people that make up our community. Caring is all. Jones was a master at drawing liberals and idealists who yearned for a better world into his web. He could smell the feverish longing for deliverance that wafted off them, and he made them believe he was their salvation. Jones offered a vision of heaven on earth that made even the most secular suspend rational judgment and take a leap of faith. It was all for show, but people like Gavin longed to embrace the People's Temple pageant. Black and white, rich and poor, gay and straight, all joining hands in blissful communion. I was always wary of being manipulated by and conscious of the possibility, but I don't think I was, Gavin later insisted. I think all my decisions about People's Temple stories were made on a professional basis. But the record shows a newsman who was utterly enthralled to Jones. The People's Temple skillfully courted other journalists too, including Herb Kahn, who enjoyed 2 long, chatty lunches with the cult leader. "I found him appealing, soft-spoken, modest, talking earnestly of helping people," Kahn wrote later. If he was a con man, he was masterful at it. Jones continued to get good play in Kahn's column even after the bloom was fading from the Temple's rose.
But no one in the San Francisco media world proved more useful to Jones than Steve Gavin, who single-handedly made sure that the city's leading newspaper did not shine a harsh spotlight on the cult leader. When Chronicle reporter Julie Smith began working on a story about the Temple in the spring of 1976, Jones somehow learned the exact contents of the story draft while it still sat in her newsroom desk. Later, Marshall Kilduff, who had a prickly experience with Jones while covering his strange performance on the Housing Commission, decided to write a profile of him. Showing up at the Temple on a Sunday in January 1977 to interview church officials, the Chronicle reporter was taken on a long tour that ended in the main auditorium, where a service was in progress. As Kilduff was escorted to his seat near the front of the congregation, he was stunned to see his boss, Steve Gavin, sitting among the worshipers. The next morning, Kilduff gingerly approached Gavin in the Chronicle newsroom. "Quite a show," said the reporter. "Don't you think we should do a story about this guy? I hear he's powerful politically." But the city editor cut him off. "We've already done it," said Gavin, referring to the bland, carefully managed article produced earlier by Julie Smith. Blocked by his own newspaper, the dogged Kilduff continued to work the People's Temple story on his own time, while searching for a magazine to publish it. As he tracked down sources, temple members kept close watch on him, digging through his garbage and reporting his every move to Gavin, their friend at the Chronicle. In March, Kilduff finally got a freelance assignment from New West, a regional magazine owned by Rupert Murdoch. But when a temple delegation called on its editor, Kevin Starr, and explained that the article would harm its humanitarian work, he killed the piece. Only after Starr was replaced by a more enterprising editor, Rosalie Wright, did New West revive Kilduff's assignment. When the story, Inside People's Temple, was finally published, it marked the beginning of the end for Jones's sinister reign in San Francisco. The article, written by Kilduff and New West reporter Phil Tracy, was based on the disturbing accounts of many of the same defectors who had taken their complaints to the San Francisco DA's office, only to see them bottled up. They told of the beatings, the bizarre temple ceremonies, the confiscation of members' money and assets, and the political empire building throughout the state. Among the reporter's sources was Grace Stowen, who had been forced to leave behind her 5-year-old son, John, when she fled the temple. To his mother's anguish, the boy had been taken away to the temple's Guyana retreat. While the reporters were still working on their expose of People's Temple, Tim Stowen also defected, disappearing from the temple's command post in Georgetown, the capital of Guyana, in June 1977. The defection of Stowen, who joined his wife in an increasingly desperate custody battle for John, was a particularly grievous blow for Jones. Stowen knew all the organization's legal and financial secrets. His betrayal sent Jones spiraling downward into a whirlpool of panic. Battle mode fever gripped the temple. Before the New West article hit the newsstands in late July, Jim Jones ran off to Guyana, leaving his stunned liberal supporters in San Francisco to make sense of it all. Moscone was privately rattled by the magazine's charges, but he and the rest of the city's liberal elite publicly closed ranks behind the temple leader. After Jones took flight, the temple officials who were still in San Francisco organized a rally in their Geary Boulevard citadel to show support for their embattled leader. Willie Brown was still willing to shill for Jones, blaming his flight on his political enemies. When somebody like Jim Jones comes on the scene, Brown told the gathering, that absolutely scares the gosh out of most everybody occupying positions of power in the system. The assembly then listened raptly as Jones himself ranted over a long-distance radio hookup, denouncing his tormentors as difficult people and jerks, sounding more like a tantrum-throwing brat than an esteemed religious leader. Assemblyman Art Agnos, another benefactor of Jones's support, was visiting the temple for the first time, sitting next to Harvey Milk in the audience. Listening to the frantic, disembodied voice from Guyana, Agnos turned to Milk and said, "Harvey, that guy is really wild." Milk, who was still standing by Jones, replied weakly, "Yeah, he's different, all right." As the political fallout from the New West article grew, some San Francisco officials began running for cover. In late August, Joe Freitas ordered investigator Bob Graham to write a memo stating that the DA's office looked into the charges leveled by the magazine and found no basis for legal action. Graham's memo also gave Tim Stowen a pass, stating, "So far, no evidence has surfaced that would link Stowen with any criminal activity in San Francisco." The memo was one more humiliation for Freitas's gung-ho investigators. They had tried hard to dig to the bottom of the People's Temple swamp, only to be roped in by their boss. Now Freitas was making them concoct a cover story for him. "It was a self-protective memo," said David Rubin. "It gave Freitas the ability to talk to the press and say, 'Yes, we looked into the charges and couldn't find anything.' But the truth is, we kept investigating after that memo. Bob Graham would not have taken a dive, and I certainly wouldn't. We were too invested in the case." The problem, however, was that Jim Jones, the chief target of their probe, was now in Guyana, far from the reach of San Francisco investigators. And no officials, federal, state, or local, seemed interested in pursuing Jones into the jungle. Rubin and his team were stunned by Jones's sudden flight. They thought the timing of his escape was suspicious, prompted not just by the imminent publication of the New West expose, but also by their own investigation. Somebody in the Hall of Justice had clearly tipped off the temple. "We were ready for grand jury indictments. We were this close," said Rubin. And Freitas would have had to go along with it, because he had no other choice. "The next thing I know, I get a phone call in the middle of the night. Guess what? He's gone.
Jones is gone, and the temple is packing up and getting ready to join him. I remember we had a meeting in the office, and we said, somebody snitched us off. In the fall of 1977, as Jim Jones hunkered down in Guyana's steaming tropical wilderness with his flock of more than 1,000 souls, disturbing reports about the utopian community began filtering back to the Bay Area. But political supporters like Harvey Milk, newly elected to the Board of Supervisors, stuck by the increasingly fanatical leader out of fear, expedience, or stubborn loyalty. In December 1977, Milk wrote to Joseph Califano, President Carter's Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, protesting HEU's decision to stop forwarding Social Security checks to elderly temple members in Guyana, a key financial pipeline for Jones. People's Temple, Milk informed Califano, established a beautiful retirement community in Guyana, the type of which people of means would pay thousands of dollars to patronize. In February 1978, Milk intervened on Jones' behalf in the raging custody battle over young Jonestown, writing to President Carter himself in support of the cult leader. Rev Jones, Milk told Carter, is widely known in the minority communities here and elsewhere as a man of the highest character who has undertaken constructive remedies for social problems which have been amazing in their scope and effectiveness. Milk complained that Tim and Grace Stowen were trying to get the State Department to help win the return of their son, a move, he warned, that could create an international incident.
Not only is the life of a child at stake, who presently has loving, protective parents in Rev and Mrs. Jones, Milk wrote, but our official relations with Guyana could stand to be jeopardized. Jones was maniacally obsessive about hanging on to little John Stone. Keeping custody of the boy was a way to continue control over Tim Stone, ensuring that the high-level defector kept silent about temple secrets. The long-running furor over the case was also a way for Jones to keep his followers in a constant state of fear and embattlement, always on the lookout for the helicopters carrying U.S. agents or Guyanese soldiers that might swoop down on them to seize the boy and destroy their last refuge. As he whipped his followers into frenzies of fear, Jones called on fellow revolutionaries back home to demonstrate their support. Radical celebrity Angela Davis, a charismatic Marxist scholar who had been tried and acquitted of aiding Jonathan Jackson in his doomed attempt to free his brother George, was a die-hard temple defender. She sent heartfelt greetings by radio to the emotionally wrung-out community, her voice booming out to a temple assembly over loudspeakers. I know you're in a very difficult situation right now, and there is a conspiracy, Davis declared, a very profound conspiracy designed to destroy the contributions which you have made to the struggle. But Davis assured her brothers and sisters in the temple that we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. The temple assembly also heard Huey Newton via a crackling phone patch from Cuba, where the Black Panthers leader was in exile. I want the Guyanese government to know that you're not to be messed around with. Keep strong, and we're pulling for you. Longtime Black Panthers attorney Charles Gary, a lion of the Bay Area left, agreed to represent Jones in his legal battles. Gary became an aggressive mouthpiece for the temple back in the United States, telling the press there is a conspiracy by government agencies to destroy the People's Temple. Gary began to question Jones' mental stability, but he kept his doubts to himself. After visiting Jonestown in October 1977, the radical lawyer announced, "I have seen paradise." In reality, the Jonestown paradise was a nightmarish third-world police state. Everyone, but the youngest and oldest, were forced to work like mules from dawn to dusk in the sweltering fields, scratching out a living from the wild jungle terrain. Chronically short of food, residents struggled to keep their weight up with starchy meals like cassava bread drenched in brown syrup and rice soaked with gravy. Families and lovers were forced to live apart, relatives were pitted against one another, neighbors were ordered to inform on each other. After dinner, the exhausted community was forced to assemble for interminable emergency meetings and listen to Jones's increasingly mad ravings late into the night. Punishment was swift for those who nodded off. One evening, a 60-year-old father of 5 named Charlie, worn out from fieldwork, slumped to the ground. An incensed Jones commanded Charlie's son to wrap a boa constrictor around his father's neck, releasing him only after the poor man's face was turning red and he had humiliated himself by pissing his pants. Jones and his heavily armed security team kept the community in a state of terrorized obedience. Minor infractions could send malefactors of all ages, even children, to the dreaded box, a stuffy underground cubicle where they could be held for days. Those who dared to dissent were dispatched to the medical unit, where they were forcibly drugged and kept in a zombified state indefinitely. While his followers lived hungry Spartan lives, Emperor Jones resided in relative splendor in a cottage well-stocked with electric appliances, delicacies like hard-boiled eggs, snacks and soft drinks, and a cache of medications that he had expropriated from his aging and feeble residents. His drug supplies were endless. The temple leader had been dependent on amphetamines, sedatives, and other drugs for years. Jim Jones Jr. remembered that as far back as the family's days in Redwood Valley, his father kept a tray of white liquid in the refrigerator and would fix syringes with the fluid and inject himself. One time he overdosed, flailing around on the floor, and the worried kids were told that their father had suffered a heart attack. But years later, after working in a hospital, the younger Jones came to realize his father had displayed the symptoms of a speed addict. In the glorious isolation of Jonestown, under his tropical canopy, Jones surrendered fully to his drug-fueled manias. He created an Orwellian dystopia and forced his captive followers to live in it. The nights were the worst, as the jungle's dark silence was broken by a ghastly soundtrack of howler monkeys' screechings and Jones's sudden eruptions over the loudspeakers. Father's voice was everywhere, in the huts, outhouses, fields. There was no getting away from his sleepless rants. "White night," Father would yell in the deepest black of night, jolting his followers from their exhausted slumber. "White night!" Residents were rushed toward the glaring lights of the pavilion, the elderly shuffling along in a daze, the children crying. When they were all gathered there, Jones, spazzy and hot-wired on speed, told them that the U.S. government was about to pounce. They had to act quickly. "Hear that sound?" Father told them. "The mercenaries are coming. The end has come. Time is up. Children, line up into 2 queues, one on either side of me." The guards stood solemn vigil over a large vat next to Jones. "It tastes like fruit juice, children. It will not be hard to swallow." The white night drill. It was terrifying, but not real. Until the day it was. Rapture in the jungle. Back in the United States, relatives of Jim Jones's terrorized flock grew increasingly desperate as they tried to arouse the interest of public officials. Democratic Congressman Leo Ryan, who represented a suburban district south of San Francisco, was the only one who took their concerns seriously. The State Department shrugged off Ryan's inquiries, assuring him that all was well in Guyana. He held a hearing on Jonestown, inviting defectors and worried relatives to testify before a congressional panel, but his colleagues were distracted and uninformed, and the witnesses' testimony drew little media coverage. Ryan was the kind of congressional Lone Ranger who tackled issues in dramatic ways. He once traveled to Prince Edward Island off Newfoundland to confront fur hunters who were killing baby harp seals. He decided to fly down to Guyana and inspect Jonestown firsthand. Ryan invited other members of the Bay Area congressional delegation to accompany him, but they all turned him down. The congressman knew the risk. David Rubin warned him not to go. Before he left Washington, Ryan gave his will to an aide for safekeeping. "I think he was afraid," said his daughter Pat Ryan, "but he also believed that, gosh darn it, somebody's got to do something." As Ryan walked out of the family's Bay Area home on the way to catch his plane to Guyana, his daughter hugged him for the last time. "Don't let anybody shoot you," she joked anxiously. "Don't worry," her father assured her. "I'll be fine." Ryan and his entourage, which included 2 San Francisco newspaper reporters, a Washington Post reporter, and an NBC News team, hoped there would be safety in numbers. Everything seemed calm during the delegation's visit to Jonestown, as the cult leader managed to shake off his drug haze and keep his congregation in line. But when the visitors prepared to leave, one resident after the next came forward nervously and begged to go with them. The defections, 16 in all, cracked the hellish community's carefully constructed facade, and the madness began sluicing out. As Ryan was politely taking his leave, one of Jones's loyalists rushed forward and threw his arms around the congressman.
"Congressman Ryan, you jerk," he spat out, jabbing at Ryan's jugular with a homemade knife. Others lunged for the attacker, and after a frantic scuffle on the ground, he was disarmed.
Ryan was not hurt, but as he jumped aboard the truck taking the delegation and the defectors to the nearby landing strip, a thick air of menace hung over the group. It was suddenly terribly clear that nothing, not Ryan's congressional status, not the presence of a media pack, protected them here in the blazing, humid middle of nowhere, in Jim Jones's remote empire. While the group was boarding two small planes, a People's Temple tractor-trailer rolled onto the runway carrying several armed men. They opened fire on Ryan's delegation with rifles and shotguns. When the explosion of gunfire stopped, 5 people were dead, including the congressman, and 10 were wounded. As word got back to Jonestown about the massacre at the airstrip, the congregation was gathered in the pavilion in the midst of another white night drill. But Jones knew this was no drill. It was his final stand. A congressman had been murdered. This time, they really would be coming after him. Always looking for a wider audience, the megalomaniacal preacher taped his last sermon, a rambling, self-pitying, insidiously seductive performance that is deeply disturbing to hear. Jones addressed his distraught flock from his usual throne, a wooden garden chair on the stage. Assembled before him were over 900 men, women, and children who had followed him into the wilderness and would soon be told to join him in oblivion. Many had been outcasts, welfare mothers, convicts, and addicts. But most were solidly working-class people. They were former factory workers, nurses, teachers, longshoremen, and field hands. Around 70% were black, and women outnumbered men nearly 2 to 1. Later they would be portrayed as figures of pathos, but there was nothing pathetic about their dreams of a better world, dreams that Jones manipulated brilliantly. Now he played on those deep aspirations one last time, in his lulling voice, trying to convince them that the promised land could not be found in this life. It awaited them in death. "It's all over," Jones told the assembly. "The congressman has been murdered. Troops would soon overrun Jonestown," he said, "and horribly torture them. Even the children and old people would not be safe. They must avoid this terrible fate by taking control of their destinies and committing revolutionary suicide. My opinion is that we be kind to the children and be kind to the seniors and take the potion like they used to take in ancient Greece and step over quietly," he explained to them with the patience of a schoolteacher. "Because we are not committing suicide. It's a revolutionary act." Only one member of the assembly dared to stand up and disagree with Jones that day as the setting sun began to burn itself out and Jonestown prepared to sear itself into history. Not surprisingly, it was an outspoken, middle-aged woman from Los Angeles named Christine Miller, an African-American church lady who had repeatedly demonstrated that she was not afraid to speak her mind to Jim Jones, even at great risk. Miller's brave argument with death is that grotesque spectacle's only redeeming act of humanity. Miller had fought her way through life, picking cotton in the scorching Texas fields as a young girl, and eventually finding work as a county clerk in Los Angeles. "I pulled myself up by my bootstraps," she used to say. After a lifetime of hard work, Miller was able to buy a home and a Pontiac Grand Prix and could afford some of the finer things, furs, jewelry, and travel. But she was the kind of woman who wanted to be of service. When she discovered the People's Temple, its social mission struck her as a truer manifestation of Christ's teachings than what she found in the sweet by-and-by churches. She began to give away her hard-earned possessions to Jones's organization and moved to San Francisco to join a temple commune. But even after she made the trek to the Guyana wilderness, Miller kept a few articles of fancy clothing and some jewelry pieces as totems of her past accomplishments, and Jones knew well enough not to collectivize the proud woman's last items of distinction. Miller was not happy in Jonestown, where the sweltering agricultural compound brought back harsh childhood memories of the Texas cotton fields. She wrote letters to Jones complaining that she had worked too hard in life to be pushed so hard in Jonestown. During one pavilion assembly, Jones grew fed up with Miller's vocal independence. "Shut up, woman," he barked at her. "You can't talk to me that way," Miller replied. "I'll talk to you any way that I like. I'm the leader," Jones shot back. But Miller stood her ground. "Oh, no, you won't." Outraged to have his authority challenged so brazenly in front of the entire congregation, Jones picked up the gun he often brought to meetings and pointed it directly at Miller. He could shoot her right there, he shouted, and have her body dragged out to the jungle, and nobody would ever find out. The entire assembly held its breath. "You can do that," she said, "but you are going to have to respect me first." Jones scrambled to his feet and waded into the gathering. He walked right up to Miller and pointed the gun at her head. "Woman, I will blow your freaking brains out right now." Miller didn't flinch. She looked directly into his face with a gaze fierce enough to pierce his sunglasses. "You can do that," she repeated, "but you have to respect me first." Hugh Fortson, who was at the meeting that day, remembered the stunned silence. We all felt he was about to shoot her. He could easily have done it and gotten away with it. But slowly he put down his gun and walked back to his chair. He tried to gloss it over, saying it showed that he was such a loving person because he didn't take her life, and what a strong leader he was. But we all knew he had backed down. Later people were afraid to talk about it, but you held it inside yourself and treasured it. On November 18, 1978, Christine Miller lost her final argument with Jim Jones. But she put everything she could muster into the fight, combating the preacher's slippery logic with reason, using old sermons of his to counter his march toward death, and passionately defending the right of people to live, including those whose lives had just begun. Miller knew that this time it was not just her life at stake, but those of 913 people, among them more than 300 children. It's a chilling duel. Even today, listening to recordings of Miller making her argument against mass extermination while she is heckled by frenzied Jones loyalists, one still hopes that she can prevail. Miller's voice is clear and strong as a bell, with a slight Texas drawl. Jones's tongue is thick, and at times he seems lost in a stupor. But his powerful, dominating will is still there, and he still unleashes flashes of eloquence as he herds his flock toward its doom. Miller is the last obstacle in his way, and he alternately patronizes her. "Christine, you've always been a very good agitator. I personally like you very much." And heatedly rebuts her. "I'm not afraid to die," Miller says at one point, "but I look about at the babies, and I think they deserve to live, you know." "But don't they also deserve much more?" replies Jones sweetly, lovingly. "They deserve peace." Miller tries a different tack, trying to appeal to the sense of defiance that Jones had instilled in his followers over the years. "When you," she begins, catching herself before continuing, "when we destroy ourselves, we're defeated. We let them, the enemies, defeat us." Jones responds by quoting Chief Joseph's eloquent surrender speech after the U.S. cavalry had tracked down the remains of his suffering Nez Perce tribe. "I am tired, my heart is sick and sad. From where the sun now stands, I will fight no more forever." Miller lacks Jones's education and his ability to invoke history and scripture, but she has one last line of defense, and it's the most powerful of all. She has a right to choose her fate, she tells Jones, and the others do too. "As an individual, I have a right to say what I think, what I feel. And I think we all have a right to our own destiny as individuals, and I have a right to choose mine, and everybody has a right to choose theirs." Other women in the audience seem to shift toward Miller, murmuring assent, and for once, Jones is tongue-tied. "I have a right to my opinion," Miller insists, echoing the words of every strong black woman in American history, from 19th century evangelists Sojourner Truth on, and "Ain't I a woman?" All Jones can mumble in reply is, "I'm not taking it from you." For a brief, heart-stopping moment, it seems that Miller might win the day, as she did when she stared down the barrel of Jones's gun and made him blink. But suddenly, Jim McElvain, one of the most respected black members of Jones's inner circle, jumps in. McElvain, who once had a brief relationship with Miller, silences her by reminding her that individual rights are not relevant in a socialist paradise. "Christine, you're only standing here because he was here in the first place," he chides his former lover, reminding her of their leader's sacrifices. "So I don't know what you're talking about having an individual life. Your life has been extended to the day that you're standing there because of him." Then the tide rushes back against Christine Miller as the anguished and tormented congregants bow and scrape once more to Father. "You've saved so many people," shouts a female worshiper. Once again, collective madness reigns. Jones regains his morbid rhythm. "I've saved them," he agrees. "But now, the best testimony we can make is to leave this very world." No one can stop Jim Jones now. The big aluminum vat is brought out. This time, the grape flavorade is laced with potassium cyanide. In his eerie sing-song voice, Jones urges his flock to take their final communion, babies and children first. Ghostly church music plays in the background. It scars the soul to listen to the infants screaming and crying. As the children begin their death throes, vomiting and bleeding through their noses and gasping for breath, Jones urges them to stay quiet. "Look, children, it's just something to put you to rest." Many parents are now hysterical, watching their children die, and Jones scolds them. "We must die with some dignity." But one mother can't stop wailing. "Mother, mother, 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 please," croons Jones, whose own hysteria seems held down only by sedatives. "Mother, please, 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 don't do this. Lay down your life with your child, but don't do this." Jones seems offended that people are not dying according to his choreography. "Keep your emotions down," he commands. "I don't care how many screams you hear, I don't care how many anguished cries, death is 1,000,000 times preferable to 10 more days of this life." Many Jonestown residents did not agree with their raving leader that day, but there was no escape. The pavilion was surrounded by armed security guards, including some of the murderers who had returned from the airstrip. One survivor saw dozens of people being dragged to the tub of purple-colored poison and estimated that about 60 adults were forcibly injected with the potion. By some accounts, one of those who went down resisting was Christine Miller. Jonestown has become widely known as the biggest mass suicide in history. But with so many adult members of the community strong-armed to their doom, hundreds of children murdered, and many parents so anguished that they could not help but join their little ones in death, it is more appropriate to call Jonestown a slaughter. Even those who went to their deaths singing Jones' praises were victims of his con. Incarcerated in a jungle concentration camp and robbed of their free will, they were programmed to follow their leader to the gates of hell. "Free at last," moans Jim Jones near the end, before someone puts a bullet in his head, his preferred method of exit. The invocation of Martin Luther King was one last sacrilege by the man who had wrapped himself in the glorious rhetoric of suffering and resistance. When Jones staged his grand escape, he did not simply destroy over 900 lives and plunge thousands more into bottomless grief. He poisoned a language. Everyone who had joined hands with his crusade, whether for opportunistic or idealistic reasons, was now contaminated by Jonestown. As the news images of bloated corpses sprawled in the dust were beamed back to San Francisco, the city shuddered. The same free air that had nurtured the beats, hippies, gays, and a growing garden of the imagination had given birth to a monster. The Reckoning. As the grisly spectacle in Guyana was revealed, the Fillmore neighborhood was filled with wailing and tears. Ravaged by redevelopment, poverty, drugs, and crime, San Francisco's Black Heartland reeled once more. Nearly every family in the neighborhood was touched by the loss of someone in Jonestown. Shrieking relatives and frenzied reporters and TV crews besieged the People's Temple building on Geary. Family members, uncertain about the fates of their loved ones, demanded information. Inside the barricaded church, the remnants of Jones's Holy Army, the ones who had been left behind to take care of temple business in San Francisco, wandered in a daze, trying to figure out what to do. A few spluttered with rage, frustrated that they had not been included in Jones's rapture. Others railed against the enemy, the faceless government agents whom they were convinced had wiped out Jonestown. Reverend Norman Leach, Jim Jones's outspoken defender in the local National Council of Churches chapter, slipped into the back of the temple on a rainy night to console the survivors. As people wept and crowded around the shortwave radio for information from Guyana, Leach walked into another room where Angela Davis and some cohorts were holding an intense strategy meeting.
Davis was using the occasion to politically vent, her usual anti-American shtick, and Leach couldn't take it. "These people need to be comforted, not agitated," he told her. When the Davis contingent reacted heatedly, Leach got up and left. "I was not there to argue politics," he said. Jonestown was a hideous stain on all those in the Bay Area left who had been taken in by Jim Jones, including attorney Charles Gary. The aging lawyer was forced to flee for his life during the Jonestown bloodbath, huffing and puffing through the Guyanese jungle along Mark Lane, another celebrity attorney who had shared Gary's rosy view of Jones's paradise. Gary forced Lane to carry his suitcase as they sweated their way through the thick tropical greenery. Lane griped about his burden, but suspecting that the heavy case was stuffed with money, he kept carrying it. The suitcase was actually filled with the toiletries and grooming equipment that the notoriously vain Gary found indispensable, including the hair blower he used to perfect his comb-over. Back home in San Francisco, Gary struggled to make sense of the debacle. "Jim Jones created one of the most beautiful dreams in the world and then destroyed it," said the still confused attorney. Jonestown struck George Moscone in the gut. He vomited and broke down crying when he heard the news. The mayor spent much of the next few days, what turned out to be the last days of his life, consoling those who had lost loved ones in Guyana, including the family of Leo Ryan. Moscone knew that Ryan, who had risen with him in local Democratic politics, was one of the few heroes in the grotesque Jim Jones drama, the only political leader who had the courage to investigate the demonic preacher in his jungle lair. Ryan's death was particularly troubling to him.
"I don't know how to cope with anyone being killed or assassinated," the mayor said mournfully after he was told about Ryan Moscone. Wrote a heartfelt letter to Ryan's ex-wife, Margaret, the mother of his 5 children, adding in his own handwriting, "He was a very good friend of mine, and I am without words to express my grief." At Ryan's funeral ceremony in All Souls Church in South San Francisco, Moscone again broke down in tears. House Majority Leader Jim Wright's eulogy must have been particularly painful for Moscone, the progressive politician who prided himself on comforting the poor and afflicted. Ryan, Wright told the overflowing church, had a readiness to go where suffering was. When relatives and friends came to him with a story of abounding horror, inhumanity, and bizarre brutalities, Leo Ryan went to see and serve. And it was while helping to free captives that he met his death. Greater love has no man than this. Moscone and San Francisco's liberal leadership had aided and abetted Jones's reign of horror, inhumanity, and bizarre brutalities. And the press immediately clamored for an explanation. The mayor was the only political ally of Jones to admit any error of judgment, conceding that he had been taken in by the powerful preacher. The Examiner gave Moscone credit for his admission. At least Mayor George Moscone is willing to admit he made a mistake in sizing up the charismatic leader of the People's Temple. He had the decency to admit it. Not so with some of our other politicians in this city and in the state. While Moscone was clearly deeply shaken by Jonestown, however, he couldn't bring himself to fully acknowledge his role in empowering the cult leader. "It's clear that if there was a sinister plan, then we were taken in," he told reporters. "But I'm not taking any responsibility. It's not mine to shoulder." When a reporter pressed him, asking the mayor if he felt culpable for helping to politically legitimize Jones, a distraught Moscone responded heatedly, "I deeply resent that. You're reaching far out." Then he shuddered visibly and added, "It's all too bizarre for me." Willie Brown was even more defiant, proclaiming nervily that he had no regrets about his close political alliance with Jones, and scorching other politicians who were now running for cover. "They all like to say, 'Forgive me, I was wrong,' but that's nonsense. It doesn't mean a thing now. It just isn't relevant." Some of Jones's useful acolytes never stopped justifying their promotion of People's Temple even many years later. Norman Leach is now retired from the church and living in Nebraska after again being convicted of serious offenses, this time involving a member of a Boy Scout troop he started. The judge at Leach's trial called him dangerous and said that he had committed serious offenses involving young people in every area of the country he has lived in during the last 40 years of his life. Looking back at his days in San Francisco, the former reverend denied sharing any guilt for Jim Jones's reign of horror. "I feel no remorse or responsibility," said Leach, whom Jones continued to court even after fleeing to Guyana, bombarding him with dozens of obviously scripted letters from Temple children inviting him to visit Jonestown. "I turned him down. It made me uneasy," he declared. Leach concedes there were many red flags about the People's Temple, but there's no way that I could have had insight into the depth of his evil, he insisted. "I still think the goal of People's Temple was beautiful, black and white, gay and straight, rich and poor, all coming together. That's Christianity right there, or Judaism, or whatever great faith you name." The San Francisco press was as reluctant as local political and religious leaders to take responsibility for Jones' ascension. The Chronicle, which had chastised John Barbagella for his strident warnings about Jones and shut down its own enterprising reporter, never acknowledged its mistakes in covering the media-savvy preacher. Herb Cann could not bring himself to do anything more than offer the city bland condolences in his daily column. "Gray skies dripped sadness and sorrow over San Francisco yesterday," wrote Jones's former booster. Headlines told of tragedy and madness in steaming jungles. How to judge the insanity surrounding the end of Rev. Jim Jones? Who would have expected this? David Rubin, for one. The DA's investigator saw the nightmare coming, but, hobbled by city politics, couldn't stop it in time. After the news flashes from Guyana, a disgusted Rubin accosted his boss. "Now do you think we had something there, Joe?" he asked Freitas. The district attorney, still in ass-covering mode, dodged any responsibility for bringing People's Temple agents into his office and impeding his own investigator's inquiry. "In the period I had contact," Freitas lamely told the press, "it was an activist church, and Jim Jones seemed a pretty okay fellow." Rubin, one of the few people in San Francisco city government who tried to bring down Jones, still feels guilty that he failed. "People's Temple was the highlight and lowlight of my career. I kind of peaked and died with that investigation," said Rubin, who left government service after Jonestown and is now a private eye. Jonestown released a poison cloud over San Francisco. There was blood and terror in the air. Even those who loudly denied any guilt were running scared. City leaders were convinced that Jonestown hit squads were on the loose and were gunning for them. The district attorney's office fielded panicky phone calls from politicians who had been entangled with Jones, even taking a call from the White House. One call came from a hysterical Willie Brown, who tearfully pleaded, "What do I do?" The Jonestown survivors who trickled back to the Bay Area had more reason to fear for their lives than the politicians did. The survivors had to confront the turbulent grief and rage of people who lost relatives in Guyana. On the final white night, Jim Jr. was in Georgetown, where he, his brother Stephen, and the rest of the Jonestown basketball team had gone to play in a tournament. Over the radio, Jones Sr. ordered his two sons to get knives, scissors, and wire and kill themselves too, but they didn't comply with their father's final command. Others in the Guyana capital did obey, however. Jim Jr. was in the Temple headquarters in Georgetown when Sharon Amos, one of his father's most zealous lieutenants, unleashed an orgy of blood. Taking her 3 young children into the bathroom, she began slicing their throats with a butcher knife before ordering another child to cut her own jugular. One of Jim Jr.'s teammates, Calvin Douglas, raced down the hall, threw open the door, and was able to rescue one of Amos's daughters. Jim Jr. can still remember the torrent of blood pouring out of the bathroom. After he was flown back to the Bay Area, Jim Jr., who was 18 at the time, moved into his sister Suzanne's house in Daly City. Everywhere he went in San Francisco, he saw the ghosts of people he once knew. He attended memorial services for people who died in Jonestown. There were many of them. One day, after the service for a woman named Valerie, Jim Jr. was sitting with the bereaved relatives and friends in the living room of Valerie's mother. Suddenly, the mother appeared in the room with a gun, which she pointed directly at Jim Jr., the People's Temple's chosen one. "Why are you alive and my daughter is gone?" the woman asked young Jones. He looked at her and said simply, "I'm already dead." Other mourners quickly took the gun away. Jones stopped going to the family memorials. San Francisco crackled with a strange electricity, as if a massive thunderstorm was building offshore, out beyond the fog bank, and it was all about to burst. Earthquake weather, they called it in San Francisco.
Political leaders were hunkering down, frantically heading off investigations.
But there was a powerful feeling in the city that there would be a reckoning, a growing sense that there must be blood. A tale of two cities. Even before Jonestown, San Francisco seemed headed for a violent cataclysm. By the late 1970s, the sexual revolution centered in San Francisco had sparked a vehement backlash from defenders of traditional morality in the city itself and throughout the country. Family values demagogues like politically ambitious California State Senator John Briggs and Anita Bryant, a former beauty queen and singer who was the pitch woman for the Florida orange juice industry, tapped into a growing pool of anti-gay fear and revulsion. San Francisco, which in the blink of an eye had become the ballroom for America's coming out party, was targeted by conservative crusaders as a modern Sodom. Briggs, denouncing San Francisco as the moral garbage dump of homosexuality in this country, kicked off a carnivalesque moral revival campaign for governor. The obscure politician grabbed the media spotlight by scapegoating gay teachers, portraying them in the same lurid ways that McCarthyites once vilified communists in the classroom as vicious predators threatening the purity of America's children. Briggs campaigned for a 1978 state initiative to ban homosexual teachers from California schools. Bryant also cast her holy march as a battle to save our children, leading a successful campaign in 1977 to repeal a gay rights law in Florida's Dade County, which inspired a wave of similar anti-homosexual uprisings around the country. Meanwhile, in San Francisco's Visitacion Valle, a secluded hollow of white, Catholic, working-class families fighting a losing battle against the encroaching Black Sunnydale housing project, a former altar boy and cop named Dan White was kicking off his own moral restoration campaign. In 1977, White announced his bid for the Board of Supervisors in the new district elections, declaring himself the champion of all those frustrated, long-time San Franciscans who no longer recognized their city. Echoing Briggs, White lashed out at the social malignancies and cesspool of perversion that were contaminating his hometown. "I am not going to be forced out of San Francisco by splinter groups of radicals, social deviates, and incorrigibles," vowed White. "Believe me, there are tens of thousands who are just as determined to legally fight to protect and defend our conservative values." White struck a chord in his embattled district, sweeping into office along with Harvey Milk, the flag-bearer for the city's social deviates. The escalating culture war inflamed the city's humors. Violent attacks on gays spiked in San Francisco. Roaming packs of teenagers and young men sprang on gays with fists and knives. Many of the attackers were from the heavily Latino Mission district that abutted the Castro, a neighborhood that had shared the Mission's Catholic family values until gays displaced the Irish. Some of the young thugs were wrestling with their own sexual confusions. In June 1977, on the first warm night of summer, Robert Hillsborough, a 31-year-old city gardener known as Mr. Green Jeans to the kids at the park where he worked, was jumped by 4 young men as he walked to his apartment with his boyfriend. A 19-year-old Latino named John Cordova pinned Hillsborough to the ground and plunged a fishing knife repeatedly into his chest and face, screaming, "Faggot, faggot, faggot." It was an intensely personal and physical way to kill a man. Cordova, it was later revealed, led his own secret homosexual life. The savage murder of Robert Hillsborough set off new emotional eruptions in the city. The victim's mother blamed anti-gay crusaders like Anita Bryant, who was busy telling America that one homosexual act should land offenders in prison for at least 20 years as a grim warning to young men who were contemplating the gay lifestyle. "My son's blood is on her hands," said Hillsborough's grieving mother. Mayor Moscone agreed, attributing the rise of anti-gay violence in San Francisco to the climate of hate and bigotry fomented by Bryant. Moscone ordered flags at City Hall and other municipal buildings to be flown at half-staff in honor of the murdered city gardener. The mayor's decision set off a backlash of complaints from citizens who thought it was an improper civic display. Feeling unsafe in their own neighborhood, gays in the Castro began carrying whistles to sound the alarm if they came under attack. Some of the district's more butch residents formed street patrols, surrounding neighborhood invaders until the police showed up. An editorial in the police-oriented Examiner denounced the semi-vigilante tactic and admonished gays not to get hysterical and interfere with police business. But when cops did respond to attacks on gays, they often ended up arresting the victims instead of the assailants. One evening, Harvey Milk and a friend heard a whistle and ran to the scene of the crime. Milk, a Navy veteran who believed in aggressive self-defense, chased down and tackled the thug, who begged Milk not to beat him. When the victim, more afraid of the police than he was of the attacker, said he wouldn't press charges, Milk was forced to let the gay basher go. But as he released the thug, Milk warned, "Tell all your friends we're down here waiting for them." Harvey Milk, the street-smart ex-New Yorker, often drew historical comparisons between the treatment of Jews and gays. He vowed that homosexuals would fight back against their tormentors to their dying breath. "Do you think gay people are going to go with their heads bowed into the gas chambers?" he asked an Examiner reporter one day, in an impassioned tone that made clear his answer. "I mean, I'll go kicking and screaming before I go with my head bowed." As a San Francisco supervisor, Milk brought the same combative spirit to City Hall. But he was also a master at the sweet and gentle art of politics, reaching out to groups that normally had no use for faggots and sodomites, from Teamsters to black church groups. "Get a load of this fruit, he ain't half bad," growled a tough old labor guy in a union hall where Milk had gone for a meeting. That's when Cleve Jones, Milk's political protege, began to realize it. Everybody liked Harvey, and the feeling was mutual. "He really loved lots of people. He was a natural politician," Jones said. "He wasn't just deploying the significant eye contact, and it was more than simply caring about people. He enjoyed them. The best evidence of that is the kids. At a time when gays were being demonized as child molesters, kids just adored him. They flocked to his camera store. He was always surrounded by gay kids, straight kids, boys, girls. I was hardly the only young person he mentored. He just had a gift for making people feel good. He would hear that a woman in the neighborhood had a miscarriage, and he would go out and buy a bouquet of flowers and go visit her. I had been bullied all through my childhood, and I hated straight people out of fear. But to see Harvey fearlessly crossing all these boundaries, going into union halls and all these ethnic and racial communities, it made us all braver. Milk has something for everybody." That was Harvey's first campaign slogan, lifted from the dairy industry's billboards. The sentiment was a sharp contrast to White's rallying cry of resentment, "Unite and fight with Dan White." But Milk believed that he could even win over White. After both men won seats on the Board of Supervisors, the odd couple began making joint appearances on local talk shows, warmly praising each other. White claimed that he was referring to junkies, not gays, when he condemned social deviates. The two men began having coffee every Thursday morning at a cafe in the Castro. A friend of Milk said it sickened him to see the two political opposites schmoozing that way. "Harvey, that guy's a pig," he said. "He's never going to be different. He's a cop." But Milk strongly disagreed.
Dan White is just stupid. He's working class, a Catholic, been brought up with all those prejudices. I'm going to sit next to him every day and let him know we're not all those bad things he thinks we are. Everyone can be reached. You think people are hopeless? Not me." Milk's attitude, ebullient, embracing, and more than a little patronizing, both charmed and enraged White. The gay leader would come to realize how tough a challenge Dan White was, even for someone with his dazzling political and personal skills. Warm, wickedly funny, and flirtatious, Harvey Milk was the opposite of Dan White in more ways than one. White was the son of heroic fireman Charlie White, who worked himself into an early grave trying to feed 10 hungry mouths. Grim and devout, White spent his entire life trying to live up to his father's life of service. In Catholic school, Danny White became known for being good with his fists, mixing it up with the black kids whose families were pressing in on the old Irish neighborhoods. He was also good at sports, captaining his high school football and baseball teams and heading for the New York Yankees farm system until an injury ruined his playing career. White's life never measured up.
He served in Vietnam but saw no action, and Army officials called his record undistinguished. A self-described romantic, he grew a beard and ran off to Alaska to write stories like Jack London, but he had no literary talent. He joined the SFPD, but, disappointed that it did not offer the heroic opportunities in his imagination, he quit and became a fireman. He finally matched his father's heroism one day, rescuing a mother and baby from the 17th floor of a blazing fire at Geneva Towers, ironically, the crime-infested housing project in Visitasean Valley that symbolized to many in White's neighborhood the end of their way of life. It was a daring act, rushing through the flames and out onto the balcony where the woman was screaming, with her baby cradled in her arms, and then sweeping them both to safety. But the next morning, the Chronicle buried the story about the courageous fireman who was also running for supervisor on page 6. His late father's heroics had made the front page. The handsome, square-jawed White married the woman he was supposed to, a pretty Catholic-reared schoolteacher named Marian Burns, whose father was the commander of White's firehouse. Mary Ann reminded White of his own sainted mother. In the beginning, the young couple seemed happy enough, and Mary Ann bore Dan a son. But the passion seems to leak from the marriage too soon. White seemed happiest when playing shortstop on the police softball team, where he attacked every game with the spikes-flying zeal of Pete Rose. He stayed in athletic condition into his 30s, sculpting his body with weightlifting and exercise. One day, the Board of Supervisors organized a softball game against Mayor Moscone's staff. Milk asked White what he should wear on the field, and White told him whatever he wanted to. "Well, I've got a brand new print dress," flounced Harvey. "Would that be okay?" Dan went nuts, Moscone aide Dick Sklar recalled. He hated being taunted, and Harvey was always taunting Dan. White was flustered by the witty and nimble Milk. He found his gay colleague alternately captivating and exasperating. Milk thought his political opposite was just as vexing. White invited Milk to his son's christening, an invitation he extended to only one other colleague on the Board of Supervisors. But while fraternizing with the country's only openly gay elected official, White also railed against the disgusting carnival of people he saw on display whenever he drove through the Castro. They were engaging in intimate acts right out in the streets, White fumed to his equally censorious friend, a Visitasean Valley parish priest named Father Tom Lacey. White was also disturbed when he squeezed among the throngs lining Market Street to watch the raucous and shameless Gay Freedom Day parade go strutting by. Milk told Cleve Jones that he thought White was secretly gay. And the more he got to know White, he became convinced that the former altar boy was a cauldron of bubbling emotions that could boil over at any time. "Dan White is a closet case," Milk confided to a boyfriend one day, "and he's dangerous." Harvey Milk and George Moscone were everything that Dan White was not: charming, politically shrewd, spirited, and comfortable in their own skins. The cool, athletic Moscone sometimes acted like a suave father for White, who had lost his own workhorse dad at age 17. And Milk was like a wild older brother to White, sometimes adorable, often maddening. But in truth, Dan White was a stranger, utterly lost in these two men's world. Moscone and Milk were the dynamic duo of San Francisco's progressive revolution. They never forgot what they were elected to do: to fight for the burdened and afflicted, for those whose voices were never heard in the halls of power. They fought for the rights of workers, minorities, gays, and renters. And they made the same enemies: the Chamber of Commerce, developers, realtors, the SFPD. Moscone and Milk both loved politics, and they loved the city they served. They roamed their streets, savoring its rich brew, always ready to plunge in. Christopher Moscone remembers going with his family to a North Beach restaurant, and when they emerged after dinner, his father spotted some people down the street picketing and chanting for higher wages. "My dad just joined right in, walking the picket line. We all stood there waiting for him, and my mom's like, 'Any time now, George.'" Harvey Milk liked to ride the Muni to City Hall so that he could overhear San Francisco talking. He never got over the ornate beauty of his workplace, the temple of gold, marble, and carved wood dedicated to the people of San Francisco. He liked to give friends tours of the building, explaining the intricate friezes that illuminated the interior of the Grand Rotunda, and urging them to pretend they were stars of a Cecil B. DeMille spectacle and go sweeping down the epic marble staircase in the colonnaded lobby. Never take the elevator when you're in City Hall, Milk advised. Always take that stairway. You can make such an entrance. Take it slowly. In his own dreams, Milk wasn't Gloria Swanson, but the mayor of San Francisco. He had dreamed of becoming mayor from the time he first set foot in this jewel box of a city. There were some City Hall observers who believed that Milk was indeed Moscone's logical successor. He would make history again when he was elected as the country's first openly gay mayor. In the meantime, the city's current mayor was already championing gay liberation. George Moscone was as much a product of the San Francisco parishes and parochial school sports as Dan White, but he embraced all of San Francisco. He looked as comfortable in Amelia's, the divey lesbian bar on Valencia Street, as he did in the dining room at North Beach Restaurant. Moscone shared Milk's mischievous sense of humor. One day, Milk told the mayor that he had been picked up on a Castro Street corner that morning while waiting for a bus by fellow supervisor Quentin Kopp, who gave him a ride to City Hall in his official car. Kopp was the perfect foil for the two fun-loving liberals, a tall, gawky, balding, bespectacled bean counter. "You've got to do me a favor," Moscone told Milk. "Next time Kopp picks you up, tease him playfully." Milk exploded in laughter and promised the mayor he would do just that. In the fall of 1978, Moscone joined Milk in the campaign to defeat Proposition 6, the anti-gay Briggs Initiative. The two men made regular Saturday morning visits to the San Franciscans against Prop 6 headquarters. In the closing days of the campaign, the momentum swung against Briggs as a phalanx of political leaders took a stand against the nasty piece of legislative intolerance, including President Carter and Governor Jerry Brown. Desperate to create a media spectacle to turn the tide in his favor, Briggs, a dreary little man with thinning hair and baggy brown suits from an equally dreary Southern California suburb, phoned the SFPD and announced that he would be showing up that night at the Halloween festival on Polk Street. Anything could happen if Briggs waded into the annual street carnival, which had long been a gay high holiday in San Francisco. The ruthless politician was clearly hoping for the worst. As Briggs headed for Polk Street, surrounded by a media swarm eager to capture his confrontation with some of San Francisco's residents, he proclaimed righteously, "I'm going because this is a children's night, and I'm interested in children." But San Francisco was Moscone and Milk's town, not John Briggs, and they had a surprise for him. The police car carrying Briggs did not stop at Polk Street, but instead dropped him a few blocks away, where an official delegation, including Moscone, Milk, and pro-gay police chief Gain, welcomed him to San Francisco. Moscone then informed the troublemaking state senator that it would not be in the best interests of law and order for him to roam Polk Street that night, which was choked with some 80,000 party maniacs. Chief Gain, flanked by 25 cops, firmly agreed. Briggs spluttered with rage, but he had no choice. Outwitted by San Francisco's politicians, he was packed into his car and driven back to Sacramento. Just a few years before, the SFPD happily billy-clubbed any flagrantly costumed Halloween revelers who made the mistake of wandering off Polk Street. But with Moscone and Milk in City Hall, times had changed. Now the cops were being used on Halloween to run the state's leading gay basher out of town. The following week, Briggs' attempted pogrom against California's gay teachers was crushed by a 2-to-1 landslide at the polls. In San Francisco, the vote was even more lopsided, with Proposition 6 losing by a 3-to-1 margin. At the ecstatic celebration in the Castro that night, a brass band marched into the hall blaring San Francisco, the Judy Garland show tune that gays had revived as the city anthem. San Francisco, open your golden gate. You let no stranger wait outside your door. Joining Milk on stage, Moscone was greeted by a thunderous ovation. The exuberant mayor declared the night a Waterloo for all those bigots and blowhards who tried to make political advances on the backs of those who were at the bottom of the spectrum. "This is your night," Moscone shouted to the crowd of activists who had appealed to California's better angels and won big. No on 6 will be emblazoned upon the principles of San Francisco liberty and freedom for all forever. But not all of San Francisco was celebrating. The Briggs Initiative won a majority vote in Dan White's District 8, where crucifixes and saints under glass protected homes from the devilry over the hills. And the same old values held sway at the Hall of Justice and the precinct stations. Most San Francisco cops would have preferred to run Moscone and Milk out of town that Halloween night instead of Briggs. By November 1978, the rage in police ranks against the mayor and his liberal police chief was white-hot. Moscone was close to winning the Board of Supervisors' approval for a resolution to the civil rights lawsuit against the SFPD that would make the department's old boy culture extinct. Meanwhile, Chief Gain was continuing to re-engineer the force, recruiting gays, promoting women and minorities, and driving out the drunks, burnouts, and bullies long coddled by the department. The veterans felt betrayed by Moscone. When he was running for mayor in 1975, he'd met with the Bureau of Inspectors, the core group of detectives that traditionally provided the SFPD's leadership. As he looked at the stone-faced cops gathered in the fifth-floor auditorium at the Hall of Justice, the liberal candidate knew what he needed to promise them to get their support. "Let me tell you something. When I'm mayor, the chief of police will come from this room," Moscone declared. "In fact, I'm looking right at the man I'm going to appoint, Captain Ray Canepa." Boom! That's what we wanted to hear, recalled veteran homicide inspector Frank Fausen. Canepa was the most popular guy in the room, liked by all the cops. So when George Moscone leaves the room that day, every inspector stood up and gave him a round of applause. But after he was elected, Moscone picked maverick outsider Charlie Gain instead. "He was our worst nightmare," said Fausen. The veteran cops felt stabbed in the back by Moscone. It got worse as the police watched Moscone and Gain preside over what they saw as a morally lax regime. "We had some serious problems, and now they're not being dealt with correctly," said Fausen. Things you were told were against the law were suddenly no longer against the law. Gay bathhouses, for instance, were off limits to the cops in the new San Francisco. And the permissive climate only seemed to draw more homosexuals. "They were migrating from everywhere," Fausen remarked. A lot of cops felt it was the liberal attitudes, the anything-goes atmosphere, that was attracting them here. Soon, there would be nothing left of the San Francisco that they had grown up in, the San Francisco that Dan White kept warning was dying. The resentment in the ranks was so palpable that a police beat reporter wasn't surprised when he saw this graffiti on a police station bathroom wall one day. "Who's going to get the mayor?" Rumors began flying around the city in 1978. The cops were going to kill Moscone, or Gain, or both. As San Francisco's most high-profile hooker, Margot State James, heard a lot of the murderous chatter, passed along from cops she knew. One day, a cop who was one of her clients phoned her and, knowing that she was friendly with the police chief, warned her to stop Gain from going out at night. State James tracked down the chief at a local college where he was giving a speech and told him to go home. "The cops are going to bump you off," she said. The cops messed with Gain. One time, officers showed up at the chief's house and told him that his car in the driveway had a bomb planted in it. "It was a lie," said State James. "They just hated him. They thought he was handing the city to the dogs." The streets buzzed with assassination talk. One day, an ex-con who had served in Vietnam and was known for his lethal skills was approached by someone claiming to represent a prominent San Franciscan. He promised the ex-con a big reward for killing Mayor Moscone. Milk also received death threats, including a flurry in advance of the 1978 Gay Freedom Day parade, where he was scheduled to speak. "You get the first bullet the minute you stand at the microphone," read one neatly typed postcard. Milk spoke often about his premonitions of a violent death. "I'll get it from a closet queen," he predicted. Cleve Jones grew tired of his mentor's morbid talk. "Who do you think you are?" mocked Jones. "Martin Luther King? Gandhi? You're not on anybody's radar. You're just a gay shopkeeper." "I was wrong," Jones said years later. Day of the gun. It was Dan White who became the missile of old San Francisco's rage. The pressures had been building inside him ever since he took his supervisor's seat at City Hall. John Barbagella had warned White not to get involved in San Francisco politics when the young fireman came to the retired supervisor for his blessing. Barbagella, whose health was still damaged by his municipal battles, didn't think that White had the temperament for the San Francisco arena. Some of White's old friends on the police force, such as Frank Fausen and Jack Cleary, also worried about him. They thought he was too much of a Boy Scout for the City Hall snake pit. "Why do you want to go down to City Hall and get caught up in all that mess?" Cleary remarked to him. "You're a good fireman." After White took his seat on the board at age 32, the city's youngest supervisor, it soon became clear he was out of his depth. He was outmaneuvered by his nimble adversaries on the left, Milk and Carol Ruth Silver. And even allies like Quentin Kopp seemed more interested in manipulating the political novice for their own purposes than in grooming him as a civic leader. The only supervisor who seemed to take White under her wing was Dianne Feinstein, but she was often distracted by her own personal and political burdens, including the wrenching illness of her beloved husband, neurosurgeon Bert Feinstein, who died in 1978 after a long bout with cancer. Meanwhile, White was under growing financial pressures at home, having given up his $18,000 fireman's salary for a role in city government that paid only $9,600 a year. To supplement the family's income, he put in long hours with Mary Ann at the Hot Potato, a struggling French fry and baked potato concession that the couple had opened on touristy Pier 39. Ever since he was a boy, White daydreamed of being the kind of man, like his dad, who would take care of his loved ones and rescue people. But now, sinking in debt and flailing to support his family and take care of his constituents, it was Dan White who needed to be rescued. On November 10, 1978, White stunned the San Francisco political community, including his own supporters, by announcing that he was resigning from the Board of Supervisors, explaining, "I didn't have any time to be both a good husband, father, and supervisor." Moscone, long troubled by the toll that politics had taken on his own family life, responded with feeling to White's announcement. Expressing sympathy for White's decision, the mayor told reporters, "I've always harbored strong admiration for someone who can push aside the vanity of public service and gauge his life accordingly." But White's biggest backers were not as understanding. The cops and the downtown business establishment were increasingly frantic about San Francisco's leftward direction. They knew that political control of the Board of Supervisors was hanging in the balance. As soon as Moscone filled White's seat with a political ally, the mayor would finally have a liberal 6-5 margin on the board, and there would be no stopping his progressive legislative agenda. The Board of Realtors was particularly concerned because Harvey Milk had already announced his plan to slap controls on soaring rents in the city. And the police union knew that by replacing White on the board, Moscone could finally settle the civil rights lawsuit and repaint the heavily white SFPD with all the colors of the San Francisco rainbow. White's supporters descended on him and began twisting his arms. They told him he needed to be a man and do his job. They worked on his fears of being a quitter. They reminded him that San Francisco was becoming a cesspool and he was the only one who could rescue the city. And they sweetened the deal. Real estate developers offered to bail out the cash-strapped family man with long-term, low-interest loans. 5 days later, White reversed himself, telling the mayor that he was taking back his resignation letter. At a press conference outside his old City Hall office, White made no attempt to camouflage the powerful interests behind his change of heart. Addressing reporters, he was flanked by police union officials and representatives of the real estate industry. Once again, Moscone responded to White's flip-flop with fatherly forgiveness, telling the press, "As far as I'm concerned, Dan White is the supervisor from District 8. A man has a right to change his mind." But now it was Moscone's turn to feel the political heat. Liberal supporters, including Milk, began working the mayor hard, telling him that this was a golden opportunity to finally achieve his legislative goals, that he would be crazy to throw it away. Dan White had to go, they told him. As the backroom drama over White embroiled City Hall, spilling into the weekend of November 18, the chilling reports from Guyana began filtering back home. Now there was a grisly and surreal backdrop to all the political machinations in San Francisco. Moscone's enemies quickly made it clear that they were going to hang Jonestown around his neck, with Quentin Kopp charging that the mayor had rebuffed his demands for an investigation into People's Temple. Meanwhile, Harvey Milk began using Jonestown to pressure Moscone from the left, telling the mayor that he was now going to need the gay vote more than ever to get re-elected the following year. "You reappoint Dan White to the board, and you won't get elected dog catcher," Milk told Moscone, a political threat loaded with chutzpah considering Milk's own Jonestown vulnerabilities. On Monday, November 21, Moscone signaled that he was backing away from reappointing White. That week, as the maneuvers over San Francisco's political future grew more heated, politicians also wrestled with their guilt and fear about Jonestown. Responding to the rumors about People's Temple hit squads, Moscone ordered tightened security at City Hall. Police guards were added at both main doors to the building, where all visitors were required to walk through metal detectors. More officers were assigned to the mayor's security team. Moscone was worried not just about fallout from Jonestown. Dan White, whose efforts to reclaim his job were growing increasingly frantic, was also adding to the strange and jumpy atmosphere at City Hall. White continued to haunt the corridors at City Hall, a phantom of increasing pathos, even after it became painfully clear that he was not going to get back his old office. He began threatening the mayor with legal action, and he huddled over the City Hall copy machines, cranking out unsolicited letters of support for his crusade that were obviously written by himself. "I'm worried about Dan White," Moscone confided to his wife Gina. "He's taking this hard. He's acting sort of flaky." It was no secret to White who was working against him, the same liberal cabal that was turning his hometown into a freak show. And Harvey Milk was at the center of all the intrigue. Wandering around City Hall one day, White overheard Milk on the phone, vigorously lobbying the city attorney to reject White's legal bid for his old office. Milk had pretended to be his friend, but now he was showing his true colors. He was the enemy. On Monday, November 27, Moscone was scheduled to make it official, announcing his replacement for Dan White on the Board of Supervisors, a liberal federal housing official who would give the mayor his swing vote. White had spent another sleepless night in the basement of his stucco bungalow in the Outer Mission, pacing back and forth and poring over a scrapbook filled with family clippings and photos. There was nothing in the book of mementos about his own achievements, his heroic feat at Blazing Geneva Towers, or the state softball championship that he and Frank Falzon had helped win for their Police All-Stars team. The scrapbook was all about his dad's bravery, about the time Charlie White had rescued a minister's suicidal son off a high tower. Dan White had made up his mind. This was the day he was going to rescue San Francisco. He showered and shaved and dressed for his mission. An aide dropped off White at City Hall around 10:30 that morning. He told her he was going to give Moscone and Milk a piece of his mind. His .38 Smith & Wesson police revolver was tucked into a soft leather holster clipped onto the back of his belt, hidden by his suit jacket. He had loaded the gun with hollow-point bullets to make sure the physical damage would be explosive. In order to avoid the metal detector at the front door, White went around to the side of the building and crawled through an open basement window. He then climbed the back stairs, heading for room 200, the mayor's second-floor suite.
White knew that Jim Molinari, the mayor's police bodyguard, would be in the reception area, so he entered the mayor's suite through a side door. As White walked into Moscone's office, Willie Brown was leaving. Brown had been shooting the breeze with his old friend about football, politics, and their annual plans to go Christmas shopping in the Wolf's Den, a lingerie shop where women modeled silky garments for male customers. As Brown left Moscone's office, White went gliding past him. He always had the same blank look on his face, Brown said later. Moscone was not happy to hear that Dan White was waiting to see him that morning. "Gosh," he told his secretary when she announced that White was outside, "how come he's doing this?" But Moscone greeted White graciously, closing the door behind them so that he could give White the bad news in private. The mayor wrapped a consoling arm around his shoulders and took the distraught young man into a private nook in the back of his office, where he kept a bottle of White Horse whiskey. That's the way men like Moscone did these things. "What are you going to do now? You thinking about being a fireman again? Maybe we can help out." Moscone was all sympathy, but his words just sounded slick and syrupy to White, who was exploding inside. Suddenly, White reached behind his back, ripped the .38 out of his holster, and began firing point blank at Moscone. As the first two hollow points tore through Moscone's chest and shoulder, he toppled onto the floor, blood drenching his white shirt. White was not finished. He stood over the mayor's body like an executioner and, sticking the barrel of his gun almost directly against his victim's ear, pumped two more exploding bullets into Moscone's brain.
Jim Molinari, the mayor's thin blue line, heard nothing as White carried out his mission. While the gunfire erupted in the mayor's office, his bodyguards sat in the reception area, reading the green sheet, the Chronicle sports section, and chatting with a City Hall official. "You don't hear anything in City Hall, with all the marble and woodwork," Molinari explained later. Meanwhile, White reloaded his gun with 5 more hollow points and headed for Harvey Milk's office. Diane Feinstein, who was on the lookout for White that day, worried that he would cause a scene when the new supervisor was sworn in, cried out to him as he passed her office. "Dan!" She knew that she was the only one who might be able to talk some sense into him. "It'll have to wait, Diane," White told her, moving with a laser intensity to his next target. White found Milk in his office. "Harvey, can I see you for a minute?" Milk was surprised to see White, but he agreed to follow the man whom he had called dangerous, as White led him into his old office, now nearly bare of furniture and equipment. "What in the world are you doing to me?" White began shouting at Milk after closing the door behind them. "Why do you want to hurt my name, my family? You cheated me." It was the pleading voice of a boy who had never grown up, who had never lived up to his own standards of manhood. And then he was firing his gun at Milk 1, 2, 3, 4 times. The 4th bullet slammed into Milk's skull, spraying blood and brain tissue all over the wall. But White wanted to make sure that his tormentor was obliterated. He stood directly over him and fired 1 more time at point-blank range into Milk's already shattered skull. Feinstein heard the shots from her office and immediately thought Dan White had killed himself. She moved towards White's office as if in a trance, shoved open the door, and saw Milk's body splayed on the floor in a glistening pool of blood. Feinstein, whose father and second husband had been doctors, immediately went into emergency mode, kneeling next to Milk and picking up his wrist to feel for a pulse. Her fingers slipped into a bullet hole and was coated with blood and slime when she pulled it out. One of Milk's aides had followed Feinstein into the room, and she told him to call the police chief's office. But he was sobbing so uncontrollably that he couldn't dial the number. "Here, let me," said Feinstein, gently taking the phone out of his hand. The aide ran out of the room to a water fountain and gulped down 2 volumes. As frantic whispers about the shootings floated through City Hall, the cavernous building grew small and quiet. But when word reached the Hall of Justice, the reaction was different. Scattered cheers broke out on the 4th floor among the police inspectors who had felt betrayed by Moscone. The jubilation soon spread throughout the SFPD network. Moscone and Milk were dead, and a member of the cop's family, Danny White, had done the job. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish song crackled on the police radio, then Danny Boy. The jokes immediately began making the rounds of the precincts. What did Marianne tell Dan after she heard about the shootings? "No, Dan, I said to get milk and macaroni, not Milk and Moscone." The San Francisco police force was deeply implicated in the murders of Moscone and Milk. Dan White was not carrying out SFPD orders that morning in City Hall, but he was carrying out the department's will. He was no longer on the force, but he was one of them, their star ball player, their political representative, their brother. He knew all about the cops' murderous feelings toward the city's liberal leadership. He felt the same way. They had the will, he had the willpower. All the cops knew Danny White. Jim Molinari grew up in the same neighborhood with him, and Molinari's brother was a close friend. Frank Falzon was a few years ahead of White at St. Elizabeth's Grammar School. Danny used to shag balls for Falzon at the park as a kid, and later became the star player on Falzon's police softball team. White played shortstop, Falzon was on second. They were wizards at turning a double play. He was like a kid brother to Falzon. When the alert went out from City Hall that morning, Falzon and Jack Cleary rushed to City Hall. It was Molinari who told them that Dan White was the shooter. "I felt sucker punched," said Falzon. "He was one of my best friends." Cleary said, "Check the restroom. Dan's gonna blow his brains out." Instead, White had slipped out of City Hall just as easily as he had entered and gone to St. Mary's, the nearby cathedral that soared, gleaming and white, like a giant sailboat in the San Francisco sky. He met Marianne inside. He wanted to make her understand. Marianne convinced her husband to turn himself in, and as they walked down Cathedral Hill to Northern Station, she clutched him tightly so that he couldn't use the gun on himself.
When he entered the police station, White nodded towards the .38 in his holster and held his hands away from his body to show he was going easy. But when he was led into the cramped interrogation room, the assassin had nothing to say about the mayhem he had left behind in City Hall. It was Frank Falzon who got White talking. When the homicide cop walked into the room, he played it exactly the way he felt it, like Dan White's stunned, outraged older brother. "It hit me in the really throat, seeing him there," Falzon said later. "Why?" Falzon shouted at his friend. "What's wrong with you?" Tears were streaming down White's face. "I want to tell you about it," he told Falzon, and he began to talk. "He was under so much pressure," said White. "They put a lot of pressure on me and my family." As White mentioned his family, he began sobbing, and Falzon reached out and squeezed his forearm. "Can you relate these pressures you've been under, Dan?" the cop asked softly. And then the floodgates opened. How he was trying to take care of his family and serve the people of his district and keep the potato stand going. "My wife's got to work long hours, 50 and 60 hours, never see my family." He was crying so hard he was choking on the words now. How he was forced to give up his job as supervisor for the good of his family.
How supporters rallied around him, and he tried to get his job back, and Moscone promised the seat was still his. But then they betrayed him, Moscone, Milk, and the others. When the mayor told him he was going back on his word, was not going to reappoint him, I got kind of fuzzy. My head didn't feel right. He didn't go to City Hall that morning intending to kill anyone, but something just cracked inside him, and he shot the mayor. After that, he walked down the hall to talk to Harvey. Maybe he'll be honest with me, White thought. He told Harvey what the supervisor's job meant to him and his family, and how important his reputation as a hard-working public servant was. But he just kind of smirked at me, as if to say, "Too bad," and then I just got all flushed and hot, and I shot him. Then he phoned Mary Ann and met her at the cathedral. He wanted her to understand how the pressure hit me, just my head's all flushed, and it's like my skull's gonna crack. She slumped when he told her, another crushing blow to the woman who was so good-hearted and giving. Mary Ann begged him not to harm himself, promised that she would stand by him, and they walked down the hill together, arm in arm, to Northern Station. It felt good to tell Falzon everything. Confession was good for the soul. But Falzon felt like hell when he walked out of the room. I thought I was sending my friend to the gas chamber. I had a confession on 2 murders, had the murder weapon, had witnesses. To me, it was an open and shut first-degree murder case. Jack Cleary had a different feeling when he listened to the tape recording of White's confession. When I heard that confession, I said, this better be tried right in the courtroom, because if not, hell walk. Cleary knew that White's emotional narrative, the story of a good family man who was finally pushed beyond his limits, could make a jury of Dan White's peers weep for his mortifications. Falzon's gentle questioning had produced the ideal psychological defense. Later, Falzon would be widely excoriated for his kid-gloves handling of White. Critics said that the veteran homicide cop should never have interrogated him. The men were too close. It was a glaring conflict of interest. Falzon strongly denied that he had compromised his professionalism. They would say, "You were Dan White's friend, you buddied up." And I'd say, "Gosh, I did my job. I got a confession." But looking back on it years later, Falzon wished he never had done it. Because I had a remarkable career, the kind of career a cop could always be proud of, could tell his grandkids about. All of it except Dan White. White, exquisitely in touch with his own pain, showed no remorse or sympathy for his victims or their loved ones. After his interrogation, the assassin was driven to the Hall of Justice to be jailed. Jack Cleary rode in the elevator with White to the jailhouse floor. As we're riding in the elevator, Dan says, "Wasn't that a bad ball game between USC and Notre Dame?" I said, "Holy Christ, Dan, you just killed a couple people and you're telling me about a ball game." But White knew he was among his people at the Hall of Justice. As he was being fingerprinted, a crowd of sheriff's deputies gathered around him. A few had fury in their eyes, but most were smiling at him. One deputy walked over to White and patted him on the back, like a coach in the dugout greeting a player who'd just scored.
While San Francisco's men in uniform greeted their hero, the citizenry was informed of the latest calamities to strike their city. It fell to Dianne Feinstein to deliver the unspeakable news. A horde of City Hall reporters surged around her as she stood at the top of the marble staircase that Milk loved to sweep up and down. Feinstein's face was gaunt, and her eyes shimmered with tears. She was flanked closely by Chief Gain and by one of her aides, who seemed to be holding up her tall frame as she spoke. She later said that she had stopped herself from breaking down by focusing on a familiar face, Chronicle reporter Duffy Jennings. "As president of the Board of Supervisors, it is my duty to make this announcement," she began with a trembling voice. Then, pausing for a deep breath, she continued. "Both Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed." The press pack gasped and cried out, and visibly recoiled, as if to pull away from the story, one newspaper reporter later recalled, as if it were too much, as if this couldn't be true, or that they didn't want it to be true. "We're human beings first." Then came the final blow. The suspect is Supervisor Dan White. City Hall was a small world, and the reporters who covered the mayor took it hard. Jennings, born and raised a few blocks from where Moscone grew up, couldn't help but like the guy. He enjoyed being around him. Moscone was always smiling, but he didn't seem like a phony. He was streetwise and politically shrewd, and fun to chew the fat with. At the end of the day, the mayor would sometimes invite Jennings and other City Hall reporters for drinks in his private back room, the dark, intimate chamber where his life had just ended. Harvey was always good copy too, a rubber-faced clown one minute and the city's conscience the next. He turned City Hall into his opera house. Even tedious supervisor meetings seemed stage-lit when Milk took the floor. Now the enormous and beautiful old building suddenly felt like a mausoleum. As the news sped around the city, reaching those who knew and loved the two men, the ripples of pain widened. Cleve Jones was putting in a few minutes on a hotel workers' union picket line in the Castro when a bus wheezed to a stop and someone shouted that the mayor had been shot. Jones had a frantic feeling about Milk and grabbed a taxi to City Hall, arriving in time to see a dazed Feinstein walk by, her hands stained with Milk's blood. There was a gaggle of cops gathered around Dan White's old office. Jones saw a pair of feet and scuffed-up wingtips sticking out the door, and he knew it was Harvey. It was the only pair of shoes Milk owned. Jones pushed his way into the room and saw Harvey's blue face and his thick, blood-clotted hair. "I had never seen a dead person before," he recalled. "I think I was in shock for a long time after that." Milk was the first person other than his parents who had seen something in Jones. Recognizing his potential as a leader, Milk had given the young man one of his most prized possessions, his bullhorn. Jones promptly put it to good use, rallying dozens of protest marches around the city. But now, Jones thought, that was all finished. When I saw his body there on the floor, I said to myself, it's all over now. I felt it was the end of the gay liberation movement, the end of the city. I couldn't imagine how San Francisco could ever come back from this. It also seemed like the end of days for the Moscone family. A fireman picked up Christopher, then 16, and Jonathan, 14, at St. Ignatius and drove them home. The boys knew something terrible had happened, but didn't know what until Christopher finally asked. "Your father has expired," the fireman told them. Everything seemed wavy to Christopher. He barely made it to his room. He remembers a numbness settling over him for a long time after that. "My mom let us do what we wanted for a while. If we wanted to go to school, we did. If we wanted to watch television until 3 in the morning, we could." I became very introverted. Rebecca Moscone, an 18-year-old student at UC Berkeley, was pulled out of class by campus policemen the day her father was killed. Her boyfriend gave her the news. "I flipped out, started sobbing. I kind of collapsed," Rebecca recalled. "Up until then, life was great. After that was a big emptiness. My father taught me to play basketball. I remember driving to Tahoe with my dad in his Alfa Romeo. Afterward, I was in this fog for a year, trapped."
Gina Moscone withdrew entirely from her husband's world, the arena that had taken so much of him, and now had taken all of him. She never spoke in public about his murder. A newspaper photo of the mourning family captured Gina Moscone's fathomless grief, picturing her bent over, with her face buried in her hands, as her children tried desperately to comfort her. "I felt pretty helpless," said Christopher years later. "What could I do? She's alone, she doesn't have her partner, and nothing can replace that." When Moscone and Milk died, they were both nearly broke. Milk was deeply in debt, and Moscone had only a few $100s in his savings account. They left nothing for their families and friends. But the two men bequeathed something invaluable to San Francisco. They presided over the modernization of the city. Under their leadership, City Hall was finally opened to all of those who made San Francisco their home. Milk said in his final days that San Francisco was the home that he and thousands of other gay men had been searching for their entire lives. It was a haven for dreamers and outcasts and wandering souls. Both men gave their lives for this oasis of freedom, the city where no stranger was kept outside its Golden Gate. In the days after Jonestown and the City Hall assassinations, San Francisco sleepwalked under a dark canopy of clouds that seemed like it would never lift. The city was racked with despair. The San Francisco Suicide Prevention Center received twice its normal number of phone calls. Reverend Cecil Williams fielded a flood of calls at his Tenderloin church from distraught people who feared that they and the city itself would never recover from the multiple traumas. The Examiner's Washington, D.C. bureau reported that San Franciscans visiting the nation's capital were bombarded by questions about their dark-starred city. "There must be something evil out there," one San Francisco visitor was told. "It's crazy. It's sick. I'm glad I'm here," another San Franciscan was informed. Some media commentators in the local press picked up the sick San Francisco theme, conveniently overlooking that Dan White was no denizen of the city's wacky fringe, but a wholesome-looking product of the Catholic Church, U.S. Army, and San Francisco police and fire departments. San Francisco had become Aberration City, wrote conservative Examiner columnist Guy Wright, sounding like White himself. A fermentation vat for oddball notions. A haven for all sorts of kook cults. A city where tolerance deteriorates into license. A town without a norm. The defenders of a wide-open San Francisco rallied around their wounded city. Lawrence Ferlinghetti published an elegy to dispel gloom in the Examiner, writing, "It's poor vanity to think that all humanity is bathed in red because one young madman, one so bad man, lost his head." Meanwhile, Reverend Williams held a special evening service at Glide Memorial Church to soothe his suffering rainbow flock. Williams reminded worshippers why San Francisco, their sparkling, sea-glass city that now seemed so damned, was actually blessed. San Francisco is the most tolerant city in the world. Harvey Milk and George Moscone gave their lives for that idea. Cleve Jones soon realized that he was wrong, that it was not all over, that George's and Harvey's San Francisco lived on. He saw it that Monday evening, just hours after the assassinations. Jones was an expert at working phone trees whenever Harvey and he decided that people needed to be mobilized in the streets. But that evening, it wasn't necessary. People just knew. Everybody knew what to do, said Jones. As the sun dipped below Twin Peaks, Jones wandered toward Castro and Market and saw the huge crowd starting to gather. It was the most amazingly beautiful, heart-wrenchingly sad, magnificent example of what San Francisco is. It was gay people, straight people, white people, Filipinos, Chinese, African Americans, men and women of all ages, children, the poor and well-dressed, people in fur coats next to people in rags. We estimated there were between 30,000 and 40,000 people. We marched in almost total silence down Market Street to City Hall and filled Civic Center Plaza, a sea of people holding candles. I remember standing there and thinking, this isn't the end of anything, this is the beginning, and I was right. I think every city has a soul, every city is unique and special, but for San Franciscans, I don't think there could ever be another place to call home. And a lot of it has to do with what I saw that night, with this ability to suffer horrible and dreadful events, earthquakes, civil turmoil, assassinations, and to not only endure, but to create something beautiful from it. Crowding into the plaza, people listened in a church-like hush as Joan Baez sang Amazing Grace on the City Hall steps.
After she finished, Dianne Feinstein stood up and began to address the vast throng. Hours earlier, her arms were bathed in Harvey Milk's blood. Facing the press, she could barely choke out the announcement about the City Hall murders. The explosion of violence had caught Feinstein in a delicate midlife moment. At 45, the recently widowed mother of a teenage daughter was grappling with her future. Before Dan White overturned San Francisco's political order, Feinstein's political career was all but finished. She had been rejected twice by the city's voters in her quest for the mayor's office. It seemed clear to her that she was not the leader that San Francisco wanted, too starched, too middle of the road, too goody-goody. In the weeks before the assassinations, Feinstein had gone trekking in the mountains of Nepal to ponder her next steps. "I need to get my life together," she had said. While hiking in the Himalayas, she came down with an intestinal illness. By the time she recovered from her nausea and fever, she had decided to announce her resignation from politics when she returned home. But now, Dianne Feinstein was acting mayor. And as the tall, lean, attractive woman with the bonnet of dark hair and piercing green eyes stood before her fellow San Franciscans that candlelit evening, there was something different about her. In the course of that terrible day, Feinstein had become the leader that the city needed. As she began to speak, she found the right words to express San Francisco's howling pain and to make people believe that the broken city could be put back together. As long as she had anything to say about it, Feinstein told the crowd, she would make sure that San Francisco continued to follow the path of human rights, love, and understanding. No bullets could stop that forward march. The people gave her the kind of heartfelt ovation she had never heard in her political career. 2 days later, at the City Hall memorial service for Moscone and Milk, Feinstein was even more eloquent. Standing once again on the City Hall steps, on a stage draped with black bunting, the acting mayor pledged to honor the two men's sacrifice by bringing together the deeply divided city. Neither of the two men we mourn today were bitter or vengeful. Their deaths should not engender feeling alien to their natures or to the nature of this beautiful city. If there has been rancor between the neighborhoods and downtown, between our different races, and between our different lifestyles, let us put it aside. Let us join together in a spirit of unity and reconciliation. Let us take pride in the memory of George Moscone and Harvey Milk for the San Francisco we all love. It has become fashionable in recent decades to despair public service. The political profession is widely scorned and reviled. But there are times when political leadership seems like a blessing. San Francisco in November 1978 was a broken vessel on a dark sea. The city had endured so many blows and afflictions that it seemed cursed. When deliverance finally came, San Francisco owed it in large part to an unlikely leader.
Though she was a homegrown native, she seemed miscast for the role. San Franciscans had a fondness for lovable rogues and other colorful characters. But in A City of Marx Brothers, Feinstein was Margaret Dumont, forever distressed and befuddled by the antics around her. Not only was she the grown-up in the room, it seemed like she had always been a grown-up. Feinstein was well-grounded, resolute, firm, managerial. Even her eccentricities, like her love of uniforms and ceremonial displays of military power, seemed weirdly San Franciscan. Yet she turned out to be precisely the right leader for the time. While she shifted the city back toward the center, she stabilized it enough to allow many of the revolutionary changes that preceded her to become fully absorbed by the body politic. Though she herself was not in harmony with all of these San Francisco values, they became enshrined under her leadership. Deliverance. One way or another, this darkness got to give. Fire by trial. Looking back at the harrowing period when she became mayor of San Francisco, Dianne Feinstein said, "I found out one thing about myself. When I am really in crisis, things are much clearer to me. I move in a regular way and can just sustain myself through the crisis. And it's always been that way in my life. I just can't explain it, but it is." I needed that ability when I became mayor because the city was falling apart. Feinstein developed the ability to navigate her way through traumas at an early age. The oldest of 3 daughters, she was raised in an elegantly appointed San Francisco home that from the outside looked picture perfect. Her beloved father, Dr. Leon Goldman, was a highly respected surgeon and professor at the University of California, San Francisco Medical Complex. Her mother, Betty, was a beautiful and exotic Russian émigré, the daughter of a czarist general forced to flee the Bolshevik Revolution. But Betty Goldman, who was later revealed to have been brain damaged by a childhood case of encephalitis, was prone to terrifying and unpredictable rages. She once chased Diane around the dining room with a knife, and she often locked her out of the house at night. Diane was forced to study for her high-stakes scholastic aptitude test in the shelter of her parents' car. Feinstein idolized her father, but discovered early on that he could not protect his children from their volatile mother. Feinstein said later that she learned leadership at home by figuring out how to manage her mother's eruptions and to shield her younger sisters. It is fair to say we lived in a great deal of fear, Feinstein recalled. The part that was hard was the unpredictability. My mother was capable of great hostility, I mean terrible things. It was brutal. Young Diane found comfort in the clubby, male world of San Francisco politics, following her colorful uncle, Morris Goldman, a coat manufacturer and Democratic Party wheeler-dealer, as he made his rounds through the city. In 1945, when she was 12, Diane was taken to her first City Hall meeting by Uncle Morris, who offered running commentary on the board of stupidvisors and pointed out how the flick of a portly city boss's stogie could change the vote count. Feinstein, who was raised Jewish, also gained insight into the Catholic core of San Francisco politics by going to high school at the exclusive Convent of the Sacred Heart. The school, housed in the historic white marble flood mansion overlooking the San Francisco Bay, imbued in Feinstein a lifelong respect for Catholic ritual and order. Sometimes she would slip into a nun's habit when the sisters weren't looking. But when the young woman saw some of the church's deeper reactionary principles on unvarnished display during a trip to Spain, she decided she could never convert. After studying political science at Stanford in the 1950s, Feinstein was selected as a Cornell Fellow, a program started by two wealthy San Franciscans to train future government leaders. She entered city politics reeking of squeaky clean good government elitism instead of the usual smoky backroom funk. She won her first race for the Board of Supervisors in 1969 as a moderate Democrat without the help of any of the local machines. At 36, she was the mother of a 12-year-old girl and married to her second husband, brain surgeon Bert Feinstein, and living happily with her family in a Pacific Heights mansion. But, compelled by a restless ambition, she already had her eye on the mayor's office. And Dr. Feinstein, 2 decades older, was wholeheartedly dedicated to his wife's happiness, helping with all the campaign chores the way her father had when she ran for student office in high school. Though she had grown up in the city and had reaped the benefits of her uncle's street-savvy wisdom, Feinstein seemed painfully cloistered when she first jumped into San Francisco politics. To her credit, she felt a need to venture into pockets of the city that had always been terra incognita to her. "I wasn't ever afraid of going places, or looking at new things, or opening my mind," she said. But Feinstein's fact-finding missions often verged on the ludicrous. An ardent opponent of the city's growing porn industry, Feinstein decided she should go to an adult movie to see for herself what she was up against, dragging along another nice Jewish girl, Chronicle Society columnist Merla Zellerbach, to a seedy theater. Predictably, Feinstein and her friend were horrified. On another occasion, Feinstein, determined to clean up the Tenderloin, the city's drugged-out red-light district, put on a blonde wig and stood on a street corner for 3 hours to learn more about the raunchy neighborhood. The earnest supervisor once stood in front of a Glide Memorial Church congregation and lectured the downtrodden Tenderloin worshippers about the importance of good hygiene and hard work. Good citizens, she enlightened them, are people who keep themselves clean. Her perky sermon was met with scattered boos. Cecil Williams, sitting behind Feinstein, was tempted to pull on her coattails to stop her. "Diane," the minister later scolded her, "you don't talk that way to these folks. If they had a place to get cleaned up, most of them would get cleaned up. If they could get a job, they'd get a job." But over time, as Feinstein explored her city, she grew more understanding about San Francisco's changing social currents. She still tended to be stiff, as if her feelings were wrapped in wax, as one reporter put it. And she never would be the kind of rakish politician who'd take a deep hit off a joint if it were offered. But she became more comfortable with the city's colorful cast of characters. And when Pacific Heights residents lobbied the Board of Supervisors to evict the Delancey Street halfway house from their Tony neighborhood, Feinstein broke with her own neighbors and supported the ex-cons and recovering addicts. "Quentin Kopp led the campaign against us," said Bill Maher, the Delancey Street founder's younger brother and political sidekick. "Kopp suggested that we move to a neighborhood more appropriate to our social status. Diane was our main supporter, even though she lived nearby. She was great, vibrant and young, and very progressive. She has always worn sensible shoes, and she has always been a formidable woman. Despite the hands-on intensity that she brought to her job as a supervisor and her keen intelligence, Feinstein hit a political ceiling after losing her second bid for mayor in 1975. San Francisco respected her, but didn't love her. She simply seemed too sensible, too measured, for a city that fell for brawling, brash leading men. By the time she returned to San Francisco in November 1978, after a life-challenging trek through the Himalayas with her new friend, investment banker Dick Blum, Feinstein thought her political career was over. "I was firmly convinced that I was not electable as mayor," she said in hindsight.
Feinstein's life had been racked by grief and turmoil. Her husband Bert, the love of her life, the man who had filled her with the confidence to pursue her ambition, had died after a long and agonizing battle with colon cancer. While he was dying, Feinstein became a target of the New World Liberation Front. One night after her deeply ill husband was brought back from the hospital, the terrorists planted a bomb on the windowsill of their Pacific Heights home immediately underneath her daughter's bedroom. If the bomb had not misfired, the house, which was being painted at the time and was surrounded by scaffolding, could have exploded in flames. On another occasion, the underground radicals shot out the windows of her weekend beach house in Pajaro Dunes on Monterey Bay, which Feinstein thought of as her only refuge. It was a terrible, terrible time. In spite of all this, Feinstein did not hesitate when duty called on the morning of November 27, 1978. The job that she had pursued for nearly a decade was suddenly hers, under the most hideous of circumstances. San Francisco was torn and bleeding. Her predecessor and one of her colleagues lay dead in City Hall, and another colleague was under arrest for the murders. Rage and suspicion ruled the city of love. Already the target of political violence herself, Feinstein knew that her new position would make her even more vulnerable to the dangerous passions swirling through the city. But like a nun or nurse in a battlefield hospital, it never occurred to Feinstein to turn down the job when it was presented to her. The morning following the assassinations, Feinstein awoke after a restless night in the same state of shock as the rest of the city. "I had hoped to wake up and find it was a nightmare," she said, but then she simply drove to City Hall and went to work. "This will not be a rudderless city," she told the shell-shocked public. As the president of the Board of Supervisors, Feinstein automatically had become San Francisco's acting mayor. A week later, she outmaneuvered rival Quentin Kopp and was elected by her fellow supervisors to officially fill out the remaining year of Moscone's term. The traumatic events surrounding her political ascension filled her with a feeling of destiny. She had been groomed for the embattled leadership role ever since her childhood. Feinstein always steeled herself for the worst, from the time she was a bobbed-haired little girl smiling gamely for a family photo while her demon-possessed mother looked on balefully. And now, in the worst of times, Dianne Feinstein was mayor of San Francisco. She wisely chose to retain Moscone's staff, even his controversial police chief Charles Gaine, and to steer a similar administrative course during her first few months in office. This was primarily smart politics. Quentin Kopp had already made it clear that he would be challenging her from the right in the mayoral election the following year. Keeping the Moscone constituency happy was a matter of political survival. Just to make sure that Feinstein realized this, Willie Brown spelled it out for her in a New York Times interview. "If she starts making all those changes, maybe some of us, liberals, either Phil or John Burton, now in Congress, or myself, will have to take her on in the election next year. Kopp's got the right, and there is no middle. If one of us enters the race, she'll run third. One way or another, we're going to fight to keep the gains we made under George." Feinstein had already seen the way this campaign movie turned out, and she did not care to repeat it. But honoring the Moscone and Milk legacy for the remainder of these slain officials' terms was also a matter of principle to Dianne Feinstein. This became clear as she pondered her choice to fill Milk's seat on the Board of Supervisors.
The establishment gay Democrats in the Alice B. Toklas Democratic Club, whom Milk had reviled, were lobbying strongly for one of their own to be chosen. Feinstein, closely aligned with these mainstream activists, could have ensured that the board would be more manageable by doing so. But she had listened to the tape-recorded will that Milk had left behind in the full expectation that he would be assassinated, naming 4 potential successors whom he trusted to carry on his progressive mission. Feinstein simply couldn't violate her former colleague's dying wishes. She filled Milk's seat with one of the left-wing gay activists on his list, Harry Britt, a former Methodist minister and Milk protege. Britt, painfully shy and a novice in the world of city politics, at first resisted the call to duty. But feeling that he owed it to Harvey and the liberation politics they both espoused, the soft-spoken Texan finally agreed. It was the beginning of an often prickly relationship between Britt and Feinstein. But Harvey Milk's successor always respected the courage and integrity that Feinstein showed by appointing him. Diane never had a good relationship with Harvey Milk. They weren't kindred spirits, Britt recalled. Her homosexuals were not his homosexuals, but very much to her credit, she put all that aside when she appointed me, because she really passionately did not want Dan White's bullets to be the end of the Harvey Milk story. She took Harvey's will extraordinarily seriously. She deeply hated what Dan White had done. The new mayor, who was concerned about rebuilding police department morale, hoped that Britt would vote her way on his first major test as a supervisor, the hotly debated settlement of the civil rights lawsuit against the SFPD. Feinstein wanted to block the settlement that Moscone had worked out, but instead, Britt joined with the black police officers group and other minority plaintiffs against the department and voted for the settlement. The affirmative action deal that was finally brokered by the supervisors began to open up the white, tradition-bound force. Feinstein's driving goal as the city's new mayor was to restore a sense of civic normalcy. In March 1979, she pep-talked the San Francisco business community at a luncheon held in the Sheraton Palace, the ornate grand dame of San Francisco hotels. San Francisco is now in the process of rising once again, she assured the downtown crowd. It's not the cook capital of the world, it's a beautiful, diverse, open, tolerant city. To help restore the corporate diners' confidence in San Francisco, the mayor announced that she was increasing the police department budget and putting more cops on the streets than ever before. It was a balancing act that defined San Francisco's new leader: celebrate the city's bright galaxy of queer and colorful planets and simultaneously affirm the primacy of law and order. I believe safety is the first thing you need to guarantee as mayor, she said, looking back at her years in City Hall. The problem for Feinstein was that many San Franciscans, particularly its diverse citizenry, felt threatened, not protected, by the city's police force. There were strong suspicions in the Castro that the City Hall assassinations were an inside job, and that Moscone and Milk were both victims of law and order. The outrage in the gay community was stoked hotter when it was reported that police and firemen had raised $100,000 for Dan White's defense fund, and that White's jailers were allowing him special privileges behind bars, including meals from his favorite restaurants and chocolate cakes baked by admirers. These churning feelings of rancor and distrust exploded on the night of May 21, 1979. The White trial, which sparked the first major crisis of Feinstein's administration, was a pageant tableau of San Francisco's Civil War. The city's deepest discords were on vivid display in Department 21, the third-floor courtroom in the Hall of Justice. In his opening argument, White's lawyer, a rising young criminal attorney named Doug Schmidt, who zoomed around town in a Corvette and owned 600 acres in Mendocino County, made it clear that he was putting San Francisco values on trial. The jury, which Schmidt carefully cleansed of gays and other new San Franciscans, was told that White was an idealistic, young, working-class man, the voice of the family in City Hall. White had been taken advantage of by scheming politicians, the same ones responsible for bringing People's Temple and other alien elements into a city once known for its hard-working family values. Overwhelmed by the growing pressures in his life and binging on Twinkies and other junk food as he fell deeper into depression, Dan White finally cracked. The story that Schmidt unfolded clearly struck a nerve with the jury, which was dominated by working-class Catholics. Several jurors wept openly when the recording of White's teary confession was played in the courtroom. Frank Fowson, still the chief investigator for the prosecution despite his longtime friendship with the defendant, reinforced the sympathetic portrait of White when he took the witness stand. The shattered figure of a man who faced him in the police interrogation room that terrible day was totally unlike the Dan White he had known nearly his entire life. That Dan White, testified Fowson, was a man among men. Prosecutor Tommy Norman was caught flat-footed by his investigator's testimony. Fowson was supposed to be his witness, but instead he came across as Dan White's most effective character witness. Fowson, who was sharply criticized for his performance on the stand, still defends himself. "I played it straight," said Fowson. "Do you deny your friendship? All I said to the jury was the man I knew was a man's man. The man fought for his country. He was a good police officer. Up until the day he walked into City Hall with a gun, Dan White was my friend. All his other friends, Quentin Kopp, Dianne Feinstein, they all turned their backs on him after the shooting. I couldn't do that. This kid was too close to me." It was Tommy Norman, a smooth Hall of Justice veteran who waltzed into the courtroom in sleek suits and a twinkle in his eye, who was primarily to blame for the inept prosecution of White. He and his boss in the DA's office, Joe Freitas, were utterly unprepared for Schmidt's aggressive political strategy. Because Freitas, facing re-election that year, had been deeply tainted by the People's Temple scandal, his prosecutors were tongue-tied when it came to countering Schmidt's charges that White was a victim of the city's snake pit politics. Freitas and Norman made no effort to explore the hate-filled culture of the San Francisco Police Department that had spawned Dan White. The prosecution had a slam-dunk case. The defendant was a scheming killer who cold-bloodedly plotted the assassinations of his political enemies, equipped himself with enough extra-lethal ammunition to do the job, and crawled through a basement window to avoid detection. But by the end of his trial, White had emerged as a broken-winged angel. And on the afternoon of May 21, the jury delivered a stunningly sympathetic verdict, finding the double assassin guilty not of murder but of manslaughter. The rumblings began rolling through the city as soon as the verdict was announced, like the roar from a distant flash flood. City leaders, fearing the worst, rushed to denounce the jury's decision. "She had found Harvey Milk's body," Mayor Feinstein told the press with tears in her eyes. "She knew what the verdict should have been. These were two murders. We've gone through a physical bloodbath, and now we are going through a mental one." Supervisor Carol Ruth Silver, one of White's intended victims, remarked bitterly, "Dan White has gotten away with murder. It's as simple as that." Gina Moscone, grieving once again in private, remained silent about the verdict, but her children were in turmoil. "I remember thinking I had to go the trial because I was the oldest man in the family," recalled Christopher, who was still a teenager at the time. "I told my mom and she talked me down from that. I wanted revenge." The Castro did exact its revenge that night. "This means that in America, it's all right to kill faggots," a furious Cleve Jones told a radio reporter. Minutes later, Jones ran into the streets, carrying the banged-up bullhorn that Harvey had given him, and began to rally the crowd that was already forming at the corner of Castro and Market. This time, there would be no candles or mournful gospel songs. This time, there would be fire and rage. By the time the crowd reached City Hall, it was more than 5,000 strong and screaming for blood. Dan White was a cop. Avenge Harvey Milk. Kill Dan White. The thin blue line on the City Hall steps, shocked by the fury of men they'd long dismissed as pansies, quickly retreated inside the building. As the night wore on, the protesters lay wild siege to City Hall, smashing windows and torching a row of police cars. Meanwhile, Police Chief Gain, hunkered down inside the mayor's glass-strewn second-floor office with Feinstein and her fiancé Dick Blum, tried to keep a rein on his notoriously violent riot squad. Christopher Moscone, watching the mayhem at home on TV, was lit up with the rioters' burning rage. I was like, yeah, I get it. I was with the rioters in spirit. As the police tax squad finally drove away the army of night from City Hall, many cops broke free from their chief's control and pursued protesters all the way back to the Castro. Now it was time for a police riot. Roving bands of cops hunted down gays on the street and invaded bars, cracking skulls with their nightsticks and screaming, "Sick jerks!" Not until Gain and Harry Britt appeared on the scene and ordered a stop to the violence did the cops finally withdraw. The poisonous feelings between cops and gays lingered long after White Night, as the Night of Flames came to be called, eerily echoing Jim Jones's death drills. In the post-Dan White period, anti-gay street violence spiked again, and gays accused the police of standing by and letting the blood flow in their neighborhoods. One of the stranger crimes involving a gay victim occurred in July 1979, when a gay artist propagandist named Robert Opel was shot and killed in his erotic gallery in the Soma Leather District. Opel, who was known for his provocative stunts, achieved fleeting notoriety during the 1974 Academy Awards ceremony, when he streaked naked past Oscar presenter David Niven. Opel later moved from Los Angeles to San Francisco, where he plunged into the sadomasochistic underground, hosting parties with intense physical intimacy and gallery openings featuring the notoriously butch art of Tom of Finland and the early work of a young photographer named Robert Mapplethorpe. Opel became increasingly involved in gay politics in San Francisco, investigating the Milk assassination and staging a mock execution of Dan White near the Civic Center. During the execution ceremony, Opel handed out pamphlets that read, "What would happen if a gay, offensive person killed an ex-cop? Would he get away with murder?" Robert Opel was precisely the kind of perverse troublemaker San Francisco cops wanted out of their city. 10 days after Opel acted out his Dan White execution, the artist's Fayway studio on Howard Street was invaded by a couple of thugs demanding money and drugs. These were not the boys in leather masks who came to Opel's parties, but real rough trade. One of the bandits, a scruffy 28-year-old hustler named Maurice Keenan, stuck an automatic pistol at Opel's head and said, "I'm gonna blow your head off." The artist replied, "You're going to have to. There's no money here." They were Robert Opel's last words. Keenan made good on this threat and blew his brains out. The thugs fled with $5 in cash, a camera, and a backpack.
When Opel's sister went to the Hall of Justice to meet with homicide detectives, she saw that someone had written "homicide" on her dead brother's evidence box. After he was arrested, Keenan walked out of his unlocked jail cell at the Hall of Justice and disappeared. Jail officials were at a loss to explain the bizarre getaway. Recaptured, the murderer repeated his disappearing act until officials finally found a way to keep him behind bars. Opel's friends and family speculated that he might have been set up by drug dealers or other sleazy elements connected to the police force. After his murder, other gay agitprop artists went into hiding, fearing that brazen performance pieces like Opel's execution of Dan White could put a man's life in danger in San Francisco's volatile climate. In the raw-nerved period after the White verdict, San Francisco could have easily spun violently off its axis. But Feinstein became increasingly assertive, shedding any lingering feelings that she was merely a caretaker mayor and taking command of the city. "This city has to be managed," Feinstein reflected later. "If you don't manage, it falls apart." The center holds. As the November 1979 mayoral election loomed, Dianne Feinstein hit the streets, popping up all over town, from a Tenderloin residential hotel, where she was photographed laying hands on the crippled leg of an 89-year-old tenant, to a streetcar in the Sunset, where she discussed the finer points of Muni commuting with the vocal passengers. If she seemed painfully earnest at times, she also came across as being thoroughly on top of the city's operations. In September, the city was forced to shut down its storied but aging cable car system for long overdue repairs. It was a potential public relations disaster, with the New York Times announcing, "No longer do little cable cars climb halfway to the stars over San Francisco's hills." But Feinstein pushed repair crews to work 18-hour days and began raising a $10 million private fund to upgrade the quaint transit system, shaking down wealthy supporters and visiting celebrities such as Mick Jagger. The day before the election, the sound of clanging cable car bells was heard once more on Nob Hill. As she threw herself into the campaign, Feinstein exposed herself to the madness that still crackled in San Francisco. While going door to door in the rough and unpredictable Fillmore district, the mayor was suddenly approached by a man who pointed a silver pistol directly at her head. The mayor and her entourage froze as the man pulled the trigger. A butane flame came hissing from the gun instead of a bullet. There was no time to duck or react. "Sure, I was scared," Feinstein later told reporters, but she immediately gathered herself and continued campaigning. Feinstein was no shoo-in.
Her main opponent, Quentin Kopp, rallied John Barbagellota's angry taxpayer crowd, running as a fiscally responsible fix-it man and painting Feinstein as a captive of the downtown elite and limousine liberals. Kopp tried to broaden the Barbagellota coalition by making a strong appeal to gay voters, promising them equal police protection and freedom from harassment. Feinstein's challenger won the endorsement of the Chronicle and the support of key political establishment figures like Joe Liotta, as well as neighborhood activists such as Calvin Welch, who appreciated Kopp's endorsement of a ballot initiative to limit high-rise construction in the city. Forced into a runoff, Feinstein fought back hard, drawing on Moscone's campaign staff and his grassroots playbook. In the end, she won a decisive victory over Kopp by holding on to much of Moscone's coalition of gays, union members, and progressives. Embracing Gina Moscone on stage at her victory party, Feinstein paid tribute to the man whose shoes she was filling. "We carry with us the heritage of a fallen leader," she told the emotional crowd. "We will not forsake that heritage." The Moscone team never warmed up to Feinstein's centrist, downtown-oriented politics or her big nurse personality. As Moscone himself had put it coarsely in his Rat Pack way, Feinstein was a stiff, difficult person, but they knew that she was a better option than Kopp. "All of George's people helped her get elected," said Dick Sklar. "Kopp would have desecrated George's chair." Finally elected mayor by the people of San Francisco, Feinstein quickly began putting her own moderate stamp on City Hall. While keeping some of Moscone's former aides and making sure that the Moscone family was taken care of financially, the new mayor made it clear that she would lead San Francisco in her own way. Feinstein appeased police department veterans by firing Chief Gain and by fighting the establishment of a civilian review board that would have investigated the gay community's charges of police brutality. But she also made it clear to the SFPD that the old days of fraternity mayhem were over. Under Feinstein, the department became more professional and diverse. Stories about the new police force began appearing in the newspapers, with headlines like "A Gay Cop Talks" and "Changing Times for SF Police," an article featuring Heather Fong, a Chinese-American female patrol cop who years later would become chief of the SFPD. The gay cop, Woody Tennant, insisted that attitudes were rapidly changing inside the force. You end up boring straight officers out of being uptight. Once they find out you don't want to have sex in the patrol car and that you're as boring as they are, everything's fine. The mayor also pulled off the same balancing act with the gay community, making it clear that anti-gay violence was not going to be tolerated and appointing gays to prominent city hall positions, while at the same time clamping firm limits on the gay revolution in the city. Even though she had hosted the wedding of lesbian friends in her own backyard, Feinstein vetoed a law introduced by Supervisor Britt that would have extended health insurance benefits to the live-in partners of gay city employees. Her veto of the domestic partners legislation set off a round of angry Dump Diane protests, but she weathered the storm. For the rest of her days in City Hall, Feinstein and San Francisco's gay community endured a rocky marriage in which bitter recriminations alternated with outbursts of genuine affection. Feinstein could lecture gays one day about their wanton exhibitionism at Gay Freedom Day parades, and the next day approve safety workshops taught by the city coroner. The mayor had a more consistently adversarial relationship with neighborhood activists, who, enraged by the downtown building boom she greenlighted, accused her of selling out the city to big developers and construction unions. She countered that in a Reagan era of diminishing public resources, she was doing what she must to bring revenue and jobs to the city. The surviving Moscone appointees on the City Planning Commission fought a rearguard battle with Feinstein against the high-rise proliferation, forcing developers to contribute funds for parks, sewage facilities, public transportation, and housing. In the end, the mayor succeeded in massively changing the San Francisco skyline, but her progressive opponents forced the city to concede that there were social costs to development and to take steps to help address them. Feinstein and progressive activists also fought a seesaw battle throughout her tenure over rent control, with Harry Britt championing the city's hard-squeezed tenants. Feinstein, who herself was a landlord, would veto rent control bills passed by the Board of Supervisors, only to have persistent housing activists rebound by placing pro-renter initiatives on the ballot. Despite her running battles with San Francisco activists, many progressives harbored a grudging respect for Feinstein's managerial skills.
With her firm hand on the city's rudder, she managed to steer a middle course that gradually brought stability back to the city.
She ran the city with an iron fist, recalled Mike Hennessy, a former prisoner rights lawyer whose long reign as San Francisco's sheriff began the year that Feinstein was elected mayor. "Of all the mayors I've worked with, she was the best," he said. "That's because she took responsibility for this city. San Francisco is a very hard city to run. It's very politically fractious. It takes a lot of work to hold it together, and that's what Feinstein did." Every Monday morning, Mayor Feinstein briskly presided over a meeting of elected officials and department heads that evaluated the state of the city. If an official did not seem on top of his fiefdom, the mayor could be merciless. She was particularly tough on her new police chief, Cornelius Murphy, if crime stats were up in any part of the city. At one meeting, the mayor, who was in the habit of listening in on the police radio as she was driven around town in her limousine, badgered Murphy about a crime spike that she had heard about over the radio. "What do you propose I do about this, Chief?" she pressed Murphy. "Stop listening to the radio," the exasperated cop told her. Feinstein became known as the most hands-on manager in San Francisco's history. One day, while being driven to City Hall, she saw an elderly man collapse on the sidewalk. Ordering her chauffeur to stop, the mayor jumped out and rushed to the man. Rose Pack, who was riding with her at the time, was amazed to see the mayor kneel over the man, wipe foam from his lips, and give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. People later pointed to this and said, "See, she's not a cold fish, she has a heart." "But I didn't see it that way," said Pack. "I saw her as a doctor's daughter and a doctor's widow, doing the proper clinical thing." Jim Molinari, the police bodyguard whom Feinstein inherited from Mayor Moscone, learned that riding through the streets of San Francisco with her could be an adventure. One day, Molinari saw someone burglarizing a car. Feinstein ordered Molinari to cut off the thief's escape with her limousine while she radioed for police backup. Another time, the mayor overheard a report about a Hunter's Point fire on her limousine radio and ordered Molinari to race to the scene of the blaze. When they arrived, Feinstein threw on a fire coat and helped lug a fire hose toward the flames. Hadley Roth, the lovable bear who had helped guide the Alioto administration through the political shoals and was brought back to City Hall by Feinstein as her deputy, thought she was the perfect mayor for the time. She was a nurturing, tough, thoughtful person, which is exactly what the city needed. She hated to leave the city, even for important political trips, for fear that something would happen, like a mother. Feinstein once flew home early from Washington, D.C. after a gas pipe ruptured near the Embarcadero, spewing a fine mist over the city. On another occasion, she took the next flight home from Los Angeles when a fireworks factory in the Bayview exploded. Deeply sensitive about the traumas that had ravaged her city, Feinstein was on constant alert against any new calamities. Despite Roth's respect for his boss's managerial skills, there was not a lot of fun to be found in the Feinstein administration for the roly-poly politico. The mayor seemed as constitutionally barren of a sense of humor as an undertaker. One day, Feinstein and Roth met with her gay task force at a restaurant in the Castro. Among the diners was Jim Foster, Feinstein's longtime gay ally, a nattily-dressed balding man with a twitching mustache who put Roth in mind of the old Andy Gump cartoon character. During the meeting, Feinstein, a big fan of military displays and ceremonies, brought up a subject near to her heart. "By the way," she told the group, "next week is Fleet Week, and the bay is going to be filled with aircraft carriers, and there are going to be at least 15,000 sailors in town. I hope they're going to be given a warm welcome." Foster wiggled his brushy upper lip and replied with queenly certitude, "Oh, they will be." The whole table broke out in laughter, except for one person, recalled Roth. She just didn't get it. Feinstein had a way of bringing out the naughty side of the men around her. Some of it was obvious sexism, the resentful response of politicos whose all-male club was finally invaded by a formidable woman. But much of it was due to her prim and proper attitude. In her role as San Francisco's straight woman, she was simply too tempting a target. At the Monday morning meetings in City Hall, as Feinstein drilled down on civic issues, the Irish old boys would roll their eyes while their head was turned and make obscene gestures.
Gays loved to slip into Diane drag on Halloween, wearing snow-white wigs and her trademark suits with floppy bows. Sister Boom Booma, half-Catholic, half-Jewish drag queen named Jack Furtick, who wore a whore's makeup and a nun's habit and vamped it up with the other political pranksters in the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, was an especially aggravating thorn in Feinstein's side. Boom Boom ran a remarkably aggressive campaign against Feinstein during her 1983 re-election bid, under the slogan, "None of the Above," eventually winning 23,000 votes. During the campaign, Boom Boom would pop up in full nun's regalia at Feinstein events, to the obvious annoyance of the Catholic-educated mayor. "Haven't we met before?" Feinstein asked Boom Boom at one function, trying to remain polite as the media gathered around. "No, darling, that was Sister Vicious, power-hungry, difficult person," Boom Boom replied, taking the opportunity to pin a Dump Diane campaign pin on her blouse as news photographers snapped away. At his own rallies, Boom Boom would provoke howls of laughter by catfighting with a Diane look-alike drag queen, finally overcoming the lioness mayor by throwing her kicking and screaming over his shoulder and hauling her off stage. Feinstein was forever being bedeviled and bewildered by San Francisco's more colorful elements. During her mayoral campaign 4 years earlier, she was challenged by Dennis Perrone, the city's leading crusader for legal marijuana, and Jello Biafra, the politically rambunctious lead singer of the San Francisco punk band The Dead Kennedys. Perrone, a pixie-like Vietnam veteran and former milk activist, argued that San Francisco was indeed the kook capital, and that all the kooks should vote for him. Biafra enlivened the campaign by calling for the erection of Dan White statues all over the city, from which the Parks and Rec Department would generate revenue by selling eggs and tomatoes to hurl at them. The shameless antics of the Mitchell brothers drove Feinstein to distraction, provoking her to launch a ceaseless wave of police assaults on the poor Nickelodeon. The brothers responded in typical ballsy style by slapping a big, bold message on their marquee. "Want a good time? Call Diane," followed by the mayor's unlisted home phone number. No sooner would Feinstein switch numbers than her new number would pop up on the theater sign. It turned out that the Mitchell brothers had moles inside the phone company, who, in return for supplying Feinstein's private numbers, were rewarded with 3 passes to the nudie theater. Warren Hinkle, who was keeping alive the old Scott Newhall tradition of provocative Carney Barker journalism as a Chronicle columnist, also had a knack for irritating the mayor. Hinkle, a crony of the Mitchells, regularly lampooned her porn obsession. But it was a Hinkle column about rent gouging at the Hotel Carlton, the residential hotel owned by Feinstein, that finally tipped her over the edge. Spying the portly, eye-patched, often sodden scribe at a party in the decorum-conscious Presidio Officers Club, as he predictably perched himself at the bar, the mayor strode briskly over and tried to dump a drink on top of Hinkle's head. Herb Cain, delighted by the rare flash of mayoral intemperance, later saluted Feinstein in his column.
According to less than reliable two-eyed witnesses, the drink was an old-fashioned, that being the kind of girl Dianne Feinstein is, or was. By making herself the target of the city's demonic energy, Feinstein rendered it fun and largely harmless. She was the firm but fair mother figure that the city ridiculed but needed. She was unable to grab all of the city's wildness and slam it through the swinging saloon doors, but she let everyone know, cops, queers, clowns, con artists, that the party had its limits, and that the city had to get up in the morning and go to work. In any other city in America, Dianne Feinstein would have been considered a raving liberal. She pushed through the toughest anti-gun ordinance in the country, banning nearly all residents from owning handguns. She supported gay rights, labor unions, strong environmental protections, and the feminist Equal Rights Amendment. She believed that government should play a nurturing role in the lives of its citizens. Nationally, her governmental philosophy was distinctly out of step in the era of Ronald Reagan, the man who had ridden the backlash against Bay Area utopianism all the way to the White House. But in San Francisco, it was a different story. In San Francisco, after the short-lived reign of progressive hero George Moscone and the joyful radicalism of Harvey Milk, the Feinstein administration struck the city's surging left as a false interregnum. The dreamers and firebrands driving San Francisco politics in the late 1970s and 1980s would forever have gnarled and complicated feelings about Dianne Feinstein.
"Diane was a very gracious person," said Harry Britt, her frequent foe and sometimes admirer. "My grandmother in Georgia was gracious. But when graciousness is a central part of your philosophy, it's limiting. Because grassroots politics ain't gracious, there's a roughness about it. And the gays and lefties in San Francisco, my people, are not always well behaved. Diane was very much in favor of good behavior. She wasn't a social change person. She didn't want to be the trailblazer on city ordinances. Her attitude was, don't ask me to do something that nobody has done anywhere else before. Still, she was a very compassionate human being on a lot of issues. She was extremely liberal in that old-fashioned sense, meaning giving. And in a world of Ronald Reagan or Glenn Beck, that is a very welcome sort of decency. Feinstein gave San Francisco back its solid center, without sacrificing its core values of tolerance and adventure. She made life in the city seem normal again, a significant accomplishment after the macabre events that preceded her rule. But there was something she could never bring to the city, a sense of ecstatic communion. She was smart enough, however, to realize that a sports team could. Feinstein's efforts to bring together San Francisco were about to be boosted greatly by that magical, unifying force that only a championship team can bring to the daily chaos of a city. Strange Angels in the fall of 1978, during San Francisco's darkest days, the city's lowly spirit was matched by the dismal play of its beloved football team, the 49ers. Despite their Gold Rush name, the Niners had never struck fortune. Each year brought their long-suffering fans new heartaches. But by the late 70s, the 49ers had sunk to the most wretched state in team history. And still, the 49er faithful, as the team's largely blue-collar diehards were known, clung on. Wait till next year became 49ers fans' increasingly worn-out mantra. The faithful tried to keep up their spirits with bitter jokes. Why do they call them 49ers? Because they never cross the 49-yard line. What do the 49ers and Billy Graham have in common? They can both fill a stadium and within 2 minutes have everyone throwing their hands in the air and screaming Jesus Christ. The Niners had deep roots in the loam and life of the city. Founded in 1946 by Tony Morabito, a local Italian-American lumber salesman, the 49ers were the only homegrown professional team in San Francisco. Willie Mays and the Giants were imported from New York in 1958, while basketball star Wilt Chamberlain and the Warriors came from Philadelphia in 1962. Until 1971, the 49ers played in the heart of the city in rough and rowdy Kezar Stadium, a neighborhood arena squeezed between Golden Gate Park and the Height. Going to games at Kezar was not for the faint of heart. Fans often arrived drunk and braced themselves further against the sobering ocean drafts by continuing to drink throughout the afternoon. By the end of the game, the crowd was generally in a foul mood, its temper frayed by yet another 49ers loss, the raw weather, and the steady intake of alcohol. As the Niners fled the field into the dark, dirt-floored tunnel that led to their locker rooms, they were often bombarded with beer and whiskeys, some of it still in cans and bottles. Visiting teams could expect the same salutation. Wise players kept their helmets on as they headed toward the tunnel of doom. Life in the Kezar bleachers was nasty, brutish, and not short enough. The wood benches were hard on the ass, and, since it was easy to sneak into the stadium, there were usually too many asses jammed together. Screeching seagulls swooped overhead, splattering fans below with their foul white glop. Over the years, the benches became so saturated with seagull droppings that you couldn't help but take the stench home with you on the seat of your pants. It was impossible to buy a hot dog without a dozen other grubby hands passing it down the road to you, and the change from vendors often disappeared on the way back. Brawls were a common occurrence, making the stands more dangerous than the field. There were fleeting glory days for the 49ers. In the 1950s, legendary players like Yaya Tittle, Joe Perry, and Hugh McElhenney brought the team tantalizingly close to a championship. A 49ers team led by quarterback John Brodie took another run at the gold ring in the early 70s. But Niners' hopes were always dashed by rival teams during the playoffs, especially by the hated Dallas Cowboys, who scored 3 consecutive dagger-in-the-heart victories over San Francisco in 1970, 71, and 72. When beloved team owner Tony Morabito dropped dead of a heart attack during a game at Kezar, it seemed to sum up the fate of his team.
In 1977, the Morabito family sold the 49ers for $17 million to Edward DeBartolo Sr., a self-made billionaire in Youngstown, Ohio, who had amassed his fortune from building shopping malls. DeBartolo, whose real estate empire included 3 racetracks, had long wanted to buy a Major League Baseball team, but he was blocked by league officials who explained that the horse racing connection would bring an unsavory odor to America's national pastime. The DeBartolo family knew what that was code for. Mr. DeBartolo happens to be of Italian descent, a family spokesman observed dryly. But the Morabito family had no problem with the Italian heritage of the DeBartolos, who edged out comedian Bob Hope and real estate mogul and future San Diego Chargers owner Alex Spanos for the Niners. DeBartolo bought the 49ers for his son, Eddie Jr., who at 30 years old became the youngest owner of an NFL team. The short, brash Junior DeBartolo immediately alienated the San Francisco sports press and 49ers fan base, coming off as a cocky outsider from a fading smokestack town who had been given a shiny new toy by his daddy. DeBartolo Jr. breezed in and out of San Francisco, commuting from Ohio in the family Learjet, and casually referring to the Niners' hometown as Frisco, a violation of local custom that, as Herb Caen had impatiently explained for many years, was committed only by clueless rubes. Fans grew increasingly sour on the team's new ownership, as Joe Thomas, the general manager installed by DeBartolo, began running the franchise into the ground. Thomas cut stars in their prime, such as quarterback Jim Plunkett, who went on to become the most valuable player in the Oakland Raiders' 1981 Super Bowl victory, and traded away valuable draft picks for broken-down veterans like gimpy running back O.J. Simpson. As the losses piled up and team attendance plummeted, Thomas grew increasingly unhinged. He would show up in the locker room to give the players rambling pep talks after their defeats, fortified by a drink or 3. As the team spiraled downward, the general manager's post-game speeches grew more threatening than inspirational. "If I go down the really tubes," he railed at players after another demoralizing loss, "I'm going to take all of you with me." The team's thoroughly fed-up fans took out their frustration on DeBartolo whenever he showed up for games at Candlestick Park, the cavernous stadium on a bleak, wind-whipped stretch of the bay where the 49ers had moved after finally abandoning Kezar. DeBartolo took his life into his hands whenever he left the security of his private box to relieve himself in the stadium's public urinals. The young owner was subjected to fusillades of verbal abuse and occasionally to censure of a blunter variety. He was once plunked by a full can of beer. "I began wondering what I had got myself into," said DeBartolo years later. "I was very happy in my little cocoon doing real estate in a large family company in Youngstown, Ohio. And here I am suddenly in the public eye, getting spit on and battered by cans of beer. That was a tough time." The lowest point for the 49ers came late in their 1978 season. "We were so bad it was embarrassing," recalled guard Randy Cross. "We were about to go 2-14, and I'll tell you, we weren't nearly that good. I was surprised we won any games at all." On the night of November 27, the Niners were scheduled to play the fearsome Pittsburgh Steelers, the team of the 1970s, in a nationally televised Monday Night Football game in Candlestick Park. That morning, Dan White crawled through the basement window at City Hall with his Smith & Wesson. A panicky Joe Thomas begged NFL Commissioner Pete Rozelle to cancel the game. Thomas was not thinking about the grieving citizens of San Francisco. He was worried about himself, convinced that the killings weren't over yet and someone might be gunning for him. "Joe just totally lost it," remembered Carmen Policy, DeBartolo's lawyer and later president of the team. "He thought there might be some sort of conspiracy. Joe was doing all sorts of crazy things by the end. Eddie was fed up. He told Joe, 'I'm going to the game. If you don't want to come, Joe, stay home.' It was just a terrible situation." After the 49ers were predictably humiliated by the Steelers 24-7, DeBartolo finally fired Thomas. It was at this dark hour for San Francisco and its football franchise that DeBartolo began seeking a savior for the team. The young owner zeroed in on Stanford University's maverick coach, 47-year-old Bill Walsh, who had knocked around college and professional football for decades without ever winning a top coaching spot in the NFL.
Among the old guard of owners and head coaches who dominated the NFL, Walsh had a reputation as a brilliant but emotionally fragile offensive strategist, a man not built for a commanding role in the brutally competitive world of professional football. He was too sensitive, he became too entwined with his players. He broke down after losing games, he even choked up before every kickoff when the Star-Spangled Banner was played. He was a poet in a Stone Age world. Only an NFL owner as young and frantic as DiBartolo would have taken a risk on someone as intriguingly eccentric as Walsh. Bill Walsh grew up in Southern California and later the Bay Area, the son of a hard-drinking, hard-working man who juggled a job on a Chrysler assembly line with his own auto body shop. Walsh was a moody, indifferent student. He didn't see the benefit of being a great student, so he wasn't, said Craig Walsh, his son. He didn't fit into any of the high school cliques. He was always an outsider. But Walsh had a passion for sports, particularly football and boxing. He began his football career as a high school coach in blue-collar Fremont, California, turning around a losing team with a sophisticated passing game that left opponents dumbstruck. He developed a mathematician's love of diagramming plays, sometimes absent-mindedly tracing X's and O's on the back of his wife Jerry when his arm was wrapped around her. Everyone was running 3 yards in a cloud of dust, one of Walsh's high school players recalled. Under him, we ran 3 wide receivers, a lot of motion and sprint-out pass patterns. Most teams we played only had 2 receivers in the pass patterns. We had 3 to 5 in every play. He'd say, "This is your primary receiver, then I want you to look here, then here." At that time, everybody played a 3-deep zone defense. He really attacked that area. He'd flood the zones with 2 or 3 receivers. It was the beginning of Bill Walsh's West Coast offense, a delicate and brutal ballet whose intricacy would revolutionize professional football. Walsh began to perfect his multidimensional attack while working as an offensive coach for Paul Brown, the legendary head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. Brown was a stern traditionalist whose teams were noted, as Walsh later observed, for their almost mechanical, error-free precision. But Walsh was not afraid to challenge his boss, and gradually he began working a more complex architecture into the Bengals game, with increasingly successful results. Brown and Walsh had a complicated and troubled relationship. A remote father figure, Brown appreciated his protégé's brilliance while at the same time resenting how he was modernizing the game. Brown dropped hints to Walsh that he was his heir while doing the same to another assistant coach, Bill Johnson. But when the day arrived for the aging Brown to hand over the reins of the team at the end of the 1975 season, the coach devastated Walsh by choosing Johnson instead. Walsh, who learned of Brown's decision from a sports reporter, immediately told his wife, "We've got to get out of here." Walsh uprooted his family from Cincinnati, where Jerry and the kids had made a happy life for themselves, and began wandering around the football world in search of a new job, as his itinerant father had done when he was growing up. He was a dazzling football tactician who had devoted his life to the game, but in middle age he found himself jobless, starting all over again. Though Paul Brown had bequeathed his estate to someone else, like a spiteful father, he expected Walsh to stick around and still work on it. Walsh applied for head coaching positions with the Seattle Seahawks and the New York Jets, but neither team hired him. He later found out that Brown was poisoning the waters for him, spreading word throughout the league that he was too soft to lead an NFL team. Finally, Walsh managed to land an assistant coach position with the Chargers, despite Brown's efforts to sabotage that opportunity as well. A year later, he accepted an offer to coach football at Stanford, leaping at the chance to finally run a team himself. It was hereafter working his magic for the Stanford Cardinal, capped by a dramatic comeback victory over Georgia in the 1978 Bluebonnet Bowl, that Walsh came to Eddie DiBartolo's attention. DiBartolo and Walsh met in the 49ers owner's suite at the Fairmont Hotel. DiBartolo's father was skeptical about Walsh after having phoned around the league and hearing the negative Brown-inspired chatter about him. Eddie Jr. was not inclined to listen to the old guard's take on Walsh. But before the Fairmont meeting, the elder DiBartolo took aside family attorney Carmen Policy and instructed him to sign Walsh at the lowest possible salary, so that when we fire him, he won't cost us that much.
The tall, white-haired, professorial Walsh and the squat, dark-mopped, ebullient DiBartolo made an odd pair. But the young owner sensed within the first 10 minutes of the meeting that Walsh was his man. Walsh proved to be a shrewd negotiator, wrangling out of DeBartolo an impressive $160,000 starting salary and a generous array of benefits, including a membership in the local country club, a princely package that left Policy to face the old man's wrath back in Youngstown. But in return, the younger DeBartolo made his own stiff demand. "I want a championship," he told Walsh flatly. "Don't take the job if you can't deliver that." There was a long pause. At last, Walsh said softly, "You have my word." Bill Walsh faced a deeply discouraging task when he took over the 49ers in January 1979. Not only was the team widely considered the worst in the NFL, with less talent and experience than any other franchise, it also had the dimmest prospects for improvement, since Joe Thomas had traded away many of its future draft picks. "It was like raising the Titanic. I thought it might be impossible," the coach said later. Walsh, who had felt disrespected by his colleagues throughout his career, constantly worried that DeBartolo would run out of patience before he could complete the Niners' turnaround. During Walsh's first season, the team ended with the same abysmal 2-1-4 record that it had the year before. His second season began more brightly, with the team winning 3 games in a row. But then the Niners went into a tailspin, losing 8 straight games, including a spirit-crushing 59-14 blowout by their longtime tormentors, the Cowboys. After a frustrating loss to the Dolphins, Walsh broke down sobbing on the long flight home from Miami. His assistant coaches formed a circle around him, eating peanuts and pretending to be chatting with the head coach so the players couldn't witness his breakdown. Walsh was an emotional basket case, he confessed later. "I felt like a casualty of war being airlifted away from the battlefield." He had poured all of himself into rebuilding the team, working around the clock, abandoning his family, and drawing on all of his hard-won wisdom to revitalize the lowly Niners. But nothing seemed to be working. Maybe his critics were right. He lacked what it took to succeed in the NFL. He decided to quit when he got home. It took him the rest of the flight, sitting alone in the dark cabin, to pull himself back from the brink. Throughout his years with the 49ers, Bill Walsh was a tormented soul, constantly racked by self-doubts. He carried within him a platonic ideal of athletic achievement, a standard of physical and intellectual perfection that always loomed maddeningly beyond his reach. Everything had to be just right. He even carefully selected the paint colors for the Niners' new training facility. He would wander the hallways of the building straightening pictures. DeBartolo used to plague him by tipping them to the side. "He never knew who did it," said the team owner years later. DeBartolo's mercurial temperament did little to reassure the fragile Walsh. During the decade-long partnership between the owner and coach, Eddie Jr. ordered Policy to fire Walsh about 4 or 5 times, according to the team executive. "Part of my job was to keep those two stable when things were bad, so as not to cause irreparable harm." Walsh frequently broke down in tears after team setbacks. He would lock himself in his office and listen to mournful Willie Nelson tunes. He asked the team's trainer for medication to help him sleep. "Bill was sensitive about everything," said Policy. "In some way, he was a terrible pain in the neck, a deeply insecure man. He measured everything in terms of money, and he wondered why a star player like Joe Montana made more than him. I'm not saying it was motivated by greed. I think it was a sense of insecurity. How am I viewed? How am I valued?" But all this sensitivity was tied to his genius, this almost artistic way that he managed the football field. Although no one knew it at the time, the turning point for Walsh and the 49ers had come in a New York City hotel ballroom in May 1979, when the coach, brilliantly working the NFL draft, selected 2 players who would change the dark-starred team's history: Notre Dame quarterback Joe Montana and a little-known Clemson University wide end named Dwight Clark, who would become Montana's favorite receiver. Joe Montana, the 82nd choice in that year's draft, did not strike most NFL experts as starting quarterback material. Coltish and spindly-legged, at 6'2" and 185 pounds, he seemed too fragile for pro football's clash of behemoths. The buzz on Montana was that he was a big-play QB, but also erratic and weak-armed. Like Walsh, Joe Montana had to fight his whole life for the top spot. From age 8, when he played midget football in Monongahela, a blue-collar town in western Pennsylvania, cradle of legendary quarterbacks, Montana always started out on teams as the unappreciated backup. The scrawny athlete began his college career at Notre Dame, lost in a pack of quarterbacks. He seemed destined to never break out, hobbled by injuries and disregarded by Coach Dan Devine. Even after leading the team to the greatest comeback victory in Fighting Irish history, in a game with the University of North Carolina during his sophomore season, Montana continued to ride the bench. At the start of his junior year, Montana was still listed as Notre Dame's third quarterback. "If I ever thought sincerely about quitting football, it was then," he said later. It was not until the third game of his season, against Purdue, when Montana finally secured the starting position. With just 11 minutes left in the game and Notre Dame trailing 24-14, Devine inserted him out of desperation. Montana led 3 scoring drives, and Notre Dame stunned Purdue 31-24. It was the beginning of Joe Montana's comeback kid legend. Again and again, for the rest of his football career, the skinny-legged quarterback would demonstrate a gift for winning under the direst of circumstances. When all seemed lost, when fans were heading for the gates, the comeback kid would begin to work his magic, guiding his team to victory through all the mayhem swirling around him, with a trance-like calm. Montana capped his college career with his greatest comeback of all, on a freakishly cold and snowy day at the 1979 Cotton Bowl in Dallas. Suffering from flu and hypothermia, he was pumped full of bouillon at halftime. When Montana ran back onto the field in the third quarter, he had no feeling in his hands, and his team had fallen behind the University of Houston 34-12. But Montana brought his team back to within striking distance, and with 2 seconds left in the game, he threw a miracle pass, a low bullet to the right corner of the end zone, and Notre Dame won 35-34. During their rookie years as 49ers, Montana and his friendly, shaggily handsome Southern roommate Dwight Clark seemed dazzled just to be in the NFL. Montana, taking the field during training camp, couldn't believe that he was handing off the ball to O.J. Simpson. Clark, fully expecting to be cut, never unpacked his bags. Walsh took his time with his young QB, slowly working him into action behind starting quarterback Steve DeBerg. During the 49ers' punishing, lopsided loss to Dallas in Montana's second year, the coach periodically turned toward the bench as if to decide whether he should throw his young QB into the meat grinder. "I must admit, I was scared," Montana said later. "I didn't want to go in, so every time he looked around, I turned my back on him." The coach knew that the Niners' offensive line was weak and Montana would be vulnerable, so he took pity on him. Walsh realized that a rookie could be physically and mentally scarred by being thrown too early against the speed and force of NFL opponents. But by the end of Montana's second season, the coach, certain that his young second-string QB had learned his labyrinthine system, made it clear that he was the franchise's future. Before the start of the 1981 season, Walsh traded DeBerg. It was a major confidence booster for Montana, who had been pitted against rivals throughout his career. Now everything was on the young quarterback's shoulders. The 49ers began the 1981 season with low expectations. Ira Miller, the Chronicle's 49ers beat reporter, told fans that the most they should hope for is a .500 finish, but they shouldn't expect it. Miller predicted that the Atlanta Falcons would win the 49ers conference and quite possibly the Super Bowl as well. When Atlanta blew the Niners off the field, 34-17, early in the season, it confirmed for many in the local sports media that San Francisco was simply not in the same league as its top rivals. After the 49ers lost 2 of their first 3 games, fans were gripped by the same old sinking feeling. Walsh became obsessed with the idea that the press was out for his scalp, and he later claimed that one publication began running a series on the imminent demise of his 49ers career, although no such articles ever appeared in print. Offensive tackle Keith Fahnhorst, who had weathered the grim Joe Thomas years, decided he couldn't take it anymore and asked the team to trade him. "Oh hell, here we go again. That's what I was thinking after those first few games," recalled Fahnhorst. "Thank God the front office didn't listen to me." Finally, in Week 4, all of Bill Walsh's sweat and inspiration started to pay off,
as the 49ers beat New Orleans and went on to win 11 of their 12 remaining games. The elegant game that he had been designing in his head ever since he was a boy began to materialize on the field. It was a game that relied as much on mental nimbleness as it did on brute force. Bill didn't see football as a contest over who was the tougher man, said 49ers linebacker Keena Turner. His game had to do with quickness of mind and body and outthinking the opponent. It was more of a chess game than a wrestling match. That's the way he approached it, and he always wanted to be 2 moves ahead. Walsh used clever strategies to mask the team's weaknesses, developing a short passing attack to augment the Niners' mediocre running game. He carefully choreographed the opening 25 plays of each game, hoping to seize the momentum early and control the direction of the contest. Opponents dismissed the Walsh style as finesse football, or swish and sway, stopping just short of calling San Francisco's team flaming queers. The coach did not believe in punishing practices. He was not a screamer. He came across more as a professor than a drill sergeant, teaching rather than terrorizing, and evoking epic battles and heroic feats from history to inspire his players. He told the team to call him Bill instead of coach, but he had learned to keep his emotional distance from players, steeling himself for the day when they would inevitably break down and be cut. He was neither a friend nor a fatherly figure, but players worked hard for his respect. A smile from Walsh on the sidelines was a cherished trophy. On paper, the 49ers were not a team that should have gone to the playoffs that year. It was a grab bag of promising but still green players, NFL cast-offs, and battered veterans. "We were a no-name team," said Turner. But Walsh identified each player's potential before he himself saw it, and he made each of them believe that if they embraced his system, the 49ers could go all the way to the top. Under his leadership, the team at last found that rare chemistry that distinguishes champions, becoming more than the sum of its parts. The 1981 team was an eccentric collection of athletes. The defense was anchored by 2 oddball veterans, maniacal linebacker Jacksaw Reynolds and future Hall of Fame defensive end Fred Dean. Hacksaw Reynolds set a level of intensity for the team that lit a fire under the younger players. At the beginning of every season, Reynolds dispatched his wife to the Bahamas, knowing that he was not fit to be around while he was in warrior mode. On Sunday mornings, Reynolds rose early, dressed in full battle gear, including his pads and black eye glare war paint, and ate breakfast in the hotel restaurant, already exuding a game-ready ferocity. Fred Dean, who was picked up from San Diego midway through the 1981 season, was immediately credited with giving the 49ers the final spark they needed. Dean, a lightning-quick pass rusher, could create chaos in an opponent's backfield. The Pro Bowl player was stunned when he found out that the Chargers were paying him less than his brother-in-law made as a truck driver, and he threatened to sit out the next 2 seasons if he wasn't given a raise. The Chargers decided to dump their disgruntled player instead, and Walsh was only too happy to grab him. Dean had suffered from crippling migraine headaches after running into a massive TV cart on the sidelines during a 1976 game, hitting the metal cart so hard with his head that his helmet cracked. He showed up for his first 49ers meeting pulling a canister of oxygen and sucking from it with a mask. A country boy from Louisiana, where he developed an impressively muscular build in the hayfields, Dean was convinced that he did not need to work out. "Whenever I feel like exercising," he told reporters, "I lie down until the feeling goes away." Dean walked through the 49ers locker room puffing on menthol cigarettes. Walsh finally told him that if he was going to keep on smoking, he had to do it in a training room closet, away from the rest of the team. The son of a dairy farm worker, Dean was raised to appreciate the rich language of the Bible and Shakespeare. "My parents always read us stories," he explained. "Finding the true meaning of Shakespeare under all those flowery words was always a mind-twister for me." Dean was fond of quoting inspirational lines from Shakespeare in the 49ers locker room. One of his favorites was, "Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once." He also recited his own poetry. Walsh was well equipped to work with idiosyncratic personalities because he was one of them. Out of step his whole career with the NFL mainstream, he knew how to handle the peculiarities of his players. Differences didn't threaten him. He didn't see rebellionism as an affront. After taking over the Niners, Walsh hired a head athletic trainer named Lindsey McLean, whom he later discovered was gay when McLean brought his partner to a 49ers Christmas party. "I was 40 and I wasn't a player, so I couldn't understand why I had to hide," said McLean. The revelation did nothing to affect Walsh's attitude toward McClain, whom the coach deeply respected for his professional skill. When players learned that McClain was gay, however, a few freaked out. One defensive back refused to let the trainer tape a pulled groin muscle. But most players continued to treat McClain like one of the 49ers family. Joe Montana, who brought a playground sense of fun to the game, didn't seem to care about McClain's sexuality. "I never heard anything bad from Joe," McClain recalled. "He was just there to play football." Some of the toughest stars on the team, like future Hall of Fame defensive back Ronnie Lott, developed a particularly trusting relationship with McClain. Lott, who subjected his body and those of his opponents to severe punishment, relied on McClain's healing powers. Even permanently cranky Hacksaw Reynolds warmed up to the Tennessee-born McClain, who shared Reynolds' affection for the player's college team, the University of Tennessee Volunteers. Despite the occasional ugly remark in the locker room, the trainer continued to care for his players' battered and bruised bodies throughout the Walsh years and beyond.
On the road, I'd go to their rooms and give them their pillow fluff, and I'd give them a little massage or something. If anyone had insulted McClain in his presence, star running back Roger Craig said years later, he or Lott would have dealt with him forcefully. When he finally retired from the San Francisco 49ers in 2004 after his 65th birthday, Lindsey McClain was still the only openly gay trainer in the NFL. Bill Walsh was also ahead of his time when it came to race relations in the NFL. Concerned about the lack of coaching opportunities for African Americans, he created a Minority Coaches Fellowship program and invited talented minority coaches to the 49ers headquarters to observe him at work. The league eventually modeled its own minority program on the Coaches Initiative. Walsh, the perennial outsider, knew what it felt like to be rebuffed and ignored. The coach also brought in UC Berkeley sociologist Harry Edwards, a black liberation firebrand in the 1960s, to serve as a mentor to African American athletes on the team. No other NFL coach would have inserted a man with Edwards' outspoken reputation into his organization, and some of Walsh's own staff expressed grave doubts about the decision. Harry Edwards had drawn the violent wrath of the FBI and white supremacists when he tried to organize a black athlete boycott of the 1968 Summer Olympics. He was denounced by politicians like Ronald Reagan and sports broadcasters like Brent Musburger, who compared him to Hitler. His classes at San Jose State College, where he worked as a sociology instructor, were infiltrated by undercover FBI agents, and he was later fired by the administration. His off-campus apartment was broken into and his dogs were killed. His car was vandalized and repeatedly ticketed by policemen. He was warned by CBS News producer Louis Lomax that he would be targeted by government authorities for assassination if he attended the Olympic Games in Mexico City. When track star Tommy Smith, who had taken classes from Edwards at San Jose State, raised his clenched fist along with John Carlos on the victory stand in Mexico City, they created an iconic image of black power defiance. Smith and his mentor Edwards also won the lasting enmity of the athletic establishment. By the time Smith returned home with his gold medal, he was an outcast. Nobody would hire him. Callers threatened to kill him. One rock came through our front window in our living room where we had the crib, Smith recalled. It seemed like everybody hated me. I had no food, my baby was hungry, my wife had no dresses. Only one coach in the country was willing to hire Tommy Smith, Bill Walsh. When he was coaching for the Bengals, Walsh tried out Smith as a wide receiver just to give Tommy an NFL payday, said Harry Edwards. Smith stayed with the team for 3 seasons but never really succeeded in football. Walsh brought Edwards to the 49ers as an advisor after the two men exchanged a series of letters on race, drugs, and other social aspects of professional sports. Invited to lunch at the 49ers training facility, Edwards ended up spending the night and signing on with the team. It was the beginning of a long conversation about sports, society, and life that did not end until Walsh died in 2007. Bill was not just a reader and a thinker, said Edwards, still an imposing edifice of a man at a solid 6'8" and wearing the wraparound shades of his Black Panthers days. He was the greatest teacher that I had ever been around. He was analytical to the point of understanding how the flap of a butterfly's wing can cause a hurricane. In other words, he understood details and how everything mattered. He was always looking for the missing piece that would put his world together. He understood that the demographics of the locker room were changing. He told me that with the exception of Montana, who, as the quarterback, was really more like a coach, all his leaders on the team were black. Ronnie Lott, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig. He understood that these young black athletes needed to be integrated into the 49ers system. He knew what it was like to be excluded. It was written in his Irish soul. He understood what it meant as a boy when he heard the jokes, like God was kind, he invented wheelbarrows and the Irish to push them. Walsh knew that his eclectic team mirrored San Francisco itself, and he was well aware that the rest of the league regarded both the team and the city as somehow deviant. The coach used this us-against-the-world feeling to motivate the team. No one in the sports establishment believed in them, he told his players, so they had to believe in themselves. In the 6th game of the 1981 season, a matchup with the dreaded Cowboys, the 49ers exploded on the field, avenging their lopsided defeat a year earlier and crushing Dallas 45-14. But on ABC's Monday Night Football the following evening, the network did not include any footage of the overwhelming Niners victory in its halftime highlights reel. Walsh, suspecting that ABC was protecting America's team from national humiliation at his own team's expense, erupted at his weekly press conference. "We're not accepted nationally, obviously," he fumed to reporters. "The jockstrap elitists don't consider us in their comfort zone. There are power sources, influence sources in the National Football League, 45-year-old men who are football groupies who prefer that we not exist so they can hold on to their football contracts and associations or power groups." But if the national sports establishment still snubbed the surging 49ers, the team's hometown was starting to glow with the unfamiliar sensation of victory. As the 49ers vanquished one team after the next, including powerhouses like the Steelers and longtime rivals like the Los Angeles Rams, the excitement steadily mounted in the city. It was too soon for euphoria. Wounded by one civic trauma after the next, and long used to the dreariness of defeat on its athletic fields, San Francisco was not quite ready to give itself over to 49ers fever. But the numbness from all those years of grisly headlines slowly began to lift from the city. The glow was spreading like the first fingers of light over Twin Peaks after an endless shroud of gloom. The 49er faithful in blue-collar San Francisco grew more celebratory each week. Even Eddie Jr. was now greeted warmly in the Candlestick bathrooms as he stood in line to use the restroom. Hardcore fans were starting to love the young owner for the passion he brought to the team. "To me, the 49ers is not just a job, it's very personal," he told the press that season. "The team has become my wife." And the faithful knew exactly what he meant. After games at Candlestick, George Seifert, the 49ers' up-and-coming defensive coach, would drive to his in-laws' house in the working-class Mission Geneva district to pick up his kids. As the Niners inched closer to the playoffs, the cheering and car horn blasting that greeted him in his family's neighborhood grew louder each week. But the 49ers were no longer the exclusive property of the faithful. The team was starting to be embraced in every corner of the city. There was something about brainy, brooding Coach Walsh and his band of misfits that struck a chord with the city. Walsh's 49ers seemed like an only in San Francisco phenomenon, but in the best possible way. The crowd started to squeeze into bars all over the city on Sunday afternoons. From Ed Moose's Washington Square watering hole for literary folk, politicos, and Pacific Heights party drinkers, to Maud's, a flannel and blue jeans lesbian bar in the Height, where the bartender wore a "Don't Really" with the 49ers t-shirt. San Francisco desperately needed to enjoy itself again, and even in the Castro, the suddenly victorious 49ers seemed as good an excuse as any.
"You couldn't help get caught up in the excitement, even if you weren't a sports fan," said Tom Amiano, a gay school teacher inspired by Harvey Milk to go into city politics. "The team began to bring the city together. I think there was a photo of Joe Montana that was being secreted around the Castro. Of course, there was a lot of photo trickery then, so who knows. There were a lot of gay folk who knew they should be happy but weren't quite sure why," said Harry Britt, a hardcore football fan ever since his Texas childhood. "It was more like, why don't they have boy cheerleaders too?" San Francisco cineasts were flocking that season to the War Memorial Opera House to watch Abel Gance's Napoleon, the 1927 silent classic lovingly restored by director Francis Ford Coppola. At one Sunday screening of the movie, the elegant Beaux Arts temple suddenly erupted in raucous cheers. "Touchdown, 49ers!" Dozens of the movie fans had come equipped with transistor radios and earphones. Celebrities began gracing the beer-soaked aisles of Candlestick, where a recently freed Patty Hearst and her bodyguard husband were seen making their way through the crowds. Ferlinghetti pronounced the Niners the city's new gods, while San Francisco old gods Jerry Garcia and Bob Ware paid homage to the football deities at Candlestick.
Michael Zagaris, the wild and woolly team photographer, better known as Z-Man, began bringing friends from his other life as a rock and roll shooter to 49ers games. And suddenly psychedelic cowboys like Ram Rhoda, legendary Grateful Dead roadie and former merry prankster, began wandering the sidelines. When a young band from Ireland called U2 showed up in San Francisco on its first tour of America, the 4 members wisely took the stage at the Old Waldorf wearing Niners red and gold. Mayor Feinstein, who didn't know a tight end from a tight situation, suddenly developed a case of 49er fever, demanding that Willie Brown return the mayoral box seats at Candlestick that she had given him in return for securing a $25 million state bailout for the city. Herb Caen spotted Gina Moscone at Candlestick late in the '81 season. 3 years had passed since her husband's murder. The late mayor's widow was still rarely seen in public. But there she was in the stands as the home team trotted off the field to a chorus of cheers after defeating the New York Giants. "We won," she shouted, her big eyes glimmering in the late afternoon light. As the excitement grew, San Francisco seemed closer and closer to exorcising its demons, at least those that could be expelled by dancing in the streets and kissing strangers on the lips. All that stood in the way of the city's deliverance was the grim-faced executioner Tom Landry and his horsemen of the apocalypse known as the Dallas Cowboys. Playing against God, the Dallas Cowboys organization was the brutal antithesis of San Francisco finesse. The team had become an NFL juggernaut under the ownership of right-wing oilman Clint Murchison and coach Tom Landry, a God-fearing evangelical from deep in the heart of the Rio Grande Valley, who turned the Cowboys into a religion in Texas. Under Landry, the Cowboys became not only America's team, but God's team. Along with 2 or 3 other dynasties like the Green Bay Packers and Pittsburgh Steelers, Landry's Cowboys seemed to have a divine calling to rule the NFL year in and year out. Landry carved out his iconic position in pro football alongside the likes of Vince Lombardi, George Halas, and Paul Brown in an era when coaches ruled their empires with omnipotent authority. A chill fear filled the locker room whenever he entered. He stalked the sidelines every Sunday with a stone face, wearing a G-Man's brimmed hat and overcoat. He never seemed to flinch under the pressure of combat, not even during the Cowboys' Super Bowl showdowns. "Once you commit yourself to Christ," he explained, "it's in God's hands." When it came to religion and football, Landry believed in the fundamentals. The best offense, his NFL mentor taught him, can be built around 10 basic plays, the best defense on 2. All the rest is razzle-dazzle, egomania, and box office. The Dallas coach clearly thought that Bill Walsh's West Coast offense was nothing but fancy-pants gimmickry, as sinuous and vaguely sinister as San Francisco itself. Walsh and Landry were a clashing contrast in nearly every way. The former approached football like an artistic challenge, the latter like the World War II bombardier that he once was. While Walsh followed a frustrating, circuitous route to the top, Landry had marched up football's chain of command with a military-like precision. Starting as a co-captain on the University of Texas team, he went on to become a Pro Bowl player and then coach with the New York Giants, before finally coming home to take over the new expansion team in Dallas in 1960. The Cowboys' corporate culture was light years removed from San Francisco values. Clint Murchison, a crony of reactionary FBI czar J. Edgar Hoover and a business partner of mafia godfathers such as Carlos Marcello, was Richard Nixon's biggest financial supporter during the 1960 presidential race. Some Kennedy assassination researchers have alleged that Murchison played a key role in the plot against JFK. On the afternoon of November 22, 1963, after he was told about the president's assassination, Landry kept on running the Cowboys' practice drills as if nothing had happened just miles away in Dealey Plaza. Many black players on the Cowboys felt the team was run like a plantation, with white athletes getting preferential treatment. Dwayne Thomas, a Cowboys running back in the early 70s, later wrote an expose of the team, lambasting Landry as a plastic man, a John Bircher, white supremacy mentality. His philosophy was intimidation, intimidation, intimidation of the mind and body. As the 49ers swept to a miraculous 13-3 record in 1981, they headed for the inevitable showdown with the Cowboys, the last obstacle between San Francisco and the Super Bowl.
Bitterness and humiliation were built into these Cowboys playoff contests for Niners fans. The feelings were buried as gloomily in San Franciscans' genes as Jews' revulsion for Cossacks. Every time the 49ers seemed to be soaring toward a Super Bowl, the Cowboys would crush their hopes. The fact that Dallas seemed to take a holy warrior's joy in vanquishing San Francisco, as Herb Caen tongue-in-cheeked it, made the chronic defeats all the more better. Caen insisted that he actually didn't mind Dallas calling itself America's team, but the God's team business sent him and the rest of San Francisco screaming around the bend. As if there weren't enough reasons to hate the Cowboys, Caen deadpanned as the hour of doom approached, they have a quarterback named Dan White and a running back named Jim Jones. And QB Danny White was in a typically swaggering cowboy mood, despite the 49ers' upset victory over Dallas earlier in the season. "We don't have much fear of them," White drawled to the press. Ed Too Tall Jones, the giant pass rusher who anchored Dallas' doomsday defense, was even more dismissive. "The earlier 49ers victory was a fluke," he informed reporters. "I didn't have a whole lot of respect for the 49ers before that game. I didn't know half the names of the team." And, Jones made clear, his opinion had not improved much since. Caen, always quick to comfort and tickle his city through its bleak days, tried to prepare San Francisco for the worst. "If Dallas wins today," he wrote on the morning of the epic battle, "it will not be the end of the world, just the end of a very successful season, and San Francisco will continue to be the greatest city in the world, and don't you forget it, buddy." But the whole city knew how devastating another loss would be. It would be Jim Jones and the purple Kool-Aid all over again, thought 49ers team photographer Michael Zagaris.
A few days before the Dallas game, Mayor Feinstein invited DeBartolo, Walsh, and a few 49ers executives to dinner at Ernie's, one of the city's most illustrious dining spots, though it looked like a classy Barbary Coast establishment. "I don't know if you realize it," Feinstein told the men who held the morale of her city in their hands, "but San Francisco needs this team." As the 49ers practiced for the big game, Walsh tried to fire up his players with the same underdog resentment he had employed earlier in the season. It was not simply a coaching ploy. He felt it in his guts. Walsh told his men how he felt about the Cowboys. "Their press releases are all about how they are going to really defeat them. They're so arrogant down there in the sports empire of the world. I'm sick of them. I hope you guys feel the same way I do." Throughout his career, the Tom Landrys of the league had regarded him with contempt. Now, on the eve of the biggest game of Walsh's life, he still didn't command any respect. Giants coach Ray Perkins, defeated by Walsh in the previous playoff round, summed up the prevailing sentiment in the NFL when he predicted a decisive Dallas victory over San Francisco, flatly declaring the Cowboys the better football team. When game day arrived on January 10, 1982, Walsh was in a meditative frame of mind. There were no pep talks in the locker room. He simply made his way around the room, shaking hands with his players and offering each man a few words of personal encouragement. By this stage of the season, the 49ers were a wounded and weary army. Fred Dean's sternum was so badly bruised that it hurt him to bend over. Trainers heavily patted his chest to protect it, but Dean knew that the first hit he took would be torment. Keena Turner had come down with chickenpox, and the maddening sores had erupted all over his body, including his mouth and his rear. He was slathered in calamine lotion and wrapped in plastic in hopes that the pustules would not burst in the heat and friction of the game. "I was completely miserable," Turner recalled. "But come on, how do you not play in a game like that?" Many of the players had come down with the flu during the week, before the games. Some with a respiratory virus, others with a stomach infection. Keith Fanhorst, who was hacking and coughing during practice, remembered being harnessed to an experimental device in the training room that was supposed to loosen up the congestion in his chest. There were these strange prods, like a sci-fi movie. It was bizarre. I'm not sure if it had any scientific backing. When they ran onto the field, some players, including Dwight Clark and Randy Cross, already felt depleted. Cross was puking on the sidelines before the game even began. Candlestick Park, crammed to capacity with more than 65,000 fans, was humming with an unbearable tension. Fans had lined up for days in the stadium ticket line, braving howling wind and rain and even hail. They wrapped themselves in plastic, they huddled together drinking whiskey and smoking weed, they slept in soggy sleeping bags. Nothing was going to stop the faithful from witnessing this moment of truth. On the Thursday before the game, the storm that had been besieging the Bay Area all week became so savage that President Reagan declared Northern California a disaster area, which is exactly the way he had viewed the San Francisco area ever since he was governor. There were no good wishes extended to the home state team from the White House. San Franciscans assumed that the president would be rooting for Dallas. On Sunday, the clouds finally parted, and as the game began, Candlestick Park was bathed in a cathedral light. Guided by Walsh's opening script, the 49ers got off to a fast start. Driving down the field, Montana threw a fake on Too Tall Jones that sent the monster hurtling into the turf, allowing the QB to hit his favorite receiver, Dwight Clark, with a 30-yard pass that set up a touchdown. As Jones picked himself off the ground, a pumped-up Montana, losing his famous cool, screamed at him, "Respect that jerk." But the Cowboys quickly responded with their own touchdown, and the game turned into one of the most excruciating seesaw battles ever played on the gridiron. Too Tall Jones and the other Doomsday Defenders subjected Montana to withering pressure throughout the afternoon, forcing the quarterback to constantly dance out of trouble. Montana seemed to play most of the game with one or two defenders hanging on to his arms and legs. Off balance much of the day, he threw 3 interceptions. As the teams trotted off the field at halftime, Dallas led 17-14, and Montana felt lucky the game was that close. In the locker room, Walsh maintained his meditative calm. The 49ers were on a level of combat where a coach's rah-rah rhetoric made no difference anymore. It was now a matter of how deeply the players could plumb their exhausted bodies and spirits. The game continued to swing back and forth in the second half. The Niners, not used to the high-wire tension of a playoff game, seemed wound too tight, and they kept turning over the ball. As the fourth quarter began, San Francisco was clinging by its fingertips to a 21-20 lead. Then the 49ers fumbled away the ball again near the 50-yard line. Danny White drove the Cowboys for a touchdown, and Dallas retook the lead, 27-21. At that point, as Charles Young, the Niners' eloquent tight end, observed, "A big hush came over the crowd, as if a coffin had closed on our season." The conclusion seemed preordained. San Francisco fans had suffered through this familiar ending again and again. "You can almost close your eyes and see what happens," CBS football announcer Pat Summerall told the TV audience. "The Cowboys have done it so many times." When they got the ball back on their own 11-yard line, Montana and the 49ers had less than 5 minutes to reach the distant goal line. As the young quarterback huddled with his team to begin the most important drive of his career, he went into that deeply calm place where his greatest gifts always awaited him. "I felt numb," Montana said later. "I heard no noise. I didn't know where I was or who I was playing. All I saw was 89 yards between us and the end zone." Montana immediately recognized that Dallas had dropped into a pass-stopping defense, with 6 defensive backs and only 1 linebacker. He knew this left the Cowboys vulnerable to a running game, and he knew that Walsh would grasp this immediately too. At the most demanding moment in his career, Walsh abandoned his pass-centered West Coast offense and began shoving the ball down Doomsday's throat, as Montana later put it. Walsh turned to his no-name running back, Lenville Elliott, who had just been activated for the game after missing the entire season with a damaged knee. Elliott carried the 49ers season on his back as he ran 4 of the first 8 plays of the drive, baffling the pass-prevent Dallas defense and chewing up the yardage. With Dallas on its heels from the surprise running attack, Walsh knew that he could now go back to the pass. Montana began to pepper the field with passes to Dwight Clark and Freddie Solomon, another NFL reject who had found new life in Walsh's offense. As they fought their way down the field, the 49ers were on their last legs. Randy Cross kept vomiting in the huddle, forcing his teammates to move a few yards away to escape the mess. "Oh man, RC," they recoiled. "What's wrong with you?" With 1:15 left in the game, Montana had driven the 49ers to the Dallas doorstep on their opponent's 13-yard line. As Walsh called a timeout, the ailing Clark fell to one knee, utterly drained. When action resumed, Elliott took the ball again, grinding his way to the Dallas 6-yard line.
Now it was 3rd down and 3. San Francisco was tantalizingly close to the end zone with less than a minute remaining in the game. Walsh took advantage of a Dallas timeout to confer with Montana one last time on the sidelines.
The coach chose a play that required his QB to roll to his right and hit Solomon in the end zone, with Clark as a secondary target if his first receiver was covered. "Joe, be very cautious," Walsh told him. "It's only 3rd down. If we miss on this one, we still have another shot at putting it in." "Bill, don't worry," replied Montana, still in his deeply tranquil zone. "If it's not there, I'll put it up so no one will catch the ball." When Montana ran back onto the field, it was twilight. The crowd seemed lost in a dream that was sure to end terribly. Montana's teammates were deeply familiar with the play that he called in the huddle. They had rehearsed it so often in practice that they were sick of it. But as soon as the ball was snapped, the team's choreography began to break down. Solomon slipped and fell on the soggy candlestick turf, and as Montana rolled to his right, there was no receiver to hit in the end zone. Too Tall Jones and a couple of other Dallas defenders were now in hot pursuit the quarterback, and Montana pump-faked the ball twice to slow them down. Color Seach, player, a bright and vivid shape, and silence. That's what it was like for Montana in these moments of frenzied urgency on the field. Suddenly, Clark emerged in the end zone, running along the back line toward the right corner. By now, Jones, Montana's brutal shadow all day long, was nearly on top of him. There was no more time. Backpedaling awkwardly, Montana threw off balance in Clark's direction. As the high, soft pass arced into the air, it looked like a prayer. Montana himself thought it was uncatchable. I thought it was an arm's length above his head. But Clark was in the air, soaring higher than he had ever been, his body at full extension. With his fingertips, the receiver somehow gripped the ball in mid-flight, juggled it briefly, and then brought it with him to the ground. The moment Clark's feet hit the turf, the crowd exploded as if it had been holding its breath for years. Montana, sprawled on the ground and surrounded by huge bodies, couldn't see anything. But his silent bell jar was suddenly shattered by the cacophonics roar, and he knew that Clark had completed the miracle. Michael Zacharias, crouched in the far corner of the end zone with his camera, took a shot of the euphoric moment as the referees flung their arms in the air to signal touchdown, and a sea of fans leaped into the air, nearly as high as Clark. This was the exact instant of San Francisco's salvation. The terror was not quite over for San Francisco. Cornerback Eric Wright, part of the 49ers' brilliant young defensive backfield, had to save the day by making a desperate clawing tackle from behind on Dallas receiver Drew Pearson, as the Cowboys tried their own comeback in the final seconds of the game. Then Danny White fumbled away the ball, and the game at last belonged to San Francisco by a wafer-thin 28-27. The 49ers Cowboy game would be immortalized as one of the greatest battles in NFL history, and Dwight Clark's heroic leap into the ages would forever be known as the Catch. The game marked the beginning of one sports dynasty and the fall of another. A bitter Tom Landry insisted that Dallas was still the better team, except for Joe Montana's black magic. "Montana has to be the key," brooded the Cowboys coach after the game. "There's nothing else there except him." Landry, whose coaching fortunes went into decline, later said that he never recovered from the defeat. After leaving every ounce of himself on the field, Montana stumbled off in a dazed dream and immediately collapsed in the locker room. Eddie DeBartolo, whose view of the catch had been blocked by the ass of a police horse on the sidelines, came bursting into the locker room to share his effusive joy. "I'm so proud," he said, throwing his arms around the giants who towered over him. "I don't think anything can top this in my life. I love you all." Thousands of ecstatic fans stormed the field, cutting squares out of candlestick-sodden turf for souvenirs. But many of the faithful simply remained in their seats long after the game was over, some in tears, letting all the tragedies of the past come spilling out of them. Meanwhile, bedlam reigned in the city. As he drove home from Candlestick, through Hunters Point, down Army Street, and into No Valley, one long-suffering fan screamed out the window of his car the whole way, and every neighborhood answered his wail. It reminded him of the day that the Japanese surrendered and the whole city went mad, in anguished celebration. Back in the height, the dykes at Maud's came careening out of the bar and into the street. They cheered as a trio of middle-aged black women who had slipped into their old high school cheerleader skirts and sweaters paid hip-shaking tribute to the triumphant Niners. Hordes of other fans, including long-haired veterans of Haight-Ashbury's glory days and the tough Irish families who had long been the neighborhood's backbones, snarled traffic, embracing one another in the street like survivors of a terrible siege. Some particularly nimble celebrants climbed onto the roofs of stalled buses and dazzled the crowd below with acrobatic cartwheels. "It was like somebody had sprinkled fairy dust on the whole city," said Cheryl Bertelli, one of Maud's delirious patrons. "People were hugging strangers, laughing, singing. It was the summer of love all over again." The next morning, Herb Caen spoke for the entire city, as usual, when he wrote, "Oh, I wanted the Niners to win. I especially wanted them to beat Dallas, which exalts itself as God's team. Lordy knows the God-fearing folk in that sector have long derided San Francisco as Sodom West, overdue for obliteration by fire, brimstone, and earthquake. One wonders what tortures they are now going through, now that America's team is God-forsaken and the scarlet-clad representatives of Babylon by the Bay are on their way to the Super Bowl." After the emotional whirligig of the Dallas game, the 49ers' Super Bowl battle with the Cincinnati Bengals 2 weeks later seemed almost anticlimactic. It was enlivened, however, by the underlying Oedipal drama pitting Bill Walsh against his former Bengals mentor Paul Brown, who was now president of the team. Though Walsh insisted that revenge was not a motivating factor for him, his players knew how sweet the victory was for their coach when they beat the Bengals 26-21. For the first time in football history, the San Francisco 49ers were champions. 2 days later, the 49ers returned home from the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan, for a Super Bowl victory parade through downtown San Francisco. As the team set out along the Embarcadero on its way to Civic Center, riding in motorized cable cars and vintage convertibles festooned with red and gold balloons, the city seemed strangely empty. Mayor Feinstein, squeezed between Walsh and DeBartolo in an open car, voiced the fear that was starting to grip all three of them. "What do we do if nobody comes?" she said. A familiar gloom was creeping over Walsh. He was certain that the parade would be a terrible humiliation for his team. Then the fleet of vehicles turned onto Market Street, the city's main commercial artery, and the team was greeted by an explosion of cheering, screaming, horn-blowing humanity. The boulevard was jammed with more than 500,000 ecstatic 49ers lovers, the biggest celebration in San Francisco's history since the end of World War II. People were clinging to light poles, jumping up and down on top of cars, and hanging out of office tower windows. The sky was a blizzard of confetti. Tears flooded Walsh's eyes. It was at that moment when he finally felt in his heart what his team's amazing odyssey had done for the beleaguered people of San Francisco. "I saw every cross-section of people, all standing in unison, from the executives who came out of the office buildings to the people who cleaned the streets, right next to each other, screaming." It was just the most electrifying moment I've ever had. Seeing that outpouring of emotion that day, I realized what an historic moment it was, not just for the team, but for the entire city. We were salving wounds and lifting spirits that had been very low for a long time. Feinstein, too, felt the veil begin to finally lift that afternoon. I saw with my own eyes what a team can do for a city. The parade was a uniquely San Franciscan celebration. As the players chugged along on the cable cars, swarmed by fans reaching out to touch them, Eric Wright, one of the heroes of the Dallas game, turned to Zagaris. "Hey Z-Man, some jerk's been chasing the car yelling your name." Zagaris scanned the vast throng and saw a familiar face. Dennis Perrone, the city's pixie-ish Pied Piper of marijuana. Perrone had decided that grass could save humanity ever since it helped him survive the war in Vietnam, where he was forced to bag dead soldiers as punishment after refusing to leave his job as an Air Force postal clerk and shoot at Viet Cong soldiers during the Tet Offensive of 1968. Zagaris, who had once been busted during a raid on Perrone's marijuana supermarket, peered down at the Johnny Appleseed of cannabis as he ran alongside the cable cars.
"Thank you for winning the Super Bowl," Perone trilled, digging into a shopping bag filled with joints and flinging them to the players. "Actually, they weren't just joints, they were bombers," recalled Zagaris. "Ronnie Lott was saying, 'Hey Z, I got 3 under my foot.' Wright was going, 'I got 2. The players wanted to know if the weed was any good. I said, 'Trust me, it's good.' Games are just games. No team, no matter how heroic, can undo tragedies or erase history. Life is what it is. And yet, there are moments when a team seems to come to the salvation of its wounded fans, when their victories seem our victories, victories that we can savor for a lifetime, whenever we need to be reminded that life is not just a losing battle against disappointment and defeat. Walsh himself, the chronic worrier and self-doubter, would, in the end, psych himself out of his job. In 1989, after winning his 3rd Super Bowl victory, an emotionally exhausted Walsh called it quits. But by then, the 49ers had done their job for San Francisco, helping reverse the city's fate. Cities, like people, have souls, and they can be broken by terrible events, but they can also be healed. It was just a game. It was just one catch, but sometimes that's enough. The city of St. Francis in January 1984. San Francisco suffered a disturbing flashback when Dan White was released from Soledad Prison after serving little more than 5 years for the carnage at City Hall. His release reignited a spasm of fury, with protests breaking out in the Castro, where 9,000 gathered and chanted "Kill Dan White," and Union Square, where some demonstrators wore buttons declaring themselves members of the Dan White Hit Squad. To avoid violence, authorities paroled White to Los Angeles, where he changed his name, grew a beard, and worked out obsessively. One day, White invited his old friend Frank Falzon to visit him. White, barred from driving, took the San Francisco cop on a long trek through the San Fernando Valley, where he lived. While they were walking, White made a second confession to his friend that left Falzon feeling like I had been hit by a sledgehammer. "I was on a mission," White told Falzon. "I wanted 4 of them. Carol Ruth Silver, she was the biggest snake of the bunch, and Willie Brown, he was masterminding the whole thing." White's eruption that day in November 1978 had not been temporary insanity, Falzon realized. It was premeditated murder. The enraged former supervisor had planned to decapitate San Francisco's liberal leadership. He was trying to rescue San Francisco, the city he loved, White told Falzon. He expected his old friend to sympathize. But Falzon was already starting to realize that the San Francisco that White was trying to protect, the one where they had both grown up, was just make-believe. "What did we really know?" said Falzon years later. "Afterward, we found out about deeply troubling events. We were living in a fantasy world. White was trying to save a world that never existed." After finishing his year-long parole, White headed back to San Francisco in 1985, despite Mayor Feinstein's pleas for him to stay away from the city. He moved back into his old Excelsior home with his wife and 2 young sons, one of whom had been born with Down syndrome while White was in prison. Death threats were slipped under White's door, but Dan White was already a ghost. He rarely went outside. The front yard was choked with weeds. He grew estranged from Mary Ann, who was forced to support the family with her schoolteacher's salary. One day, John Barbagelida, long retired from San Francisco's political wars, was walking in St. Francis Wood. As he passed the Moscone family home, he was shocked to see Dan White come riding by on a bicycle. White had never expressed remorse or apologized to the families of his victims. But that day, the assassin was clearly wrestling with a need for absolution. White stopped to talk with Barbagelida, but he found little comfort there. He had warned him, Barbagelida reminded White, not to get involved in San Francisco politics. "But you didn't listen," said Barbagelida. On the afternoon of October 21, 1985, Dan White's body was found by his brother inside a white Buick sedan parked inside his garage. White, whose lifeless hands were clutching photographs of his family, had run a garden hose from the exhaust pipe into a partially opened car window. He left 4 suicide notes to family members. None of the letters mentioned George Moscone or Harvey Milk. There was no celebration in the gay community over White's suicide.
Newspaper reporters searching for searing quotes in the Castro found only weary emotions. "I'm glad his conscience caught up with him," one Castro resident told the Los Angeles Times. "It was the strongest feeling anyone seemed capable of mustering." By the time White died, a phantom from another era slipping into the gray mists, the Castro itself seemed like a ghost town. The whole story had dangled like a sentence without a period. "And now we have that period," said the San Francisco Chronicle's Randy Schiltz, the only daily newspaper reporter in the country assigned to cover gay issues. Schiltz's coverage of the Harvey Milk political drama had become a compelling book, The Mayor of Castro Street. Now Schiltz was deeply immersed in another epic story about a scourge that threatened to destroy the gay community. The AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, virus slipped stealthily into San Francisco's bloodstream during the wild bacchanalia of the late 1970s. By the time the epidemic reached its fever pitch in the mid-80s, more than half of the city's gay population was infected. So many young men were suffering and dying, it seemed like San Francisco was at war. Men in the prime of life crept through the city streets with sunken faces and withered legs, hobbling along on canes and walkers. Men hideously disfigured by florid lesions all over their faces, necks, and arms were greeted by appalled and awestruck reactions everywhere they ventured. The first case of Kaposi sarcoma, KS, in San Francisco, a rare skin cancer that usually struck middle-aged men of Mediterranean and Jewish descent, was reported in April 1981. By then, young gay men were also falling sick with a virulent type of pneumonia and exotic afflictions found only in people with ravaged immune systems. Bobby Campbell, a boyishly handsome hospital nurse who led a second life as a drag queen nun, Sister Florence Nightmare in the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, was one of the first people diagnosed with KS. He noticed the purple blotches on his feet after hiking with his boyfriend in Big Sur, and at first he assumed they were blood blisters. But when they got bigger, Campbell went to Dr.
Marcus Conant, a dermatologist at the UC San Francisco Medical Complex overlooking Golden Gate Park, and Conant recognized it as one more strange occurrence of K.S. Campbell. Immediately went public with his diagnosis, writing a story about his gay cancer in the Sentinel, a local gay newspaper, and persuading a drugstore in the Castro to post photos of Kaposi victims in its window as a warning to the community. A political comrade of Cleve Jones urged the activist to meet with Campbell, who showed him the lesions on his feet and told him about his plans to start a gay cancer support group. Later, over dinner, Mark Conant filled Jones in on what he was learning about the mysterious new plague. Jones turned pale and ordered a stiff drink. He was thinking about all the young men with whom he had shared intimacy and about how the Castro had become a place of widespread connection. "We're all dead," Jones muttered. The non-stop party that was San Francisco seemed to end almost overnight. Paul Volberding, a young oncology doctor from the Midwest who worked late hours at the San Francisco campus of the University of California, used to peer wide-eyed at the wild celebrations that poured out of the bars and bathhouses in the Castro no matter what hour he drove through the neighborhood on his way to work or back home. Suddenly, it just all disappeared, he recalled. Joel Selvin, the night-crawling rock critic for the Chronicle, immediately noticed the change. In the old days, fully a third of every restaurant crowd, every nightclub, every parking lot was homosexuals. They spent more, they yelled more, they had more fun, and they were the best dressed. They were the cheerleaders of our culture. Then, poof, they were gone. The restaurants were half empty, the clubs weren't as jammed. A light was turned off in this town. Because if you left the straights to handle the party, it just wasn't going to happen. One day it was just, hey, where did the gay guys go? You'd walk around town and see all these garage sales on the street. They were gone, only their stuff was left behind. In the early days of the plague, when nobody knew for certain how the infection was spread, a shudder went through the entire city. Customers avoided restaurants run by gays and even shunned Castro clothing stores, not wanting to try on shirts or pants that might have been worn by a victim of the disease. When Zuni Cafe founder Billy West fell sick, his business partners decided to keep his illness quiet. "No one knew anything. There wasn't even a name for AIDS then," said Vince Calcagno. "We kept Billy's condition a secret for a good 5 years. We knew it would ruin the restaurant. People thought it could be foodborne. As the panic spread, sick men were fired from their jobs and evicted from their apartments, sometimes by fellow gay employers and landlords. Once, after Dr. Volberding and an AIDS patient were invited to appear on a local TV show, the sound technician refused to put a microphone on the sick man. The medical workers on the front lines of fighting the epidemic were not immune to the rising panic. Volberding, who had begun treating the first wave of AIDS patients at San Francisco General Hospital, was starting a family with his wife Molly around the same time. In the early days of the epidemic, he frequently woke up in a cold sweat after having nightmares that he had infected his 2 young children. One day, Molly, also a physician, noticed a little red mark on the ear of their son Alex. Anybody else, a grandmother in Iowa, would have said, "That's just a stork bite." But I remember looking at that and saying, "Could that be Kaposi's?" Volberding and his wife were so frightened of what the plague could do to their family, they had to agree not to talk about it with each other. Volberding, who co-founded the world's first AIDS clinic at San Francisco General in January 1983, sometimes had difficulty staffing Ward 5B. Once, he hired a data processor to work in the clinic's computer room, but when he showed up for work, the new employee insisted that the room be disinfected from top to bottom with bleach. "We told him, 'This job is not for you,'" said Volberding. On other occasions, new employees would disappear after their first or second day on the job when their spouses became hysterical about where they were working. But Ward 5B soon developed a highly dedicated core team of doctors, nurses, and orderlies. Dr. Constance Wofsy, a co-founder of the clinic, had a simple reply for anyone who questioned her choice of workplaces. It was a doctor's job to take care of the sick, even if that put you at risk, period. Volberding knew that frontline AIDS work was above and beyond the call of duty for most health workers. But the Ward 5B staff was an unusual crew. As a boy, Volberding, who grew up on a dairy farm near Rochester, Minnesota, the son of German-American Lutherans, often heard about people who had a calling in life. The people who worked in Ward 5B clearly had that sense of calling. We worked long hours and took the job home with us. We became friends with the patients. They were our same age. They listened to the same music. They ate at the same restaurants. Some of the clinic workers' friends and lovers were patients themselves. You're trained as a doctor to separate yourself from those whom you're treating, but we couldn't possibly do that. One day, Lisa Capaldini, a young intern in the AIDS ward, was saying goodbye to a patient named Gordon, with whom she had grown close. Gordon was about to be discharged, but he was blind and dying, and Capaldini knew that she would never see him again. While she hovered over his bed, the intern began to cry. And I thought, that's okay, he won't know. Then I realized that my tears were dropping on his face, and I thought, busted. Gordon reversed roles with Capaldini and began to comfort the young doctor. By the time she fled the room, Capaldini was sobbing uncontrollably. A nurse named Diane Jones, one of the tough angels who were the clinic's heart and soul, took Capaldini aside and told her she should be proud of everything she had done for Gordon. "That was one of the best moments in my medical training," recalled Capaldini years later. "To have a medical professional say it's okay to have feelings. It made me a better doctor and, I think, a better person." San Francisco General's Ward 5B became a model for AIDS care throughout the world. The clinic staff quickly realized that it had to adapt to the harrowing new medical world in which it found itself, battling an incurable and lethal disease that was devastating a unique part of the population. Ward 5B pioneered the development of what later became known as patient-centered care. Back then, it meant that a lot of hospital rules just had to go out the window, said Diane Jones, such as visiting hours. People were sick, and many were dying. They needed people with them, and they needed to decide who was going to be with them. Not just a father or mother or legal spouse. We said patient-centered care means you get to decide who comes into your room and who gets to be with you when you're dying. The AIDS ward began to take on the flavor of the predominantly gay patient base that it was serving. Volunteers began flocking to the clinic, bringing bouquets and toiletries and fashionable-looking bathrobes, because no patient still in his right mind wanted to be caught dead in a hospital gown. Gay nightclub diva Sharon McKnight rolled her piano into the ward and belted out songs like "Stand By Your Man" as the patients sipped champagne and screamed encouragement.
For many in the audience, it would be the last show they ever saw. Rita Rocket brought her tap dancing act, along with baskets of food, to the hospital so often that a lounge in Ward 5B was named after her.
Meanwhile, another beloved San Francisco institution, Mary Jane Rathbun, Adeka Brownie Mary, dispensed her magical cannabis-laced cookies and brownies to Ward 5B patients. The elderly Brownie Mary, a former Pancake House waitress forced into retirement by a back injury, had turned to the marijuana bakery business after finding that smoking weed helped alleviate her pain. Brownie Mary was convinced it could do the same for AIDS patients, and she inspired one clinic researcher to undertake his own scientific studies of medical marijuana. The AIDS plague could have tipped San Francisco back into the bubbling cauldron from which it had just emerged. Terror and hatred could have torn apart the city, with opponents of the gay revolution condemning it for breeding the contagion and using it to inflame anti-homosexual passions. In fact, this was happening at the national level as conservative crusaders like Patrick Buchanan flayed the suffering gay population with their hellfire rhetoric. "The poor homosexuals," remarked Buchanan, his voice dripping with scorn. "They have declared war upon nature, and now nature is exacting an awful retribution." Instead, the epidemic brought out the best in San Francisco. The city's response became a model for the nation. Inspired by the heroic efforts of the staff and volunteers at the AIDS clinic, who calmed San Francisco by talking openly and rationally about the epidemic in the media and public forum, the city as a whole began to rally around its stricken brothers. In 1985, a retired grandmother named Ruth Brinker, alarmed to hear that AIDS patients were dying at home of malnutrition, began cooking hot meals in her kitchen and delivering them to the sick. Brinker had little money, and her only business experience was running her own antique shop. But she knew how to cook, and within 3 years she was serving 500 nutritious meals a day to AIDS patients. Project Open Hand, whose motto was Meals with Love for People with AIDS, outgrew Brinker's kitchen, moving into a church basement and then into its own headquarters, where it inspired similar groups all over the world. Other volunteer groups also sprang into action, like community firefighters rushing to the scene of a blaze or people filling sandbags on a crumbling levee. "I look back on those days," said Tom Nolan, executive director of Project Open Hand, "and if you were a gay man or almost anybody, and you're seeing the suffering on the streets, the KS lesions all over people's faces, and you saw all that, how could you not do something? There was something for everybody to do." The San Francisco AIDS Foundation, jump-started by Cleve Jones, lobbied for government funding for research and education. Project Inform educated those infected with HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, the virus that causes AIDS, about the latest medical therapies. Shanti Project offered emotional solace and practical support to people with AIDS, and the Coming Home Hospice was founded to help those who were dying. The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence began working like real nuns, raising money for the sick at church bingos and organizing a charity dog show featuring Shirley MacLaine as MC. The sisters, long estranged from the Catholic Church, began to find a surprising amount of sympathy in church circles. For a long time, the Most Holy Redeemer Parish in the heart of the Castro provided the San Francisco police force with many of its toughest Irish cops. The church was a target for gay protesters after the Anita Bryant Ordinance passed in Florida and after the Milk and Moscone assassinations. But the parish began to change with the times, and in 1985, some church members started an AIDS support group. John Quinn, San Francisco's enlightened archbishop, regularly visited Most Holy Redeemer throughout the 1980s to demonstrate his support for AIDS patients and their caregivers. When the church began reaching out to suffering gay men, it was the clearest sign that the savage epidemic also had a strange power to heal. These acts of human grace, in the midst of unspeakable anguish, began to help close San Francisco's deepest wounds. Even the Mitchell brothers jumped into the AIDS battle, producing a safe-sex remake of Behind the Green Door. The film's leading lady, Elisa Flores, aka Missy Manners, had grown up in a conservative Catholic family and was a former intern for Utah Republican Senator Orrin Hatch and the daughter of a Reagan administration official. But the buxom, golden-skinned Flores saw her adult film debut as God's work. This film is putting an important message out there. You have to have a social conscience when it comes to having sex. We made condoms exciting. After this film, I can put condoms on a man better than anybody, making the experience seamless and exciting. Early in the epidemic, members of ACT UP, the militant group formed by gay playwright Larry Kramer to agitate for a stronger government response to AIDS, showed up at the opulent opening night of the San Francisco opera season to disrupt the festivities. As the activists ran screaming up and down the aisles of the opera house, some wealthy patrons groused that they should be arrested. But Angela Alliant, who was in the audience with her father, whom she would follow into city politics, cheered on the activists. "I thought it was pretty cool," she recalled. "I'm thinking, these are human beings who want to be treated like human beings." ACT UP played an important role in focusing public attention on the epidemic, particularly in New York and Washington, D.C. But in San Francisco, the group seemed largely unnecessary. Under Mayor Feinstein, San Francisco mounted the most aggressive campaign in the country to confront the health crisis. In 1984 alone, San Francisco poured $7.6 million of scarce city funds into AIDS programs, while New York, with triple the caseload, was spending little over $1 million. In the mid-1980s, San Francisco spent more on AIDS than the entire federal government under President Reagan. When Supervisor Harry Britt brought Feinstein the first AIDS funding proposal in 1982, the mayor simply told him, "Fund everything." Feinstein was not only familiar with medical crises and protocol, she had friends who were sick with the virus. She proved to be the best possible civic leader for the crisis. "Diane spent more time visiting AIDS patients in hospitals than I did," said Britt. "She was a giver. She was a very compassionate person. I don't want to say queenly because that sounds negative, but she was a good queen. My staff and budget at the AIDS clinic doubled every year," recalled Volberding, "and Feinstein didn't blink an eye. She was completely responsive to whatever I asked from her." Other metropolitan areas with big gay populations lagged far behind San Francisco. Some cities tried to dump their AIDS patients on San Francisco. In one notorious incident in 1983, a hospital in Gainesville, Florida, put a seriously ill patient on a plane and deposited him at San Francisco General, a maneuver that Feinstein denounced as outrageous and inhumane. When the 27-year-old AIDS patient died in Ward 5B 2 weeks later, thousands of miles from home, Feinstein commented, "It is sad that a young man had to spend his final days as a medical outcast." Florida health officials admitted that they were having difficulty finding medical professionals who were willing to treat AIDS patients. "We are seeing people take any opportunity within the law to avoid providing care," said a Florida Health Department spokesman. Feinstein tried to spark a nationally coordinated response to the epidemic, pushing the U.S. Conference of Mayors to establish an AIDS task force in 1984. The federal government should have played that role, but the Reagan administration turned a blind eye to the rapidly spreading disease. The White House was under the sway of its Christian rights supporters, many of whom, like Moral Majority Leader Rev. Jerry Falwell, viewed the plague as the wrath of God upon homosexuals. Even though the Reagans were friends with a number of Hollywood entertainers afflicted by AIDS, including actor Rock Hudson, the president refused to even utter the name of the disease in public. In 1985, as the contagion spread like wildfire across America and around the globe, Reagan slashed AIDS funding in his annual health budget. At the same time, his health secretary was calling the disease her #1 health priority. If Dianne Feinstein was the best possible local leader in the war on AIDS, Ronald Reagan was the most disastrous leader for the country to have sitting in the Oval Office. The demon virus took root in the population at the worst possible political moment. The AIDS story is the purest illustration of how this administration deals with health concerns, said Stanley Maytek, former president of the American Public Health Association, during the height of the plague. They tend to see health in the same way that John Calvin saw wealth. It's your own responsibility, and you should very well take care of yourself. This epidemic, however, has tested the limits of that philosophy. At a time when the American public desperately needed reliable medical straight talk about AIDS, Reagan blocked his widely respected Surgeon General, Dr. C. Everett Koop, from delivering speeches or talking with the media about the disease. For an astonishing 5.5 years, Koop recalled later, I was completely cut off from AIDS.
White House advisors, he said, dismissed the epidemic as a problem for gays, junkies, and other social undesirables. The president's aides, according to Coop, took the stand. They are only getting what they justly deserve. Ron Reagan became so upset with his father's lack of leadership on AIDS that he intervened with his parents. I went to my mom because I knew she was ahead of him on that curve. She was a doctor's daughter and all that, and I knew they had gay friends. I remember parties at our house when I was growing up where at least one gay couple was there. Patty's godmothers were a lesbian couple, and Cesar Romero was one of my mom's gay escorts when my dad was out of town. Patty would get all mad about it, like my mom was cheating on my dad somehow, but hello? Later, in the White House, Jerry Zipkin was one of my mom's walkers. Young Reagan pleaded with his mother to get the White House moving on AIDS. I just knew that people were suffering and dying, he said, and the government had to move more quickly. If for no other reason than it was terrible PR to just stand there. When people they knew started dying, like Rock Hudson, it finally came home for them. But President Reagan waited nearly 2 years after Hudson died before he at long last addressed the raging epidemic in public, speaking at the Third International AIDS Conference in Washington, D.C. in May 1987, with actress Elizabeth Taylor urging him on from the wing of the stage. Reagan's public remarks, which came near the end of his presidency, did not lead to a late-hour burst of leadership on AIDS. To the very end, his administration remained politically incapable of mounting a full public health campaign. In the history of the AIDS epidemic, President Reagan's legacy is one of silence, later remarked Michael Cover, the former public affairs director of the Capitol's leading AIDS clinic facility just a few blocks from the White House that was never visited by the president or first lady. The people of San Francisco realized early in the plague that Washington was not going to help them. They had to look out for themselves. So San Francisco took care of its own sick and dying, its own scorned brothers. The city had learned to embrace these men when they were young and wild, fleeing Kansas and Wyoming and Alabama for San Francisco's frontier freedom. Now, as they lay in sweat-soaked sheets, closer to death than life, these young men were once again wrapped in San Francisco's arms. By taking care of these suffering men, San Francisco finally became a united city. The city learned to behave like one organism, to fight against the disease, observed Volberding. This was the true birth of San Francisco values. The plague burned down to the city's core, where one simple truth was revealed. We must take care of each other, no matter how sick or helpless or untouchable people are. Some said that this fundamental sense of human solidarity was wired into the very origins of the city, into San Francisco's namesake, St. Francis, the wandering friar who renounced his family's wealth for a life of humble service, calling all creatures his brothers and sisters and devoting himself to the poor and wretched. But it was not until the epidemic invaded the city that San Francisco truly became worthy of the saint's name. As the years went by and AIDS researchers still struggled to find a cure, the disease came closer to home for many San Franciscos. In 1988, Bill Walsh's oldest son, Steve, was diagnosed with the infection. The coach, who had long neglected his family for football, was overcome with feelings of guilt. He tried to reach out to his son, but it was difficult. Steve Walsh, who had left home early and made a separate life for himself in Colorado as a TV and radio reporter, had been estranged from his father for so long that conversation did not come easily. A deeply private man, Bill Walsh couldn't bring himself to talk about his son's disease in public, always referring to it as leukemia. But after Steve died in 2002, Walsh finally spoke the truth in a conversation with the veteran 49ers trainer Lindsey McLean. At McLean's retirement party in 2004, Walsh told the trainer that he wanted to give a gift to him and his pal, as he always called McLean's longtime lover, George Paiva, a trip for two to Hawaii. It was a poignant gesture. Back in 1983, Walsh had sent his staff and their spouses to Hawaii as a reward for their hard work that season. But Walsh made it clear that it would be impolitic for McLean to bring George. "It wasn't meant to condemn me," said McLean. "Bill was only concerned with the image of the 49ers in the eyes of the rest of the league. Bill was accepting of my lifestyle. I never felt judged by him. There was no homophobic bone in his body." Still, Walsh knew that excluding McLean's partner was wrong. Now, more than 20 years later, he was making amends. As Walsh and McLean discussed logistics for the Hawaii vacation at the party, the trainer mentioned that George was not always up for the hardships of travel. His partner had been infected with HIV years before, McLean told Walsh, and he had his good days and bad days. Well, said Walsh, we'd better schedule it now while he can enjoy it. Then Walsh stunned McLean by talking about his late son. You know, Lindsay, my son had AIDS. McLean had heard the rumors but was too respectful of the coach's privacy to ever bring it up. Now Walsh was telling his gay colleague, a man who had shared so much of his warrior life, that they shared this wound too. The plague kept skiving through San Francisco's gay population well into the 1990s. Some of the city's brightest lights were snuffed out. Men who had breathed new life into local democracy with their passionate activism. Men who had enriched the city with their artistic, theatrical, culinary, fashion, and design skills. Hibiscus, the glorious ringleader of the Coquettes, was among the first wave to die in 1982. As the years went by, other members of the legendary troupe succumbed one by one. Sylvester, the fabulous disco diva who had debuted with the Coquettes, fell ill in 1988. He was too sick to attend that year's Castro Street Fair, where he had performed nearly every year, a black goddess in sequins and feathers.
But as he lay dying in the bedroom of his Collingwood Street apartment, the beloved entertainer could hear the crowd chanting his name 2 blocks away. Sylvester! 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 So many of his friends died, recalled Armistead Maupin, that he threw away an entire address book. The obituary columns grew engorged with the names of the young and vital. Award-winning documentary filmmakers Peter Adair and Marlon Riggs. Gay politico Bill Krause, a leading crusader in the battle for more AIDS funding. Intrepid journalist Randy Shilts, whose book, And the Band Played On, would stand as the epic chronicle of the plague years and the era's heroes and villains. Shilts, suffering from both chaos and pneumocystis pneumonia, told the New York Times in the final months of his life, HIV is certainly character building. It's made me see all of the shallow things we cling to, like ego and vanity. Of course, I'd rather have a few more T cells and a little less character. Bobby Campbell's death came as a particularly strong blow. Sister Florence, Nightmare himself, had turned himself into the AIDS poster boy, charming and agitating his way into the public's heart. Campbell was a force of inextinguishable life. Adopting Gloria Gaynor's disco masterpiece as his theme song, he wore a button proclaiming, "I will survive," and vowed to outlive the epidemic. At a rally in front of San Francisco's Moscone Center, where the Democratic National Convention was being held in July 1984, a thin but still impassioned Campbell told the country, "We're not victims. We are your children, and your mothers and fathers, and your sisters and brothers. It's still business as usual in Reagan's Washington while we are dying." Soon after, Bobby Campbell was admitted to Ward 5B, where he continued to fight his illness until his last breath. "I was at his bedside when he died," recalled Paul Vulberding. "I don't know many people who accept death easily, and Bobby certainly did not. A young body is an amazingly vigorous thing. It does not want to die. People go through amazing ordeals and still cling to life. Those scenes in movies where people die gently and nobly sure don't ring true for me." Cleve Jones organized a memorial rally for Bobby. Jones knew how to close down Castro Street. He knew where to plug in the sound equipment, in the ever-amenable neighborhood pizza joint, the Sausage Factory. Bobby's father, a Grayan man in a 3-piece suit, spoke to the crowd. He had struggled with his son's homosexuality, and now he struggled with his emotions. "We didn't see eye to eye," Bobby's father told the mourners, "but my advice to parents is to give your kids support. They want your love and understanding." Cleve Jones had been a human rights agitator for nearly his entire life, but these days his activism seemed to be mainly on behalf of the dead and dying.
On a cold, wet Thanksgiving night in November 1985, as Jones led the annual parade to commemorate the deaths of Milk and Moscone, the gay leader asked marchers to take magic marker pens and posters and write down the names of friends and lovers who had died of AIDS. When the marchers arrived at the old Federal Building near Civic Center, Jones, addressing them with the same bullhorn that Harvey Milk gave him years before, told the demonstrators to tape the posters to the wall of the building. Soon, the peeling, gray wall was covered with a blanket of colorfully drawn names. A hush fell over the crowd as people stared at the wall of death. "I went to school with him," somebody said, pointing at one poster. "I used to dance with him every Sunday at the I-beam," said another marcher. As he looked at their collective handiwork, Jones said to himself, "It looks like a quilt." It was the genesis of the AIDS memorial quilt, Jones' brilliant brainstorm to turn the private pain felt by thousands upon thousands of Americans into a stunning national tapestry of remembrance. That night's march gave Jones the courage to finally take the HIV antibody test, which he had been putting off for more than a year. He knew all along what the results would be. When he was told, he felt absolute nothingness. The words of the lab social worker kept repeating in his head, "Sorry, Mr. Jones." It took several years for the virus to start making him sick. During that shadowy period, he kept up a frantic pace, overseeing the AIDS quilt as it continued to grow and displaying the billowing expanse of hand-sewn folk art all over the country. But by the spring of 1993, Jones' body was breaking down. After collapsing in the San Francisco airport on his way back home from a quilt event, he checked into a hospital suffering from pneumocystis pneumonia. He quickly went downhill after that, running fevers, fighting nausea and diarrhea, and losing so much weight that he had to sit on cushions to protect his increasingly bony frame. There was something particularly sad about Cleve Jones falling sick. Everyone in San Francisco who knew his name, gay and straight, felt a special attachment to him. For many, he was the living spirit of Harvey Milk, and now that spirit was dying all over again. Jones began to teeter around the Castro on a cane, like all the other wasted men he had seen over the years. Once upon a time, they had fought with cops and danced in the streets. Now they were shadows. One day, he saw someone collapse and die on the sidewalk in front of Café Flore. Jones thought he was an old man. He turned out to be 30. Jones didn't want to die that way. His family scraped together $10,000 and he bought a bungalow in a hamlet on the Russian River, north of the city. He was getting sicker by the day, and he didn't want anyone to see him. He was going there to die. His aging parents came from Phoenix now and then to look after him, but it hurt Jones to see his 75-year-old mother take on one more burden. He had never seen such deep sadness in her eyes. Jones was losing his fingernails, his eyesight. He was afflicted with rashes in his throat and mouth. He couldn't keep any food in his stomach. He spent so much time emptying himself into the toilet bowl that he kept a pile of blankets and pillows in the bathroom. One day, his neighbor Marigold found Jones in a half-conscious stupor. "Cleve, you've given up," she told him in her deep, firm voice. "You gotta change and fight back." Not long after that, in October 1993, Marcus Conant phoned Jones from the city. The doctor had seen encouraging results from a new combination of drugs. Jones, loath to add to his suffering with any more painful side effects, was worried about trying this latest pharmaceutical cocktail, but Conant persuaded him. An old friend named Shep, who had lost his partner to the plague, showed up to help, knowing Jones was worried about a negative reaction to the experimental drugs. When Jones took the first handful of antiviral pills, he began puking his guts out late that night. Shep rushed into the bathroom rolling a joint. "Smoke this," he told Jones. The sick man waved him away. He hadn't smoked pot in years and, in his miserable state, wasn't remotely interested in getting high now. But Shep was insistent. "Smoke this or you're dead," he said. He knew it was the only way that Jones could keep down the pills. Jones took one puff and stopped vomiting. He took a few more, and his stomach settled down enough for him to pick himself off the floor and walk out of the bathroom. Over the next few days, Conant's elixir began to work its magic on Jones. About a week later, he recalled, I woke up one morning. I could feel the coolness of the sheets, hear the birds out the window. To my astonishment, I felt a profound return of vitality. I hadn't felt such strength in a year. And I was hungry. Cleve Jones got out of bed, put on his robe's bath and rubber boots, and stepped outside, where a light rain washed over his face. There was a small market a block and a half away. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt strong enough to walk there.
He began to make his way down the winding lane to the store. He could smell the wet redwoods and ferns. When he got to the village market, he bought eggs and bacon and bread and butter and marmalade. Back home, he made himself a greasy feast and devoured it all. Later, he sat in his cottage and watched as a pale light broke through the clouds and glittered on the river. Him going to live, thought Cleve Jones. Him going to live.